Well, good morning everybody and welcome to live coverage of round number 4 for this year's SuperOne series here at Rowrah. Great circuit for racing here on your Sunday live stream here on Alpha Live. And my name's 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝘀 Motorsport Media, back once again for a full day of commentary here in SuperOne. Wet conditions here at the circuit, could be a very intriguing day of racing. Here's our layout that we're racing here today. The full Rowrah circuit, just over 1 kilometre in length, 12 turns, 19 to 20 feet in elevation. Has been racing here since the early 1960s. A very technical circuit, very tricky circuit to get the setup right for. Here's the weather forecast. Changeable is the word I'm going to use here. So overcast to start with. We have had some rain earlier on this morning, and there is some further rain forecast for later in the day. So teams and drivers keeping on top of the conditions is going to be the order of the day. Qualifying, very, very important, which has been happening earlier on this morning. We've got all of our usual classes in action here today. We'll be starting off with the C50 Bambinos shortly, followed by the Honda Cadets and Mini ROKs at the same time. IAME Bambino next up, then Micromax, Intermax, Senior Max, Junior Max, and Rotax 177. That will be the running order throughout today, where we've got one set of heats starting in a few moments, taking us up to lunchtime, and then another set of heats following the lunch break before we break into our finals at around 2:20. You can get in touch with us here in the YouTube comments. We're keeping an eye on those here in the commentary position, and at @MM across all your social media networks as well. Let us know who you're supporting and cheering on. I think we're about ready though for our first race of the day. Heat number 1 for C50 Bambino are out next. Okay, let's have a look at the grid then for the C50 Bambinos. This was set by timed qualifying a few hours ago, earlier on this morning. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗏𝗏 has pole position, was very happy about it indeed down in Parc Fermé. Joshua Bailey will be alongside on the front row. 𝗦𝗻𝗄𝗍𝗏 and 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗃 were in the top 3 yesterday. They start on row 2 here today, Ronnie Kempson and Mickey Gonzalez there on row number 3. Toby Biggs has had a positive start to the season, starts round 4 from the 4th row of the grid. LBJ Stubbs alongside, Charlie Gregg and Jack Daniels on row 5. Eli Scher and Arlo Atkinson start on row number 6. Logan Hodgetts and Mason Munzer start on row 7. Yesterday's round winner, Harry Chapman, has it all to do from the 8th row of the grid. Ollie West joins Harry there. Jesse Bailey and Noah Smith start on the 9th row of the grid. And then we've got Benjamin Schlivar and Ethan Pearson on row 10. Louis Williams-Mabs makes a first SuperOne appearance of the year, starts this one from row 11 alongside Simon Kalman. Ernie Wade and Louis Wilson start on the 12th row of the grid, before we find Bobby Kent also making a first appearance in 2022, starting on row 13 alongside Brady Atkin. Elliot Payne and Oliver Daniels complete the 28 kart field. So great entry here, good strong numbers in C50 Bambino. It'll be a standing start for the drivers as they form up here on the pit straight here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club at the Rowrah Stadium. As you can see on the timer there, it will be the normal 7 minutes plus 1 lap for all of the heats across all of the classes here today. Yesterday's results looks a little bit like this. Harry Chapman was your round winner from 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗏𝗏 and 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗏𝗏. And there were good results as well for Mason Munzer and 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃. But it's a completely brand new round here today. Another chance for the drivers to get points on the board. Like we are under starters orders then. For this first race of the day, C50 Bambinos here at Rowrah. Round 4 of SuperOne 2023 is go. Good start for 𝗦𝗻𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the left there with the E-plate. Will hold the inside line over the number 81 as they hold into the first couple of corners. Very tricky chicane for the drivers to negotiate. There's a couple of spinners off towards the back, but everyone's running again now. We'll catch who those drivers were in a moment, but that's a great start from Mason Hibbert, getting the jump ahead of Joshua Bailey from the first row of the grid. There was more spinners at hairpin number 1. There's Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 going down the inside. Gets past Mason Hibbert. Oh, there's a spin there. I think that might be 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍 Gonzalez, rather. A couple of other spinners joining Mickey there. Through goes Mason Hibbert as they go through the Stuart S's. Retakes the lead of the race. And yeah, we are still running. I thought for a moment that there may be a restart flag out, but that was just my eyes deceiving me already in the first race this morning. So Hibbert leads. 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the number 8 cart has already got up to second place. I can see that 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍 has had a decent start as well. Is up in a group of 5 at the front of the field, end of lap number 1. I suspect there were quite a few changes on that first lap as they come through. So it is Hibbert from 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀, Bailey. Joshua Bailey still there in 3rd. Ronnie Kempson's had a good start as well. Is in 5th place just behind 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀. Drivers who had problems on that opening lap, I think we're going to say probably from 20th down. So Jack Daniels, Toby Biggs, Albie J Stubbs. That's a shame for Albie J. Had a great qualifying. Is 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 looking down the inside of Joshua Bailey there for 3rd place and taking 3rd place. Very nice move through the 2nd hairpin. Elliot Payne, Louis Williams, Mabs, Ernie Wade, Jesse Bailey, Benjamin Schlivar and Oliver Daniels. I think all had little spins at least. Oh, there's a few more carts spinning around. The number 96 there and the 23 getting involved. The 11.78 going round the outside. So Ernie Wade and Benjamin Schlivar gaining positions there. Rain not falling at the moment, but there are quite a few puddles out there still on circuit, and it's cold. The air temperature not very high. Just looking back at our monitor, I think it was the number 16 of Jack Daniels who originally went round in that group, all having some moments down at as off there is the number 20 spinning the wheels. That's Ollie West. So Ollie West stuck in the gravel. The number 12 has had a spin. There's a lot of spinners around the circuit. Simon Kalman has got going again after his spin. Meanwhile, at the front, Bailey down the inside takes the early apex. Now, can Joshua Bailey get the run off the corner? That's a beautiful move. He's going to gain at least 1 position from it. Not quite able to get 2, but no matter. It's still a long way in this race to go. So your live timing on the left-hand side there shows you that there's your leader, Mason Hibbert, E-plate holder, ahead of the battling trio of 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀, and Joshua Bailey. It's fair to say that I think of those out there, it's just this top 5 that have not had some form of spin yet. They're all doing really, really well. But it means behind them there are opportunities to gain positions even if you have a mistake. Side by side over start finish between Pooley and Bailey there, and Pooley gets back into 2nd place with a good move there into turn 1. Ronnie Kempson being patient as well. Just holding there in 5th place. Wise moves at the moment. I can tell you just out of my commentary box window, I think unfortunately Jack Daniels in the number 16 has had a spin just coming through into sector number 3. Switch back again as there's a bit of contact there with the number 20 of Ollie West. That was the number 16 of Jack Daniels that was stranded on the outside of the left-hander coming onto the back straight. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, it's still our top 5 out front, but Mason Hibbert getting a bit more of a gap now. Bailey and Pooley have been trading 2nd place back and forth as well. But at the moment, it's there, the number 31, the black, yellow and green front bumper of 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, that'll come over the line and be confirmed in 2nd place. There's a yellow flag out just coming onto the back straight. That's still for Ollie West, who's just being tended to. I think it was a bit of a shock for him as he came around the corner and saw a kart in a position he wasn't expecting. He's okay. The yellow flag just slowing the drivers down as they go through that portion of the circuit. Side by side once again between Pooley and Bailey. Really entertaining scrap this. You see the drivers taking the wide line there around the outside, trying to find some level of grip in these conditions. The kart of Ollie West, I can tell you, is just being recovered off to driver's right by the marshals. He's fully safely off the circuit now, and the far side of the barriers. Ollie's still at the wheel of the kart, but I can see he's just moving his head around. I think it's just a bit of shock more than anything, because it was a bit of an impact with a stranded kart there. And the 31 and 81 still fighting here. Really entertaining stuff in our first race of the day. And down the inside, Joshua Bailey's going to get a good run there out to the final corner. And will re-overtake into second place. The number 16, by the way, that we did see involved in that incident a few laps ago is running again, by the way. So Jack Daniels is okay. Who's coming up through the order? I can see Harry Chapman's coming up through the order, yesterday's winner. It's got back into the top 10. As I think we've also either just trying to track through Mason Hibbert whether that's a timing wobble, or has Mason Hibbert had a spin and a problem not quite seen by us in the commentary box. Apologies for that. And just going through the Stuart S's now. Yeah, I think there has been a change for the lead here. Yeah, you can see Mason Hibbert just behind, or trying to close in on what is now fourth place. Drivers will see the last lap board this time around. Joshua Bailey has done brilliantly here. Had a bit of trouble at the start. Got jumped by other drivers around, but has kept going. Oh, there's a spinner just coming off of the last corner. I think it might be Jack Daniels in the 16 once more. So Joshua Bailey leads this race, this first race of the day for C50 Bambino. Leading it by 0.8 of a second over 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 there in second place in the kart with the blue bodywork. Rex Pooley in the number 31, still there in third, and Ronnie Kempson having a really good run here, keeping it on the road, keeping it stable. Could very well be rewarded with a strong top 5 finish here once again. Joshua Bailey through the hairpin and through the Stuart S's once again. Good line being taken. Hasn't had a win so far this season in SuperOne. Best results for Joshua in 2023, the very first race of the year. Heat 1 at round 1, which was a third place finish. And hopefully Joshua can just get through this last corner and is going to take a very, very well-deserved victory, although I think a red flag has been shown, or at least there's one on one of the gantries ahead of me, but the checkered flag is out as well. There it is, Joshua Bailey. Whether it is counted as a 6-lap race or a 5-lap race, he will be rewarded with the race victory there. A first race victory of the year for Joshua Bailey. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 in second place, Rex Pooley in third, Ronnie Kempson in fourth, fifth for Charlie Gregg, sixth for Mason Hibbert, seventh for Logan Hodgetts, eighth for Mason Munson, ninth for Arlo Atkinson. Good recovery there from Arlo as one of our earlier spinners. 10th place for Harry Chapman, 11th place for Eli Scher, 12th for Louis Williams-Mabs. Good drive there from Louis, gaining a lot of positions across the course of that race. Toby Biggs in 13th place, 14th for Mickey Gonzalez, 15th for Ethan Pearson. And good stuff there from the C50s. We'll see them again on the schedule. I think we've got them out for around 12:45, first race after the lunch break. But we're going to take a short little break here on the commentary and be back very, very soon for our next race, which will be Honda Cadet. So red flag just being held. Let's have a look at the grid then for Honda Cadet Heat 1. We are going to have a short pause just as the medics are out to Ollie West, who's just sat in the cart from the C50 Bambino race. But let's have a look at the grid for the Honda Cadet first heat. We will also have our single mini rock runner in this race as well. So the grid determined by timed qualifying looks like this. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀, who was great yesterday, took the final victory and has taken pole position in the wet conditions here this morning. Tommy Climo joins Max on the front row of the grid. Charlie Quine and Cian Sullivan on row 2. George Climo and Jensen Walker start on the third row of the grid, and our Girl Power Award winner for the strongest performance by a female driver starts on the fourth row of the grid, where we find Isla Parsons there, 7th on the grid. Alexander Adams, our single mini rock runner, there in P8. Right, just whilst we cycle things here at Rowrah, we'll take a short break here on the commentary and return with more action here for SuperOne 2023 after these short messages.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to live coverage of SuperOne 2023, the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you. We've just got a slight pause in proceedings here at Rowrah whilst Ollie West was just given a little bit of help to get out the kart. He got out of the kart of his own power, was on his own 2 feet, looking relatively unharmed. Hopefully we'll see Ollie out again later on today. Has just gone for a little ride in the ambulance back around the circuit. So once the ambulance has left the circuit, which should be in a short few moments' time, we will commence once again with racing here at Rowrah, and it'll be Heat 1 for Honda Cadet, which is out next. Some tricky conditions there for the C50 Bambino drivers. Wet conditions for the drivers. Quite a few spins in that race. And of course, if we hear any further news about Ollie's condition, just to reiterate, did see Ollie with my own eyes on 2 feet standing. Was just carried into the ambulance. Still in a bit of shock. So the incident, if you're just joining us, was a case of a cart spun off just on driver's right through the corner that we're looking at here. Ollie appeared on the scene. Was just not quite able to avoid the stationary cart that was on driver's right there. So, just to go through this grid once again for the next race, which will be the first heat of the day for both Honda Cadet and for Mini ROK. Apologies, I've just got on my screen the qualifying from yesterday, but it's actually quite a similar story to what we had yesterday, and we'll go through our championship scenarios in Honda Cadet as well in a short few moments' time. Max Taddy on pole position by a 1/10.5 ahead of Tommy Climo. Charlie Quine from the Isle of Man, the IAME plate holder, third on the grid. Cian Sullivan P4, George Climo P5, Jensen Walker P6, Isla Parsons P7, and as I say, our single runner in Mini ROK being Alexander Adams. Championship scenario, still very early in the season, of course. This is the second meeting of the year for SuperOne, but after 3 rounds of the championship, Max Taddy leads. 372 points accumulated so far for the driver from Scotland. 12 points is the lead for Max over Jensen Walker there in second place. Cian Sullivan, who was inside the top 3 for all races yesterday. 344 points at the moment for Cian Sullivan. And then our 4 rookies, so these are the drivers who haven't competed in any class of SuperOne prior to this year. Charlie Quine is currently the leader in that pack, 4th place overall. A trio of 4th places yesterday for Charlie. 337 points at the moment for Charlie. 2 points ahead of George Climo, the first of the Climo brothers there. Tommy Climo a further 7 points back, and Isla Parsons 7th and 314. We've also got John Richardson, Connor J. Winfield, and Xavier Fonge, all in that order as well, but they're not running in Honda Cadet here this weekend. Keep comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. I do believe, from what I can at least see out the window here, in the commentary position, we shouldn't be too far away for restarting racing with the second race of the day. First heat for Honda Cadet and for Mini ROK. We appreciate your support. If you're enjoying the stream and you're new round here, why not consider pressing that subscribe button to lend your support to Alpha Live and everything that they do. Very busy weekend for Alpha Live once again, and for commentaries from DDMM. We were down at Clay Pigeon, opposite end of England, on Friday for the finals of BUKC. That you can watch back at your leisure, and you will be able to watch today's racing similarly free of charge. If you need to pop out later and you're not quite able to be with us all day, don't worry, you will be able to watch the stream back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel when the stream finishes, and YouTube does all of its uploading goodness. Weather conditions, it's one of those that when you're inside and it's very fine rain, it's very hard to tell whether it is raining or not. If it's not raining heavier, we can definitely say that. Looking from the camera angle there, I think there's still just a smattering of precipitation falling out the sky. I did a bit of a paddock walk this morning. It was cold. Very nice day yesterday. Mid-teens in terms of air temperatures, but it was quite a chill in the air. So I think even if the rain does fully subside, it's going to take quite a while for the circuit to dry out. I don't think we'll see any dry running before the lunch break at 12 o'clock. You're watching live coverage of SuperOne 2023, the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships, round number 4. If you want to review all the results from yesterday and round number 3, results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne, which will also have all of the results as they come through today, firstly on a provisional level, and then once they get finalised, once any carts that need to go through scrutineering are checked and verified as compliant with the rules and regulations, of course. And if you've got a second device, you may want to follow the live timing as well. That's got the track map, the driver position predictor, messages from race control, info about the current track status, and of course the standings of where everybody is out there on circuits. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. Very valuable resource there from Alpha Timing. Still just waiting at the moment on the start of the next category, or categories I should say, for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. Good news as well on the ROK front. Very happy to announce that later in the year we will have English commentary once again provided by 𝗬𝗏 Motorsport Media at the World Finals, the ROK Cup Super Final in Italy in October. Great event, very much looking forward to that one again. Honda Cadets and Mini ROKs are out on circuit then for their formation lap. Good to see them out there. Go through McRae's hairpin. Right, I think we'll see a lot of action today, particularly on the first laps. It's the first big braking zone from high levels of speed. Oh, bit of a problem there for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀. Goes round, going through 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀's corner. Through the Stewart S's, which goes through the quarry, past the pond there as well, before they head to St John's and Sunnybend. The driver's coming round the final corner. It'll be a standing start as ever for the Honda Cadet drivers. I think we've got our full complement of 7 drivers out there for Honda Cadet. Hopefully we've got our Mini ROK entry out there as well, which tends to start a little bit further off the back of the pack. Didn't run this morning in the qualifying session, should note. So Max Taddy on the left of your screens, karts number 4, having a great weekend so far. Number 85 of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 alongside. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start from P2 on the grid there for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Is going to go around the outside and take the lead here on the early stages of lap number 1. Jensen Walker trying to fight through there from 5th position past the number 26 of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀. A good start for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 into the first of the double hairpins. Looking for the grip, running a bit wide. The iron plated kart of Charlie Quine's in the middle of it all there. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's lost out to Jensen Walker, who spins, and then Sullivan joins in sympathy. Isla Parsons goes as well. They all get back on the power and restart. But moments aplenty there, once again through Ardale's corner. Not a lot of grip down there at all, as our young drivers are finding so far this morning here at Rowrah. It's a good start from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Hasn't had a race win so far this season. Best results of 5th yesterday in both of the heats before finishing 6th in the final. Clearly liking these at least damp in places conditions, but I do think the level of water and spray on the circuit is increasing. A tiny amount at least. Max Taddy has cycled back to the front of the order, I should say. He's got ahead of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Still a good chance for a race victory here though, with conditions the way that they are. Charlie Quine there in the IM plate. So he just turns in a touch early there to try and get underneath 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but right on the racing line. It's one of the slowest corners of the circuit there through Ardale's corner. And you load the kart up in dry conditions. There's a lot of rubber, I can imagine, on the inside near the apex of Ardale's corner, making it very, very slippery in these conditions. Hard to make an overtake through there today. Alexander Adams, meanwhile, is running, I can tell you, our single Mini ROK entry in the number 24. But Max Taddy cycled to the front of the order. Looking in really, really good shape at the moment. 1:06, 1 minute 6.201 for Taddy last time around. 2.1 seconds now the lead over 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 there in the number 85. Charlie Quine not too far behind. And George 𝗦𝗍𝗀 there. Tell the difference between the two 𝗦𝗍𝗍s. You look at their helmets. Tommy has the fluorescent yellow details on his helmet, at least when you look at it from the front angle, and George has the dark red. Long way to go in this race. 4 minutes and then the added lap, so once you take that into consideration, we're probably looking at 5.5 minutes of racing yet to go here. Our Honda Cadet drivers doing a really good job keeping it on the circuit, keeping it pointing in the right direction. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 goes through paddock bend once again. Oh, great lap times there it is. Max Taddy 1 minute 5.717. Keane Sullivan is starting to pick up the pace as well. It's the only other driver into the 1 minute 5s. Keep an eye out for the 26. Just there at the back of shot. Blue and white cart and the black and red helmet. Rapidly catching on this trio. Two 𝗦𝗍𝗍s with Charlie Quine in the middle of it, second, third and fourth. Through the stewardesses, threading the needle through there. You can see the level of rubber pickup. Of course, we've already had a full day's racing in dry conditions. There's a tiny bit of rain at the end of the day, but it wasn't a significant amount of rain to affect the track's surface. You can see just on the outside of the corners how much rubber has been strewn across the course of the weekend so far. Small mistake there from Charlie Quine. It's just opened up the gap to 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 ahead. It means George 𝗦𝗍𝗀 is now really, really close to taking third place. But here comes Keane Sullivan as well. Number 26 there. And down the inside goes George 𝗦𝗍𝗀. Now is there going to be enough traction off the corner? They're going to be side by side as they head towards Ardale's corner. Good stuff there from George 𝗦𝗍𝗀. Keane Sullivan trying to find a way through as well, but surely, yeah, Quine's going to have the greater run off of Ardale's corner in these conditions. Holds on to fourth place. Keane Sullivan looking down the inside as they go into the stewardesses. If he pulls that one off, that is a brilliant move. It is a brilliant move indeed from Keane Sullivan. The confidence down the inside made it look easy. Gains a position up to fourth place. So on the timer, I think we've got 90 seconds to go. First heat of the day for Honda Cadet. Isla Parsons, by the way, is continuing to circulate consistently in the 1 minute 11s. A brief chat interview with Isla yesterday, which we will be able to bring you later on today. I say hopefully, we will. It'll be in the lunch breaks when we show those interviews from yesterday. 60 seconds on the clock. Order stable for the last lap or so of Taddy. Two 𝗦𝗍𝗍s, Keane Sullivan ahead of Charlie Quine. Jenson Walker, oh, it's off, there goes Keane Sullivan. And does well to get that one moving again. I thought he was going to be stuck in the gravel and the dirt there. I think Keane Sullivan just snatched the brakes there. Maybe a loss of concentration perhaps, but went in a bit too deep. And it's so easy to snatch a rear brake here in these conditions. Span round, and unfortunately will have lost at least fifth place there. Well, definitely has lost fourth and may have lost fifth as well, as what I should simply say. Yes, has. So Jenson Walker has got past Keane Sullivan whilst Keane is recovering from the gravel. Max Taddy, though, looking really good here. Another 1 minute 5. Not improving on the lap time. Not a problem, though. 8 seconds is the lead for Taddy. Quine up to 4th place now, behind the two Clymo brothers, who I think, yes, are both on for their best results of the year so far. No, tell a lie, because George has had a 2nd place early in the season. Tommy hasn't, though. We won a piece on that front if the order stays as it is. Last lap board about to be shown by the marshals to Max Taddy, who crosses the start-finish line now, I can tell you. There's another 1 minute 5.4, 2 in a row now for Taddy on that front. Tom Clymo has got 2nd place in a good, strong position, and is 1.4 seconds ahead of George Clymo and Charlie Quine. Jensen Walker not too far behind there as well. Jensen Walker had a spin in the early stages of this race. He's built up the confidence. It's the low 106s now in terms of lap time. See, just on the front end of the carts, they're struggling to turn in. There is not a lot of grip at all on the inside of Iredale's corner. The trouble is, if you run the wider line, the more conventional wet line, you could, in theory, open yourself up to an overtake down the inside. Final lap, though, Max Taddy approaching paddock bend now. Very routine victory this for Max Taddy, who continues his great improvements and strides in this competition, takes the first heat of the day, and is going to win by at least 9 seconds ahead of Tommy Clymo. George Clymo is going to hold on for 3rd place here. Good results there for both of the Clymos. Best results of the year so far for Tommy. George, 2nd time in the top 3 in any race so far this year. 4th place for Charlie Quine, continues the run of 4th places from yesterday. 5th for Jensen Walker. We'll have another opportunity to gain strong points later on today before the final. 6th place for 𝗬𝗏𝗀, who fortunately had that little spin, but did show good pace. Was the 2nd fastest driver on lap time out there. Isla Parsons is going to come over the line with number 50 in 7th place, just coming round the final corner now. And Alexander Adams as well in the Mini ROK number 24. Will finish in 8th place overall. There's Isla Parsons over the line, the 7th. And Alexander Adams over the line there for 8th place in the Mini ROK. For Max Taddy, that's now 4 out of 4 this weekend in Honda Cadet for the Scottish driver. Very good stuff indeed. 10.5 seconds, the winning margin over Tommy Clymo in 2nd place. George Clymo in 3rd, Charlie Quine in 4th, 5th for Jensen Walker, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 and Isla Parsons completing the Honda Cadet ranks. Alexander Adams in 8th place there. We'll see the Honda Cadets out again later on in the afternoon for their 2nd heat. Meanwhile, we're going to get ready for our next category out on circuit, the first appearance of the day for the IAME Bambino class. Let's have a look at the grid then for the IAME Bambinos. James Roots has pole position from timed qualifying in the wet earlier on this morning. Chester Fawkes stepping up to this category in 2023, continues his great start this season. Will start on the front row. Oscar Kenny, big improvements this weekend for Oscar Kenny. He's on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Chloe McGill. Darren Dimitrov and Charlie Page on row number 3. William Crombie and Harris Barber start on the 4th row of the grid. Albert Farrow and Freddie Baker complete the top 10. Max Joy and Ollie Liddell start on the 6th row of the grid. And then it's Sidney Nell and Theo Jepson going from row 7. Leo Harang, first appearance this year for Leo, starts on row 8 alongside Sophia Page. And Eli 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒄𝒃 and Hugo Williams start on row number 9. 18 karts in the field. Championship situation as of right now. Chester Fawkes took the lead of the championship yesterday with a clean sweep of 2 heats victories and the final. 9 points is the lead for Fawkes over Charlie Page at this moment. James Roots was also in the top 3 in all races yesterday. He's 3rd in points. 23 points behind Fawkes. 377, 368, 354. Oscar Kenny, as you say, took a first top 3 of the year in one of the heats yesterday. He's fourth in the championship at the moment on 340 points. 𝗦𝗲𝗀 fifth on 334. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 as well, another one of our drivers who's moved up from C50 Bambinos over the winter. He's currently sixth in points here in IAME Bambino on 333. 7 minutes plus 1 lap here for the IAME Bambinos, their first heat of the day. Grid being cleared ahead of this one. Number 5 of James Roots on the left-hand side of your screen. Chester Forks in the 38. Away they go. And it's a decent start for both of our front row drivers. Forks looking around the outside and takes the lead before the chicane. Really brave driving there once again from Chester Forks. Heading towards the first hairpin then. Going through McRae's. Not seeing any spinners so far. Good stuff there from the IAME Bambinos. We've seen a number of spins there so far today, especially on the first lap through Ardale's corner. This is where we've been talking about the lower mountain grip. This is good once again from the IAME Bambinos. Oh, just one spinner towards the back there. I think it might be 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀. Yes, it is, the number 24. As off there, James Roots has gone off the number 5 and has been joined by the number 14 into the gravel there. That was 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. Oh, so just as we were saying that initially the IAME Bambinos had got through the 2 hot spots of activity for spins, we have a couple down at the entry to the Stuart Essendon, a big one as well in James Roots. Started this race from pole position, of course, so Chester Forks leads the end of lap 1, 2.9 seconds. Clear of Oscar Kenny, Charlie Page in 3rd, 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 4th, Harris Barber 5th, 3 spinners on that first lap. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 has come over the line in 15th place, James Roots and 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 the other 2. Oh, as I think it was a spin towards the back there, it might have been, judging from the helmet colours, I think it might have been Darren Dimitrov. We'll try and check through in a moment. Yes, it was Darren Dimitrov. Darren has now come through sector number 1. Lost about 5 or 6 seconds, unfortunately, there. As, skirting there with the gravel. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, I think it was. Dipped into the gravel there, did very, very well to not spin round. There's Oscar Kenny, the number 48, ahead of Charlie Page. .4 seconds the lead now for Chester Forks at the end of lap number 2. I think unfortunately there was a spin out there for 𝗦𝗐𝗍𝗀 on that last lap also as Page looking down the inside of Kenny now for second place through McRae's. Good positioning there from Charlie Page. Made sure that there wasn't going to be a run with some good traction on the outside for Kenny to find back there. Solidifies second place with that move. 4 minutes on the clock. Hello to Nicky, who's cheering on 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀 in this race. And Martin as well, look from Grandad and Nanny. Sitting back on circuit, as we mentioned, has just set a personal best through sector number 1. Trying to close down on Darren Dimitrov for 12th place. Meanwhile, back with this fight for second place. And Oscar Kenny hasn't given this one up. This is a good drive from Oscar Kenny. Had a tricky weekend at times a few weeks ago in Wales when we started the season at glan-y-gors. Good to see yesterday. 3 races. 4th, 3rd and 4th for Oscar Kenny. Move up to 4th place in points in the early stages of this season. Pace across the front runners. Forks 1 minute 10.2 last time around there on lap number 3. 1 minute 10.4 for Charlie Page. 1 minute 10.8 for Oscar Kenny. And to be fair, Harris Barber and 𝗬𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 are both in the 1 minute 10s as well. So it's fairly even. across the top 5, but the key thing is it's that fast start for 𝗏𝗏𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 to give himself this gap. Our clean sweep driver from yesterday leading the championship now from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 position just to report for you. James Roots has got past Sophia Page for 15th place. You'll remember that Roots was off in the early stages of this race. As down the inside looks Oscar Kenny, but just chooses to tuck back into position there, the slipstream behind Charlie Page. This was a wise decision there. Would have been a risky move into the chicane. New fastest lap of the race from Chester Forks, 1:10.0. Around the outside to Ardell's corner. Here's his fight for 4th place. Harris Barber and William Crombie. There's been improvements on the last lap for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀. Has gained 2 positions past Freddie Baker and Max Joy. So that's Chloe up to 8th place now. But our IAME Bambino drivers, from the ages of mostly 6 to 8 years, although drivers can race before their 6th birthday if they're in the year of their 6th birthday. Is there an opportunity now for Oscar Kenny alongside, far more alongside Charlie Page than 1 lap ago, and this time, yes, Oscar Kenny gets back through into 2nd place. Learnt from 1 lap ago, kept it tight on the inside, found some grip, propelled the number 48 kart forward and into that position, but there wasn't really much that Charlie Page could do on the outside. Good driving from both of the youngsters there. Good opportunities for William Crombie now. The green helmet, the green bodywork on the kart as well, number 15. New personal best last time around for William, 1:10.468. Good pace there for William. 5.6 seconds now the lead for Chester Forks. Just needs to keep circulating. And I think we'll be shown the last lap board this time around. Yes, will be, because time just runs out there. There it is, last lap on the gantry for Chester Forks. As Chester completes lap number 6, 5.4 seconds the lead over Oscar Kenny, who is the top rookie in this category. Oh dear, as Sydney Neal has unfortunately had a spin there. Sydney back on circuit, comes through the stewardesses. Is running in 13th place. Final lap then for heat number 1. The Bambino IAME class. Chester Forks looking comfortable at the front of it, but the big question, is Oscar Kenny going to convert this opportunity into a 2nd place finish? And, what would be a superb result, a best result of the year so far for Oscar Kenny. As I mentioned earlier, took a 3rd in one of the heats yesterday. Hasn't been as high up as this so far in 2023. Meanwhile, Chester Forks, round winner yesterday, is going to be the next driver to make it 4 wins from 4 so far this weekend in their respective class. Another win for Chester Forks. Across the line in 2nd place, best result of the year so far for Oscar Kenny. 3rd for Charlie Page. More good points for Charlie there. William Crombie, impressive in 4th. Harris Barber in the number 12 runs home in 5th place. That is a best result of the year so far as well. So well done to Harris in that race. 6th for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀, 7th for Albert Farrow, 8th Ollie Little. Darren Dimitrov recovers to 9th after an early spin. 10th for Freddie Baker. 11th the recovery there for James Roots after that spin on lap 1 down at the stewardesses. 12th for Max Joy, 13th for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗍, 14th for Leo Harang in Leo's first race into the Alpha Live cameras this year. 15th for Theo Jepson, 16th for Sophia Page, 17th for Sydney Neal. There's your provisional results. we'll wait in due course for that to be confirmed. All the results available once they are declared on results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. And the IAME class for the Bambinos. Second race due around 1:10 so the third race after the lunch break. We'll see them later on this afternoon. Next up, though, out on circuit, it's the first appearance of the day of Micromax. Let's take a look at the grid then for Micromax and their first heat of the day. 𝗬𝗲𝗄, great qualifying from 𝗬𝗲𝗄, pole position. Leo Livings joins Harper on the front row of the grid. Alfie Mayer and Jack Baker on row 2, Maximilian Aberhart and Arthur Farrow on row number 3. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 for Ambition Motorsport makes it an all-Ambition Motorsport row 4 with Sebastian Clark there as well. Elliot Travis for Boxo Cosmic Jr. starts on row 5 alongside Jensen Walker, Jensen Sale and Jack Cordingley on row 6. Sebastian Behrman and Achille Giannone start on at row 7. Logan Rolfe, yesterday's winner, starts on the back row of the grid with 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻𝗀 Matsioukas for Cutting Edge Racing 16 karts in the field. Championship scenario at the moment, as we mentioned, won the round yesterday and currently leads the championship. Number 32, Logan Rolfe. 11 points is the advantage over his Gear Up Racing teammate Leo Livings. Arthur Farrow, rather, apologies, is in third place on 3:38, 8 points clear of Maximilian Aberhart in fourth. He had a really good response yesterday after a disappointing first heat. Came back to take second in the second heat and then second in the final. Jensen Sale completing the top 5 in Micromax at this stage of the season. Still a relatively new class at this level of competition. This could be an interesting day. How are the drivers going to get along with wet running? There is 𝗬𝗲𝗄 at the front. What an opportunity this is for the privateer in the number 95. Rolling start, 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go. Leo Livings looking around the outside to take the lead of the race, and does so in the 77. The number 50 of Sebastian Clark is having a moment in the middle there, but what a brave run that was from Leo Livings round the outside of 𝗬𝗲𝗄 into the first couple of corners. The number 15 of Alfie Mayer is getting involved, looking for second place. Into Ardell's hairpin, the number 17 of Jack Baker looking to the inside. Makes it work. Good driving there from Jack Baker to manage the understeer on the front axle down into the Stuart Esses. This is where we saw a few thrills and spills in the IAME Bambinos some 10 minutes or so ago, but it's good stuff from the Micromax drivers through those first big braking zones on the first lap with nobody facing the wrong way. Leo Livings, number 77, down the inside, looks Maximilian Aberhart on 𝗬𝗲𝗄. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 looking for a bit of rhythm. Difficult when you've lost a couple of positions on the first lap. And lead, you just sometimes be a bit disheartened, but you've just got to get your head in the game, be consistent, don't panic. It's a good opportunity for points. This for 𝗬𝗲𝗄. Down the inside goes Alfie Mayer. Arthur Farrow in the number 24, green helmet, is also now looking down the inside, gets it under control. Thought there was going to be contact there between the two of them, but Arthur Farrow judged that one perfectly just to get it stopped on the inside as, oh no, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 spins and into the gravel and the grass. Is joined by another driver there. It might have been Elliot Travis or Jack Cordingley, and oh, now 𝗬𝗲𝗄 is stuck. Is stuck there on the berm at the Stuart Esses. Lost traction. Bottom of the chassis beached on the curb, and that is a real shame for 𝗬𝗲𝗄. We'll have another opportunity to go from pole position later on this afternoon, but it's not going to be the results that Harper was looking for here in heat number 1. Jack Cordingley, who also had a trip through the gravel there. Was able to keep the kart travelling, didn't spin. A little bit of a bumpy ride. And was able to carry on. It's Jensen Walker. Canadian flag on the back of his helmet in the number 22. Of course, experienced these conditions in one of the earlier races. May be to his advantage. There's 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀, number 37, winner from round number 1. Inside the top 10. Good opportunity this for Elliott to gain positions. Jack Baker in the number 17 running in second place. Good to see a real improvement so far this season for Jack Baker. Been very impressed with how the privateer driver on the Sony chassis has been getting on there. Having a bit of training from reigning Rotax 177 champion Chris Thomas, who we spoke to yesterday. More on that later. Somehow it's been really pleasing to see Jack stepping up, getting faster, getting some competitive results in. He's passed Jensen Walker there. That's the number 15 Sebastian Clark. But fighting back does Walker. Very nice move through Iredales. Now you just saw the example of it. The faster line on a flying lap probably is the wider line through Iredale's corner to get the punch off the corner, but you leave yourself open to attack for drivers going down the inside, and Jensen Walker judged that one very nicely indeed. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏, I think, has gained at least one position here. So we go at 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀's spot in the order. 2.5 minutes on the clock then. Leo Livings in charge of it. New fastest lap from the race leader. 1 minute 5.132. 2.6 seconds now the lead over Jack Baker. Maximilian Eberhardt running in third. Alfie Mayer up in fourth. This would be a great result for Alfie Mayer as well. Hasn't had a top 5 in a heat or final so far this season. Is looking to take the opportunity here in the mixed conditions. So 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 now ahead of Sebastian Clark for 8th position. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 just behind them, number 37. Well, it's Gareth who's cheering on the Passion Karting crew. Saw a few of their drivers in the previous race. Let's see Keely Parsons as well, cheering on Oscar Kenny from the IAME Bambinos. And yes, it was indeed great driving from Oscar Kenny. Keep your messages of support coming in. Driving standards warning flag, you can see, has gone out to the number 40. That's Jensen Sale. Yeah, I wonder if something's occurred between the number 40 and the 37, because 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏 has fallen down the order, unfortunately. Here's your race leader, Leo Livings. See him working hard at the wheel there, turning in through Stuart Esses, generating that grip for the treaded wet tyres that everybody's running, of course, at the moment, as the rain continues to just be very persistent at the moment. It's not heavy rain. Very fine. You can see spray being kicked up by our Micro Max runners. And I think we'll have 2 more laps here. The leader will come round to start a new lap with some time remaining on the clock, indeed. Jensen Walker is having a good fight here with 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗀, Sebastian Clark. Sebastian Behrman not too far up the road in 6th place, so they're trying to chase down at this minute. Through Iredales. Sebastian Clark running strongly once again. And a 2nd place yesterday in the first heat. best results of the year so far for Sebastian. Race has got into a rhythm, no position changes the last lap or two. There's Jack Baker, also trying to work the kart hard there. So trying to shift as much of his body weight out onto the outside corner of the kart. That's to attempts to help the kart to pivot round in these tough conditions. Just know there may be a front fairing down on Arthur Farrow's number 24 kart there, which would be unfortunate. There's a couple of front fairings in this field looking out of position, so don't be surprised if there's some changes of the classification order after this one. It's all start out the time on code /SuperOne, not 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Leo Livings is onto his final lap, by the way. As we're looking at the fight between 𝗦𝗫𝗃𝗃 in the 12, 𝗦𝗫𝗃𝗃 in the 28, and Elliot Travis. Who's that? Whoa, big spin there, and contact between 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 and Travis. Elliot Travis not really with much he could have done there, but across the line goes Leo Livings to take the race victory. Jack Baker in second place, third for Maximilian Abrahart, fourth for Alfie Mayer, fifth for Arthur Farrow, sixth for Sebastian Behrman ahead of Jensen Walker, 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗃 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Sebastian Clark and Jack Cordingley. Logan Roll from the back of the grid finishes in 11th place. Jensen Sale 12th, 13th for Benediktas 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗃, and Elliot Travis at 14th. So there was not much he could have done there with the spinning number 28 of Achille Nane 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 in front of him. Fortunate contact there between the two of them after the spin. Harper Das across the line, classified in 15th place, sorry, 16th place. Did manage to get going again after the trip to the gravel. There's your provisional result then on screen. Good stuff from Leo Livings. Good response after a tough day yesterday. 4th, 4th and 6th in round 3. Starts off round 4 with a race victory. Very good to see. We'll see the Micro Max drivers out again on the schedule around 20 past 1 this afternoon local time. So what's that in about 2 hours time for those drivers. We're going to get ready though for the next one out on circuit. First appearance of Intermax very, very soon. All set to go then for Intermax, the next of our Rotax categories. Here is the grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Miles Burton makes it a pole position and a whole front row lockout for Ambition Motorsport, because Adam Tursek joins Miles there first and second on the grid. Charlie Benson back in form this weekend for HTR Racing, row number 2 for Charlie alongside Rook Thompson for Momentum Motorsport. Lucy Lovell, good qualifying as well for TWM on the third row of the grid alongside Cooper Snedden. Teddy Cooper, winner yesterday, clean sweep yesterday for Teddy. Starts round 4 from the 4th row of the grid alongside JJ Plowman. Josh Parker and John Richardson start on row 5 ahead of Logan Lauder and Benjamin Lawn. And that is your grid, 12 karts on it here in Intermax. A bit of a mixed up order based on the results that we've had so far in 2023. It should serve up for an exciting, entertaining first heat of the day for Intermax. Number 43 of Miles Burton. Best results so far this season. Best round was round number 1, 5th, 4th and 3rd for Miles on that day. This is a great opportunity to improve on that. Ready to go then, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away they do go. Adam Tursek gets a very good start around the outside and takes the lead of the race. They go through the chicane, and that's going to be a false start. I suspect that was for the field not quite having the right formation for that race start. I didn't note the number 22. Not deliberately. It was a good way ahead of the pole sitter. So the drivers will go round again, reform the grid. And to be start attempt number 2. To David Hamilton, who's cheering on Eli's shirt in the C50s. The family at home cheering Eli on. He's one of our trophy recipients yesterday for rookies in that competition. Racing very well indeed. Meanwhile though, Intermax, here we go then for the second attempt at their race start. Let's see there. The light blue details. Miles Burton from pole position, looking a lot better this time for a race start. Side by side between Burton and 𝗬𝗍 as they go into turn 1. Still side by side as they exit turn 1 and go through the latter part of the chicane. Good start for Charlie Benson. Holds in first place there in the HDR racing machine. Cooper Snedden looks to be already up to 4th place, looking around the outside now of the number 79 of Teddy Cooper. So Cooper has also jumped a couple of positions in the early stages of this one. All kinds of switchbacks going on as they run out of Ardale. Side by side still between Burton and 𝗬𝗍. Down into the stewardesses. Charlie Benson looking to pick up some positions here. Cooper Snedden goes around the outside. There's contact towards the back of the field. The number 16 of Lucy Lovell was involved with at least one other kart. And still side by side between Burton and 𝗬𝗍. What a first lap here. But through comes Charlie Benson. I said he was looking for the opportunity. He's got one, got up to 2nd place, to the outside now, switchback, blocked on the inside by the number 43 of Miles Burton. What an entertaining first lap here in Intermax. And it emerges with Adam 𝗬𝗍 out front. Miles Burton in 2nd, side by side between Benson and Snedden for 3rd. Snedden looking down the inside, as is 𝗬𝗍. Burton switches back. Great awareness from all our young drivers here in Intermax as round goes 𝗬𝗍. Makes contact with Burton. There was another kart off. Here's Cooper Snedden. Cooper Snedden into the gravel. He's going to lose a lot of positions. Charlie Benson picked his way through down the inside, but now he's in the gravel, skirting with danger. And through, cycles back to the lead, the number 43 of Miles Burton. What a remarkable couple of corners as Teddy Cooper's now involved. The winner from yesterday. Didn't have the strongest of qualifyings, but has kept his head, and Teddy Cooper at the end of lap number 2 will lead. The number 63 is coming in, that's Josh Parker. My goodness me. What drama in the first 2 laps here in Intermax. The number 11 of ROK Thompson is now getting involved. There's a warning flag for Logan Lauder. Miles Burton looking down the inside of Teddy Cooper once again for the lead of the race. Charlie Benson, who nearly joined the list of drivers to get beached in the gravel through the stewardesses, is looking around the outside of Miles Burton now. Beautifully done by Charlie Benson, last year's Mini ROK champion. He's moved across to the Rotax categories, squirming under braking, blocks off an attempt for Miles Burton to go back down the inside for 2nd place. If you're not entertained by this, you're watching the wrong sport, ladies and gentlemen. This is fantastic so far from the Intermax group. Teddy Cooper still leads. Charlie Benson, who, as we say, is very much back on form, was out of sorts at 𝗬𝗍 a few weeks ago. But was in the mix yesterday, a trio of 2nd places across the 2 heats and the final. Fastest lap of the race so far, Cooper Snedden. Had that short trip through the gravel to take care of avoiding action of a spinning Adam 𝗬𝗍, who's unfortunately now down in 10th place. Snedden, fastest of anyone at the moment, trying to find a way past Benjamin Lawn. Side by side between the number 43 and 63. That's Josh Parker, who's being shown the grass there. There's a bit of rubbing with Miles Burton, teammates here for Ambition Motorsports. But down the inside, brave driving from Josh Parker. That's Parker up to third place. Brooke Thompson hoping for an opportunity. He's currently in 5th on the road. John Richardson's kept himself quiet at the moment and is running well in 6th, just behind. Teddy Cooper and Charlie Benson starting to stretch themselves now. 4 laps completed. Top 2 covered by 0.2 of a second, but then it's a further 1.2 seconds back to find Josh Parker. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 starting to get a bit of confidence going though. For that spin early on, now the fastest driver on circuit. Through there, that was Benjamin Lawn fighting with Logan Lauder. Which would suggest that Cooper Sneddon has improved. Yes, Cooper Sneddon has got up to 7th spot. Response coming in here from Josh Parker. I said how there was a bit of a gap back to Josh Parker there in 3rd place, but a big first sector, 5/10 quicker than Charlie Benson through the first sector. Has continued that good pace. It's now right on the rear bumper of the number 25. 1:03.098 for Parker, 8/10 quicker than Benson ahead. It's closing back up at the front. This is already shaping up to be a contender for race of the day. How far they're having to brake into Ardale's corner. Still not a lot of grip through there. Teddy Cooper continuing to control things. Working the front axle, looking for that grip through the stewardesses. Josh Parker's flying along here. He's got to keep the composure. The pace is definitely there for the number 63 cars, but Thompson runs a touch wide. And John Richardson and Cooper Sneddon are going at it over 6th place. Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗃 continuing to improve. It's back up to 8th place now. Still fastest driver, in fact I think it's the only driver to break into the 1:2s so far in this race. 2 laps to go. Teddy Cooper looking calm, as I think that's been a change of position for Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗃 now ahead of Cooper Sneddon. Yes, it is. I like this response from Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗃. Will surely have been disappointed to have a spin in the earlier laps, having been on the front row of the grid. But as he drops his head, he's got back on the pace. That's a good sign for later in the day. Lots of racing still to go here at Rowrah. Round 4 of SuperOne 2023, sponsored by Purgo. Timer has expired, so the last lap board will be shown for the leaders, but which one of them will it be? Because side by side are Teddy Cooper and Charlie Benson. Benson finishing the race strong. Switchback, we've seen him make this one work earlier in the race. He'll have the inside line, but Cooper has the speed round the outside to hold on to the lead of the race. This is the final lap of heat number 1. Josh Parker still there in 3rd place. So just weighing up the opportunities perhaps to come through and take what would be a first victory in any race in SuperOne 2023. Charlie Benson hasn't had a win so far this season, and say it was off the pace by his standards at GYG, 2nd throughout all of yesterday. Love to break that duck, take the first win since Shennington in Mini Rock last year. He wrapped up that championship campaign. Really get his 2023 efforts going here. Teddy Cooper continues to hold on. He's going to be holding down the inside. Is there going to be a switchback for Benson? Is maybe going to be a run around the outside? It's going to be very close side by side on the line. Cooper gets it by 0.02 of a second. What a win, what a race for Teddy Cooper, a 4th win of the weekend. Charlie Benson threw everything at that, was 2 thousandths of a second away from breaking his duck without a win so far this year, but that'll continue to at least race number 2. And Josh Parker had the best seed in the house for that one, was only 2 tenths further back there in 3rd. Rook Thompson, great run there for Rook Thompson, and one of the strongest results since round 1 for Rook there in 4th place. Adam Turasek maybe a little bit disappointed with the spin, but so there's some good pace there for Adam this weekend in these conditions. 5th place for the number 22, Cooper Snedden 6th, Miles Burton in 7th, Logan Lauder 8th, John Richardson 9th, ahead of Lucy Lovell, JJ Plowman and Benjamin Lord. What a really, really good race there for the Intermax drivers. We'll see them again later on this afternoon for their second heat at around 1:30. Next up, though, out on circuit is the first appearance of the day of Senior Max. Time to move into Senior Max then, one of our most experienced categories here this weekend. Here's their grid. Shane Collinson has pole position for heat number 1. Alongside him on the front row, yesterday's winner in round number 3, Finley Watson. Joe Weaver looking to get points on the board, hasn't had the perfect start to his season. The reigning champion starts on row 2 alongside Shane Collins. Fiddley Whiting and Cruz Speakman starts on the 3rd row of the grid. And then it's Cameron Crockett and Jake Richards on row 4. Tom Patterson and Joseph McVeigh inside the top 10 on there on row 5. Harry Pullen, current championship leader, starts from the back of the grid on row 6 alongside Tom Taylor, Elliot Thomas and Kieran Pepper on row 7, making his 14-cart field. Good to have Kieran Pepper back. First appearance for Kieran in 2023. It looks to me, from at least that camera angle, that a bit of weather has come in the far end of the circuit. A bit more fog, visibility still okay, not as clear as it was 10-15 minutes ago. Hello to Dan Grocott cheering on Jay Leverton, who we'll see quite soon. Another one of the categories, as the grid just forming up for first heat of the day for Senior Rotax. Shane Collison there in the number 66 will appear on the left hand side of your screen as they go over start finish, and there we go. Finley Watson trying to go around the outside. It's false start. They'll go again for that one. That one will be reformed. False start call straight away. Let's go through our championship standings after 3 rounds of the season. 12-round competition. Harry Pullen, as mentioned, is your championship leader. Quite a useful lead at the moment. 19 points ahead of Finley Watson. Cruz Speakman in 3rd place, 3:31. Shane Collinson 4th, and Shane Collins inside the top 5. I should note, Joe Weaver has had all but 2 races outside the top 3 so far, but one of them was an exclusion from the final due to being underweight in the round 1 final. So he's a little bit out of position at the moment in terms of true reflection of performance. I spoke to him yesterday. Looking to just get more points on the board this weekend. Take the opportunities when he can. The reigning champion. Here we go then for attempt number 2. Much better this time. That'll be called good. Shane Collinson will lead into the first couple of corners. Ahead of Finley Watson. Joe Weaver holds on to 3rd place. We're all scrabbling in the midfield there as they go towards McRae's for the first time. The number 88 of Cameron Crockett down the inside there. Oh, but no, Crockett spins and will fall to the bottom of the order. To Ardales, number 92 of Tom Patterson on the inside. First appearance of the season for Tom Patterson, looking to improve from yesterday's results. Down the inside there goes the number 74 of Joseph 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Good move. Gains Joseph 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 a position there. Solid start for our pole sitter. Just the single top 3 so far in any race so far in 2023. That was the first of the 2 finals at glan-y-gors, first meeting of the year. But it's Collinson from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Watson in 3rd, Whiting 4th, Shane Collinson in 5th, side by side there between the 72 of Harry Pullen and the 37 of Elliot Thomas. That'll be Pullen, championship leader, up to 7th spot. This is another 74 of Joseph 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 having another go, looking racy at the moment. There's a bit of a problem there for Cruz Speakman. I think a few drivers come through. Whether that was just him being aware, no, I think he's got a problem. He's not got full power, has Cruz Speakman. There's your race leader, Shane Collinson. Results yesterday for Shane. A couple of top 6s in the heats. Went backwards in the final, unfortunately. Ended up classified in 9th place. Sometimes these conditions can be a bit of an even playing field in terms of machinery playing into the results less and more down to driver skill. Shane Collinson wanted to show that right now. Here's a good scrap. That's the number 92 of Tom Patterson on the LN kart. Or Tom Taylor in the brightly coloured number 77. See that one even on a day like this in the gloom in the Lake District. Good scrap. Oh, Taylor runs wide, gets a snap of oversteer. Going to be re-overtaken by Patterson and the number 74 of Joseph 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. So we said that Joseph 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was looking racy. It's cut touch there, and off goes Tom Taylor into the gravel. He won't get out of that one. The lightest of touches with Tom Patterson, wasn't deliberate. Unfortunately for Tom Taylor, will lose all the positions now as he went in nose first, wasn't able to keep going. Probably got a face full, a helmet full of bark, and a barrier 2 inches from his nose for good measure. That's what could happen in these conditions. Fastest lap of the race so far for Shane Collinson. He is running this nicely, 1.2 seconds in the lead of the race ahead of Joe Weaver. Here's Elliot Thomas at number 37. Light blue and pink machines. Off into the gravel goes the number 88 of Cameron Crockett. I think he just had a bit too much speed into Iredales there, understeered, ran out of road. As half spin there for the number 74 of Joseph 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who got damage to the left-hand side of his kart. The side pod deranged at quite a strange angle. Three laps to go, as there is Tom Taylor. Good to see that he's perfectly okay. Yeah, out of this race. That incident down at Stewardesses. Joe Weaver starting to turn it up now. 0.9 of a second behind Shane Collinson. That's the damage to Tom Taylor's number 77. That'll be a busy lunch break to get that fixed and ready for heat number 2. Shane Collinson is going to come under pressure now from the reigning champion. 2.25 minutes still remaining on the clock, and Finley Watson travelling along quite nicely at the moment. It's got good pace, 58.3, 58 followed up by 58.4. But it's Weaver now, 58.0. Pulled half a second on Shane Collinson on that last tour of the circuit. Cameron Crockett, what I think is now a retirement from this race, has not come round again to complete another lap. The trick for Weaver now, the rooster tails of spray bigger and bigger. That's a factor between the rain getting heavier, but also the amount of energy in these karts displacing that water, of course, being higher, with this being the fastest class that we have here today. Over the line to start a new lap. Shane Collinson soaking up the pressure at the moment, no pun intended, of course. 57.755 for Joe Weaver, but that was a personal best for Collinson as well on that lap, 57.8. Oh, he runs a touch wide there though, out of McRae's to 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗋𝗀, skirting around the outside. Joe Weaver though, I think, whilst it's still early in the season, the grip on the inside, we'll have championship on the brain to an extent here. This is a useful result for him at the moment, because he's ahead of yesterday's winner, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀, who's currently second in the points. And Harry Pullen, his JWR teammate, is down in 6th place right now. It'll be a good return, a good swing of points for Joe Weaver. That's out the race there, goes Tom Patterson. He's having a good run, was up in 9th place. Has had some form of mechanical, I'd imagine. Just meant to get a parking just before they get to 𝗦𝗍𝗋𝗋's. Collinson still leading then. Hasn't had a race win in the senior class this year, although I've just spotted, is that a front bumper? Now, of course, no regular viewers of this level of karting, but it's all to do with whether the clip that sits behind the front fairing is dislodged, but at least from that angle, that looks like it's not quite rigidly attached, so at least on the road, Shane Collinson still leads, but whether he'll be allowed to keep that win per the sporting and technical regulations remains to be seen. Joe Weaver pressing on though. Maybe you can see that with a front bumper. Maybe that'll just hold him back a bit, knowing he doesn't necessarily need to go for the win on the road here. It may come to him virtue of post-race scrutineering. Into the Stewart's S's for the first time. Joe Weaver's got a line down the inside. How has he found the grip there? Got it stopped. Used the shorter line through the stewardesses to take the lead of the race. Shane Collinson now squirming for grip, trying to fight back, but Joe Weaver looking in supreme control in these tricky conditions. Round Paddock Bend for the final time, is going to take the first heat of the day. A very good run there for Joe Weaver. Shane Collinson, great pace from Shane there, the number 66 takes second. Third for 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀, continuing his strong form this weekend, ahead of Shane Collins, who's had a real up and down weekend so far across the classes, but that's definitely an up. 4th place for the number 52, Harry Pullen, leads the top 5. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 improves up to 6th place across the course of those 9 laps, ahead of Jake Richards, Elliot Thomas, Joseph McVeigh, Kieran Pepper complete the top 10. Cruz Speakman, who I think did have some technical issues there because his pace just completely dropped away in the middle phase of that race, finishes in 11th place. 3 retirements from that first heat in senior Rotax. Tom Patterson, Cameron Crockett and Tom Taylor. Well, there we go. Very good race there for Joe Weaver. We'll be very pleased with that one, and we'll see the senior Rotax drivers out again later on in the afternoon for their second heat. Next up, though, out on circuit, it's our biggest field of the day. First appearance of Junior Rotax. That's out next. As we say, we've got our biggest field of the day about to head out on circuit. Let's have a look at how they will line up for heat number 1. Aidan Hassan has been in truly dominant form so far this season in Junior Rotax and starts this race for Mark Baines Motorsport On pole position, JWR's Jake Howarth alongside on the front row. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 and Daniel Whitfield starts on row number 2. And then 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝒃 second in points at the moment alongside Harry Holland on row number 3. Oliver Brett Smith and Lincoln Bevan form up for the 4th row of the grid. Logan Cowling and Jake Flewitt start inside the top 10 there on row 5. Eric Smith and Harrison Morrow start on the 6th row of the grid. Jasmine Taylor and Charlie Cox start on row 7. Ollie Naylor and Jake Wood start on row number 8. Toby Bedford and Emily Cotty start on row 9. Joseph Murphy and Milo Manderson have work to do there from row number 10. Both would expect to be higher up, but had tough qualifyings. Ben Horner and Jaden Hewitt start on row 11. Albert Wilson and Jensen Powers start on the 12th row of the grid. 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀 had a difficult qualifying as well. Starts on row 13 alongside Jack Briscoe. Kieran Denyer and Joshua Bagembi, the reigning Minimax champion, start on row 14. First appearance of the year for Joshua in SuperOne. Finley Patterson and Dejean Bennett start on row 15. And then it's Caden Welsh and Jay Leverton starting on the 16th row of the grid. Max Rowley and Miles Roby start on row 17. 34 karts in the field. Hello to Victoria, who's cheering on Lincoln Bevan in this race. Good qualifying from Lincoln, sitting on the 4th row of the grid. And yeah, thank you for getting in touch there, Victoria. Best of luck to Lincoln and all the drivers out there in this category. Short pause just for karts that are being recovered, because as I say, we had 3 retirements in the senior ROK category that are being recovered. So whilst that's going on, we'll take a very, very short break here on the commentary and have a quick word from some of our messages before we commence heat number 1 here in Junior Max.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Rather for Double Dash Motorsport Media on the commentary duties this morning. Getting ready for Junior Rotax, Junior Max first heat. Championship scenario, just to quickly run down top 5 or 6 positions on that before we get this race on the way. Aiden Hassan, perfect run so far, 384 points. Which is the maximum score you can have at this stage of the season. Leads from Ethan Hay on 348, 1 point ahead of Jake Howard on 347. 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 has got hold of 4th place at the moment on 318 points. 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 5th on 297 ahead of Daniel Whitfield on 290. But this is exactly the kind of day where we could see, with such a big field, such mixed conditions, some big, big changes in the championship. Lots to gain, but also lots to lose. Aiden Hassan, he likes these starts, these slow formation laps, where he wants to get the jump on the rest of the field. Racing for Mark Baines Motorsports once again this year. We are ready to go then for the first heat. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away goes Hassan. Jake Howard immediately trying to get across into P2, but 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 has got up the inside there and taking that position from 3rd place on the grid. Flowing through the chicane, all karts still running into the first heavy braking zone of McRae's. A lot of experience from the cadet categories in this field. A lot of drivers who've stepped up to juniors. Oh, there's a spin there for Logan Cowling, the number 32. That's a shame. And look how many positions. This is what we're talking about. The mixed conditions, lots to gain, lots to lose. If you're at the front and you have a spin, it's not like some other categories where you're only losing a couple of positions. You're losing 10, 20, maybe even 30 positions if that happens in the early stages of one of these races. Coming round to complete lap number 1 then. Hayden Hassan has control of this race, as he has done for all of the races in this category so far. So you asked him yesterday what he thinks is giving him the edge at the moment and what lies behind the dominance, and he said experience. He feels he's got that knowledge from racing in this category for a few years now. So, as I say, a lot of drivers who've stepped up from perhaps Minimax the year before still finding their way perhaps in this championship. So the sense of that is very impressive from Hayden Hassan. The consistency, the pace, the lack of mistakes from the reigning champion. He does himself a bit of a disservice sometimes to say that it's just an experience thing. He's been racing very, very well so far in 2023. 5 minutes of this one to go. Ethan Hay has perhaps had a problem. At least his transponder has not ticked through sector number 1. Has now, apologies, no, that was a transponder issue. It's just without seeing there through the gloom with the number 27. Change of position. Number 72 of Charlie Cox going past Milo Manderson. That's 50. Ben Horner there. Ben Horner's had a good run here, the number 12. I'm right in saying I've got his name out in the lower half of the grid. He's up to 14th place now. Nicely done indeed. That's the number 8 of Harrison Morrow. Solidly in the top 10 right now as we're on the 3rd lap of this heat. Through St John's and now through Sunny Bend. Tricky corner, slightly downhill, big curve on the inside. The drivers in normal conditions to avoid because it would unsettle the karts, but some drivers tend to use it in these wetter times to hook the kart around the corner, side by side between Milo Manderson and the number 84 there of Jasmine Taylor. Over 14th place. There were some position changes on that last lap. Both Horner and Manderson getting past Jasmine there in number 84. Smooth damage on the front of Toby Bedford in number 93. So easy to snatch a break and make contact on condition in these conditions. I think you're going to see a lot of those cone penalties today. Oh, that was lovely from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 down the inside. There's clearly some grip on the inside of the stewardesses. That was not too dissimilar a move to what we saw Joe Weaver pull off in the seniors race. The difference though, for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀, that was 2 positions gained. As, oh dear, off and in the gravel is Kieran Denyer. It's the stewardesses again. That is where people are struggling as off. It's the number 93 of Toby Bedford. Well, that front bumper is definitely, and he's out. He's out, he's coming to a stop. I think there's something perhaps broken on the front end of the kart. And Toby Bedford is running really nicely. He was up in the top 15, but has come to a stop as a spinner. It's Jasmine Taylor through the stewardesses, and look how many positions again being lost. Good pivot round there by Jasmine. Gets back into the race. But that's going to be Jasmine falling outside the top 15. And down to, well, I'd say probably around 25th, 26th position with that one. These heats, of course, the results from the 2 of them run across the day, setting the order for the final. I think in this category, with it being so heavily subscribed, which is great to see, it's all about keeping it on the road. not having mistakes there. That's Toby Bedford, who's gone a little bit further around the circuit. He's already falling down the order. The bigger point to being one of the final, of course, that's the one where you maybe attack a bit and go for broke. But to do that, I think you've got to be qualifying up in the top 10 today. Such as the level of attrition. To do that, you've got to have consistent heat results. The driver at the front of the order has definitely had consistent heat results. At the moment, it's a clean sweep through the season. We'll start to line up to this point here in round number 4 for Aiden Hassan. 4.2 seconds is his lead over 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀. Here is 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 and in the number 7 car, racing for Momentum Motorsports. And he's up alongside Jake Howard, over number 3. Both of these drivers, 2 drivers we saw in this category last year, hence their top 10 seedings from 2022. They know each other well, they know how each other race. Hayes is having another good run here. Impressed me yesterday with some of his results. The rookie privateer entry. A couple of top 3s, including finished 2nd place in the final, 2nd visit to a final podium in 2023. Howard looking down the inside there into McRae's corner. Did he get the move done? No. Good switchback from 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀, we can see out the window. Didn't panic, held the steering open, got the run and the traction out as they ran towards Ardell's corner, held on to 2nd place through the swing of that battle. Here's yellow race leader Aiden Hassan hopping across the curbs through stewardesses. Just looking so comfortable, so confident. Speed through the corners, positioning the kart perfectly. We'll see the last lap board in about a second's time. Yet another victory. His 10th victory in a row in this category, SuperOne 2023. Big thanks to our series sponsors once again here in 2023. CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and Bell Helmets. Also type of sponsors as well. Purgo, sponsoring the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Alpha Live. If you can, click that like button. Share the stream out as well. Let people know that we've got the stream on today. Aiden Hassan, it's just so easy for him at the moment. Putting that experience to good use in these wet conditions. Takes the first heat of the day and makes it 10 wins in a row. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 takes 2nd place ahead of Jake Howard. No, not Jake Howard. Ethan Hay got 3rd place on the last lap there ahead of Jake Howard. Oliver Brett Smith. Strong run there for Oliver. Finishes in the top 5. And 2nd time he's achieved that this season. First time in a heat he's done that this season. So very good from Oliver. Daniel Whitfield in 6th. Harry Holland 7th. Ollie Naylor up there in 8th place. Good run for Ollie. It's his first weekend in SuperOne 2023. That puts him in the mix. It's not quite the result that he got yesterday. A couple of seconds in 3rd for Ollie. But as we say, getting in those top 10s in the heat, get yourself a good grid position for the final. That's the one that they really care about today. That'll be up later on this afternoon. Lincoln Bevan in 9th, Harrison Morrow completing the top 10. Ben Horner, Jake Flewitt, Eric Smith, Charlie Cox and Milo Manderson were all in the top 15. And the rest of the result that you'll be able to look at on results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. Juniors will be back out again later on this afternoon for their 2nd heat. That is due to go off around, just before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do be with us for that one. Next up out on circuit, last race before the lunch break. It's the first appearance of the day for the Rotax 177 category. As we say, last race before the lunch break. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the Rotax 177 crew. Let's have a look at their grid then ahead of this first race, and it's the champion, the reigning champion, back after missing GYG on pole position. Chris Thomas lines up on the front row alongside Shane Collins, who had a really, to say, topsy-turvy day yesterday. Retired from one of his heats with an axle failure. Andy Collinson and Dan Milner on the second row of the grid. Jason Bear and Stephen Richardson on row 3. It is a 6-kart field here today. No Andy Ward, as far as I'm aware. I think there's maybe a couple of carts being recovered. Nope, we've got green flags. I can see outside in front of me. So the Rotax 177s will be firing up shortly and coming out for their formation lap. There they go. Hello to Elisa, who that was up for Billy Edgecombe, I imagine, in the previous race, the juniors' first heats. Now relaxed to win Formula 1. Baku. I've never heard of relaxing with a Baku F1 race related before. It's going to be chaotic, judging on the races that they've had so far this weekend in the Formula 1. Good to see tuning in alongside of the motorsport going on this weekend. If you do have to pop out, and Lee was here on Alpha Live, you will be able to recap and catch up with the racing after the event. All the streams uploaded for you for replay and catching up later. We've only got 5 carts I can see out on circuit, so we're missing one of them. Thomas, Collins, Collinson, Milner and Bear are all out there, so I don't think we've got Alex Joyner. Well, we haven't got Alex Joyner at all this weekend. Here we go then, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Chris Thomas will take us from the front of the order. Andy Collinson down the inside takes second place away from Shane Collinson, the number 52 there. Down the inside again, attacks Shane Collins, but he's not going to have the run out. Oh, bit of a bump there between Collins and Andy Collinson. Side by side as they go through Ardale. Still good news for Chris Thomas. He's going to gallop away here at the front of the order. Last year's champion. Took a clean sweep yesterday. It was a perfect day for the champion in this category the last 2 years. Down into St John's Corner and Sunny Bend, which I was about to make a quip about it not being very sunny at the moment, but I do think the clouds are starting to lift. It's a bit brighter out there than it was, say, 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, when we had the first seniors race. So hopefully the drivers a bit of a break in the weather, but we do know that more rain is forecast later on this afternoon. Stephen Richardson, who's not running. Apologies, I'm not sure why that is the case. Of course, with the number 10 not circulating at the moment. So it's Thomas from Collins, Collinson in third, Milner, who was top rookie yesterday in P4, Jason Bear for Attack Motorsports. Another driver I've seen race before in Arrive and Drive competitions and has stepped up here. Oh, he's gone for a spin there through Sunny Bend. Unfortunate for Jason Bear, but gaining experience all the time with Attack Motorsport. You do some really good packages for people looking to take this step into owner driving also bridging that gap between an arriving drive and this level of racing. Fair play to them, Tag Motorsports and everything they do with several drivers around the country. It's a good category for them to expose drivers to new experiences here in Rotax 177. There's Shane Collinson. A very dramatic moment yesterday. Just coming through the final corner, lost a wheel, pitched him into a spin. He was okay. Ultimately, the kart was okay as well. Once it was repaired, he got back out again for the final. Had a good run in the final, finished on the podium behind Andy Collinson and Chris Thomas. He's the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, 58.901. Fastest laps for all the drivers in terms of personal bests. 58.997 for Thomas, 58.901 for Collins. Collinson in the low 59s. Milner 60.5s. Jason Bear 61.228. Hello to Sarah Kelly. Can I get a shout out for Charlie Gregg in the Bambino class from all the supporters over in the Isle of Man? Absolutely. Great to have Charlie along. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Long distance travelled for a number of the drivers who've come over from the Isle of Man for this meeting here this weekend. We're there for 𝗦𝗲𝗀 as well. Great conditions to the paddock here in SuperOne. New fastest lap of the race goes in from Shane Collins, 58.799. Less than a second behind Chris Thomas now. Thomas searching for that grip. See how close up to the gravel they're running. Actually running through some of the gravel that's been dragged onto the circuit in previous races. Less than 2.5 minutes on the clock then. Down into St John's. And quickly turning their attention to Sunny Bend. Shane Collins is really on a good charge here. Has got in tune. He's got some tyre temperature clearly. Closing in now on Chris Thomas. A new fastest lap of the race. 58.653 for Shane Collins. It's half a second quicker than Chris Thomas last time around. But this is the difficult thing now. It's those conditions where I would say he's starting to get a damp line forming. There's a line around the circuit where there isn't too much standing water anymore. And if Chris Thomas can defend that line, it's going to make it very difficult for Shane Collins to find a way through. It's going to be a high-risk manoeuvre for Shane Collins to find a way through. Downhill through St John's, taking as much curb as they dare through those couple of corners. Thomas gets good drive off of Sunny Bend, that's worth noting. He's got good traction out of the slow speed corners, which is definitely what you want in these conditions at the moment. 60 seconds on the clock. Andy Collinson picking up the pace as well, also into the low 59s now. Is 2.5 seconds behind Shane Collins here. He'll be hoping that these two do start scrapping side by side over position. Allow him the opportunity to close back up and maybe get part of the fight as they go on to the last lap. Dan Milner still circulating. Thomas gone wide. He has, well, he's gone wide. He's gone for the wet line. And once again, Shane Collins, another driver using the inside line. The slower on apex, but much shorter in terms of distance from in and out of the corner. Made it work, just as we saw with Callum Gosh in the juniors, just as we saw with Joe Weaver in the seniors, and taken the lead of the race. There was some time on the clock, so last lap board not that time around. There'll be two more, including the one that they're on. Dan Milner very close to breaking the 60-second barrier on lap time, 60.182. Jason Bear still circulating as well, 61.343, running in third place. This has been a really impressive performance from Shane Collins. We know that Chris Thomas has been in good form this weekend. Saw that with the results yesterday, but here in the wet, Shane Collins has gone on top of them. He was working on the setup overnight. A lot of the drivers knew that these conditions were coming here today. Appears to have got good front end grip on that number 52. Last lap board is out. Thomas sets a new personal best though, 58.813. Could be an intriguing lap this in the story of the whole day, and Chris Thomas might be learning from Shane Collins ahead of him right now. Let's listen to the tone of the kart and the engine and how it's picking up. I'd say it's got lacking a little bit of low end maybe, but very good mid-range combined with the traction out of the low speed corners means Shane Collins is really propelling along those straights here at Rowrah. I think they have done some very good work on this kart overnight to make the compromises work in these conditions, and it's going to be rewarded with a race victory. A good result there for Shane Collins. Takes his second heat victory of the year so far in Rotax 177 for SuperOne 2023. Chris Thomas in second place. Andy Collinson, good speed and points again in third. Dan Milner in fourth place. And Jason Bear across the line in a moment to take fifth place and a personal best at the end there of 60.485. Great drive there from Shane Collins to dig deep and pull out the victory. I'll be very happy with that indeed. Second heat for Rotax 177 will be later on this afternoon. The gates open for the dummy grid just before 2 o'clock, and I'd expect the Rotax 177s to be around just after 2:10. Do join us for that one if you can. Well, that culminates the first rotation of heats and brings us to the lunch break here at Cumbria Karts Racing Club here at Rowrah. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Here in the wet conditions, it's been a very, very entertaining set of races to kick off things for round 4 of SuperOne 2023. If you've enjoyed the commentary and you're on social media, at @MM across all of your major social media networks. If you can give us a follow and a like and all of that business, that'd be very well appreciated. If you've enjoyed the stream and you've not already done so, give that subscribe button press on the YouTube channel, the thumbs up button, and a share as well if you can. Let your family and friends know that we're racing, and we'll be back after the lunch break, and we should be running at about 1:45, but I will just remind us that yes, we have run a little bit over, so it'll be no earlier than 12:45. So if you're back with us by that time, you definitely won't miss any of the action here at Rowrah. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your comments this morning. Have a good lunch break, and we'll see you for the second set of heats in a short while at around 12:45.
it.
This is going to work Sean. It slides at the inside. It's getting very close. It's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀 Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for 𝗦𝗏𝗏. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
This is going to work for Sean. He slides at the inside. It's getting very close. It's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀 Live.
Final interview of the day with familiar faces. For the first time in 2023, our reigning champion in Rotax 177 and our winner in that same class here today at Rowrah, Chris Thomas. Chris, great to see you back. Just saying you weren't planning to visit today here at Rowrah, but you must be very glad to have done so and taken the win.
Yeah, no, it's nice to be back. Like I said to you a second ago, we weren't planning on doing anything with SuperOne this year, just purely because of the numbers. But I mean, it's a great championship. It's very well run. I love the format, and the atmosphere here is really good. But I've got a friend, Jack Baker in Micromax. We came up to help, and he's been smashing it. To be perfectly honest, he's been really good. So he's been setting me some targets to try and beat, which fortunately today we've had a good run and won it. So yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
I'm sure you've been training Jack along the way. It's not going to notice, but from my position, that he's really stepped up in that step up in class this year. Yeah. Not only stepping up in terms of ranking within the ladder, but also improvement. What have you been telling him about this place to go quickly? I think
it's the key here is just commitment, and he does struggle at times to sort of switch the tyres on. Until he's sort of got confidence in the car, he doesn't tend to push hard enough. So there's a few things that we've been working on. I mean, he's so good through the chicane, so I haven't had to mention anything about that. He's electric through there. But yeah, there's a few points on the circuit. It's sort of quite technical in places, and we've been helping him there. But he's been super fast. So yeah, I'm really chuffed and obviously pleased to have a win myself.
Running on the same chassis as last year, is it still as good as it was last year with the title run?
It's not quite as sharp, perhaps, as it was. You know, obviously being a year old, but obviously with the cost of everything at the moment, it's just crazy. I mean, obviously tyre costs and obviously the chassis and the engines, everything's gone up, as everybody knows with everything they're doing in everyday life. So we decided just to hang on to it and go again and just see how we got on, and it's proving okay at the moment.
Is the hope that with some sponsor support that you can keep running and do a full set, or as much of a full season as possible? Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a fair amount of help from Evolution Karting. They're obviously helping me a fair bit, and as Time Motors as well. They're doing me an awesome job, keeping me near the front, which is good, and I can only thank them both for that. But yeah, obviously. We'll keep sort of ticking it off meeting by meeting and see how we get on, and obviously if we can make it through to the end, then fantastic, we will.
Andy Collinson's had a good start as well this season. He was P2 again today. He wasn't in the series last year, but he's come in, ran very well at GYG. What do you make of his performance so far? Yeah,
I mean, I did watch GYG, and it looked quite close, you know, even though there was only a few of them, which is a shame. But yeah, I mean, I was sort of I was quite pleased to see the pace that they had. you know, kept me honest. It certainly in the final when it started to rain, I was getting a bit worried for a while there. It sort of surprised me a few times, but fortunately it sort of kept drying, and then it spit again, then it dried up again. You know what I mean? So fortunately, when it was drying up, we were able to gap them a bit to give myself a bit of a buffer to take it a little bit steady when the rain came again. But yeah, no, really pleased overall.
Who else would you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank my son, Jamie, for supporting. He came up this weekend, which is no mean feat when it's a 7-hour trip. And obviously the wife and my daughter at home who are supporting me at home.
Very good. Well done, Chris. Great to see you back here in SuperOne. Hope we see you again soon.
Thanks very much.
Luke. Well, our first interview of the day, our first winner of the weekend here at Rowrah, and a second visit to the Saturday Top Step in 2023. Our winner in Bambino C50 today, Harry Chapman. Harry, a really strong race. It was yourself, Rex Pooley and 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Again, how pleased are you to have won here at Rowrah?
Well, it was hard because mainly in the race I got stuck in thirds, and then I got into seconds, but then got back into thirds, and then I made it in the first, and then I got pushed off a bit, and then I got back in the third, and then second, and then I got back in the first and last lap.
What were you thinking going into that last lap with moves to do and a bit of hard work to make sure that you were going to come across the line in first?
So on last lap I was staying third, and then on the S's I made it. On the hairpin one I made it in the second, and then as you go down the hill I made it into first, and then I kept it for those 3 turns, and then I just got it.
What's it like racing against Henry and Rex? It very much looks like you 3 drivers are the fastest drivers of the group.
Yes, with me, Rex and Henry, because we're like the top drivers.
Who'd you like to thank for the victory here today?
My dad, because he's been working so hard on my kart.
Good stuff. Well done, mate. It's great to see you on the top step again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Well, it's starting to rain a little bit here at Rowrah, but that's not taking the smile off our winner of the Girl Power Award here today for 6th place in Honda Cadet, 𝗦𝗲𝗏 Parsons. 𝗦𝗏, a really good result today. You must be very pleased.
Yes, I am.
Talk me through the race there in Honda Cadet. It's always a very close category, and it's a very tricky circuit. How did the race go for you?
Well, it went okay, but I did spin out a few times.
How long have you been driving in the Honda Cadet?
About a year.
How did you first get into karting? Is Honda Cadet the first class that you've done?
Yes.
And what was your first experience in the Honda Cadet karts like?
It was a bit scary and I was a bit nervous.
So you've been doing it for about a year. What do you think you've learnt most in the year of racing the Honda Cadet?
That it isn't all about winning, it's about team and friendship.
Very good. Your team, they've been working very hard with you so far this year in SuperOne. What have they been working on with you? What advice have they given you?
They've just been telling me like where my lines are for the wet and dry, and helping me a lot.
What would you say to other girls who are perhaps looking at getting involved into karting? What would be your biggest piece of advice to them as someone with a bit of experience now?
I would probably say that it can be scary at first, but once you get used to it, it's not really scary, it's kind of fun.
Very good. Who'd you like to thank for the results here today? Who's been helping you?
I would like to thank Passion Karting, my team, and my dad for supporting me all the way.
Very good. Well done, 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏. A really good result today, and great to see those improvements continue to come here in the Honda Cadet.
Thank you.
We're back at the podium here at Rowrah with our winner today in IAME Bambino. A very, very close race for Chester Fawkes. Chester, a superb final. You won it by less than half a tenth of a second. That must have been a very, very nervous end to the race.
Yes.
Talk me through the final. It's been very competitive here today.
Yeah. Well, at the start, I got a good start, and then basically, as the race went on, James was pushing me, and then he kept trying to overtake me, but I got him back. And then one lap before the end, Charlie overtook me. So on the last lap, I had to overtake him. And then round the last corner, I got a better exit than James, so I managed to get up the inside.
Very, very good indeed. This circuit, I think I'm right in saying, was the first one you raced in SuperOne at last year, and you've stepped up to this next class. Have you noted how much you've learnt in the last year?
Yeah.
What is it about this circuit that you enjoy? It's quite a different one to what we saw in Wales.
Well, I really like the long straights.
And in terms of overtaking opportunities, is it a good one for that?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank for your victory here today and all the hard work?
My mum, my mechanic, and my dad, and my engine builder Tim Larego and RCE.
Very good. Well done, Chester. Another win in SuperOne. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back once again here. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of SuperOne 2023, sponsored by Purgo. We're getting ready for our next set of heats. Bambino heat number 2 is up next. Here is your grid for it. Mason Hibbert and Joshua Bailey on the front row. Rex Pooley and Henry Algar on row 2. Rennie Kempson and Mickey Gonzalez on row number 3. Row 4 has got Toby Biggs on it and LBJ Stubbs, Charlie Gregg and Jack Daniels on row 5. Eli Scher and Arlo Atkinson form up the 6th row of the grid. Moving into the midfield, Logan Hodgetts and Mason Muncher on row number 7. Harry Chapman and Ollie West on the 8th row of the grid. Heard from Harry there during those interviews, our winner from yesterday. Jesse Bailey and Noah Smith start on row number 9. Benjamin Schlever and Ethan Pearson start on the 10th row of the grid. You then got Louis Williams, Mabs and Simon Calman on row number 11. Ernie Wade and Louis Wilson will start from the 12th row of the grid. Bobby Kent and Brady Atkin on row 13. And completing the 28th kart field on row 14, Elliot Payne and Oliver Daniels. So if you were with us this morning, this is the second set of heats that are about to begin. It's the exact same formats that we had this morning. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our classes. And the 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 C50s will, of course, have a standing start in still very tricky conditions. Very much wet tyres. Treaded tyres, the order of the day. Although, to be fair, in 𝗦𝗲𝗀 C50, they run with treaded tyres all the time anyway. But we saw a lot of spills, a lot of thrills and spills in heat number 1. I think we could see the same again here in heat 2. Drivers who keep themselves pointing in the right direction on the road are going to do very well here in this race. Mason Hibbert on the left-hand side of your screen there, the E-plate holder in the green and blue kart. That's pole position. Number 81 of Joshua Bailey had a great run this morning in heat number 1. Looking to have another similar result. Engines just being warmed up. Hope you all enjoyed the lunch break and some of our interviews with our winners yesterday. Grid is cleared, ready for this race. Heat number 2 for the C50s to begin. 5-second board is in the air and away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Even start for both of those drivers on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Hibbert on the inside as they go into turn 1. Joshua Bailey has the door closed on him there for P2, but he was able to hold himself. There's one driver who's spun out towards the back of the field. I think it might be Benjamin Schlever in the 78, but we'll check that in due course. Through McRae for the first time. Oh, Mason Munster is caught up in an incident there. Half spin, gets it going again. But was facing perpendicular to the direction of travel for a split second there. Harry Chapman cutting through. That's all spin in the middle of the pack, and there's going to be a couple of clips there for the 74 and the 23. That's Logan Hodgetts in the 74 and Brady Atkin in the 23. Apologies, didn't quite catch which of the carts it was originally going round. Might have been Charlie Gregg in the number 15. Again, we'll check in due course just to be sure. But into the third sector now. It looks like that the number 31 of 𝗦𝗃𝗃 has come to the front of the order, through round the outside. Nicely done there by Joshua Bailey for second place, but back down the inside is Mason Hibbert as they go through Paddock Bend. As expected, lots going on the first lap there for the Bambino C50s, as down the inside goes Bailey on Pooley to take the lead of the race. Here on lap number 2, early stages, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀 in this one again. They're in 4th place. The blue carts with the green flashes. I think there's potentially somebody off in the last corner. Yes, there is. It's the number 23 of Brady Atkin who's come to a stop on driver's left through Paddock Bend. He's on the grass. There's OK just needing a bit of a push to get started again. Switch back once again by Pooley, this time on Hibbert. Holds on to second place. This is all very good for Joshua Bailey because Joshua is now pulling out a lead. Mason Hibbert down the inside, takes second place, but he's going to fight back with Pooley. Oh, Pooley onto the curb there. Robust defence from Mason Hibbert as they came out of the stewardesses. Mason Hibbert has clearly been watching some of the drivers in the Rotax classes. We've seen a number of moves pulled off on the inside line as they go into the stewardesses. So, after a frenetic first couple of laps, here is your race order. Joshua Bailey leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of Mason Hibbert. Third for 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀. Fourth for 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗀. Great run so far for Mickey Gonzalez. A lot of support from Mexico for the driver in the number 22. He's one of the drivers who unfortunately had a spin in the early stages of Heat 1, but is now showing what he can do here in Heat number 2. Ahead of Ronnie Kempson, who once again is running strongly inside the top 10. And so this morning as well, finished in 4th place on the road. So the race settling into a rhythm now. Mickey Gonzalez using the inside line. There's the brightly coloured number 96 cart of 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀 Stubbs. First time we've seen 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀 Stubbs in action this year. That was Toby Biggs just getting by in the number 66. Conditions a touch brighter through the circuit. We had some fog drift through during the lunch break, but still overcast here. Probably a help for these drivers at the moment that the conditions are not too dissimilar to what they experienced earlier on this morning. Missed the first heat for the C50s earlier on today. It was Joshua Bailey who won it from 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗀, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃, Mason Kempson and Mason. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃, Ronnie Kempson, Mason Hibbert is your top 5. Changes of position. Biggs confirmed ahead of Stubbs for 7th place. Logan Hodgetts and Charlie Green have both gained positions past Ethan Pearson as well. Simon Calman overtaking Jesse Bailey on lap number 3. So 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 looking to work with Mason Hibbert at the moment, and so they should, because Joshua Bailey is flying at the moment, 1.5 seconds down the road, but still a good amount of time that if they can work together, that they could pull that gap in. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 still running strongly again in 4th. See out the window. He's got a very brightly coloured cart. Harry Chapman, yesterday's winner, is moving up through the order now. He's up to 9th place. Algar looking to the inside there of 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀. Once again finding not a lot of grip on the exit of the corner. Hard to drive and push off of the inside of either McRae's hairpin or here through Iredale's. Well, Mason Hibbert seemed to make it work on that occasion. Half defensive line, staying there in second place. 2.7 seconds is the gap between Bailey and Hibbert now. So I think these three drivers are content to fight over second place. If you've got a second device at home, live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne for all of the live timing facts and figures coming through. 30 seconds on the clock here, so there should be 2 more laps to go then. Bailey still in the lead of this race. Intrigued to see what happens here between Hibbert and Pooley for second place. Got a good gap to those behind, so the level of risk for going for a move and it not quite working is lessened. There's all kinds of movement in the second half of the top 10 to report. LBJ Stubbs up 2 spots past Toby Biggs. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 also up 2 spots. Ronnie Kempson unfortunately down 4 on that last lap, so not good news there for Ronnie Kempson, but still circulating. Still time to pull those positions back with some overtaking. Similarly, Jesse Bailey up 2 spots that last lap ahead of Ollie West. Ethan Pearson passed Simon Kalman as well. Time is up. So the next time Joshua Bailey crosses the start-finish line, the last lap board will be out. That won't be too far away. It's changed for second place. Through into second place has gone 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀. Henry Algar now looking to the inside of Mason Hibbert into paddock bend for third place. Gets ahead but needs to get the run off the corner. New fastest lap of the race for the race leader. In supreme form is Joshua Bailey. Henry Algar does indeed convert that opportunity, gets into third place. Really, really good work from a driver growing in confidence in 2023. Benefiting, I think, from staying in this class from 2022. Down the inside goes Mason Hibbert. Brave move, but Henry Algar, calm at the wheel, didn't panic, knew that there'd be a run off the corner, off of McRae's, and that's exactly what Henry Algar got. Down the inside again goes Mason Hibbert. He's going to have to take the defensive line though, because Algar will have a bit of a delta speed as they go down towards the Stuart S's. And yes, indeed, gets back in front for third place. Mason Hibbert holds to the inside. We've seen that move be done, and he's pulled off another one. Really good stuff from Mason Hibbert. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 checking over his shoulder, still holding there in second place, doing another superb race is 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀. But Joshua Bailey having a mega day, likes these wet conditions, took the first heat victory and is going to take the second one as well. That'll be pole position for Joshua Bailey in the final, which we'll see later on this afternoon. Very tight run to the line for second place. It is Pooley from Hibbert from Algar. They'll all be a good way up the grid for the final. Mickey Gonzalez will improve the grid position for the number 22 with 5th. LBJ Stubbs in 6th. Toby Biggs, 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀, Mason Munzer and Harry Chapman all finish inside the top 10. And then the rest of them file through. Ronnie Kempson will have a decent grid position for the final with a 4th place and an 11th there in heat number 2. Logan Hodgetts, Charlie Gregg, Noah Smith are all in the top 15 in the order for heat number 2. Ollie West, great response there from Ollie West after a difficult first heat this morning. Back in the kart and in the top 15. Very good there from Ollie. And just pipped Simon Kalman to that position ahead of Bobby Kent, Ethan Pearson, Louis Williams-Mabs and Arlo Atkinson. That was the top 20. Jesse Bailey, Louis Wilson, Ernie Wade, Elliot Payne and Benjamin Schliever. Take us down to 25th. One retirement in that race, which was on the first lap, number 23 of Brady Atkin. Well, very good stuff from Joshua Bailey. There is your provisional results. We'll wait for that to be confirmed, but he's in a very, very good position to get a best round result of the year so far. We'll see the final for the 𝗻𝗲𝗄 C50 Bambinos. If we remain on schedule, around 2:20, and we'll get ready for the next heat. Heat number 2 for Honda Cadet is up next. Time for Honda Cadet to come out on circuit here at Rowrah for their second heat of the day. Let's have a look at their grid. We of course also have our single mini ROK entry running in this race as well. 𝗻𝗲𝗃𝗍 is having an absolutely brilliant weekend so far. 4 wins from 4. Here's an opportunity to make it 5 from pole position. Tommy Climo is alongside on the front row. Charlie Quine from the Isle of Man starts on row 2 alongside Cian Sullivan. George Climo and Jensen Walker form up row 3. And then we've got Isla Parsons, the last of the Honda Cadet entries, and Alexander Adams, our single mini ROK entry, forming an 8-cart field in this one. The results from earlier on today, just to pull that up on my screen. 𝗻𝗲𝗃𝗍 took the race victory as drivers head out for their formation lap. Actually, I'd say so. It took the win on the road, but I've just checked, and this is why you have to check sometimes. Results.alphatimer.co.uk. 𝗻𝗲𝗃𝗍 unfortunately had a front fairing out of position. So whilst 𝗻𝗲𝗃𝗍 had the win on the road, plus 5 positions for a front fairing being out of its regulated position, means that he was classified 6th. So it was Climo 1-2. Tommy from George. That's best classification positions for both of the Climo brothers so far this season. Charlie Quine 3rd, Jensen Walker 4th, Cian Sullivan 5th, 𝗻𝗲𝗃𝗍, I think will probably rightly be annoyed, not because the steward's decision was incorrect, but just the circumstances. He was miles ahead in that race, but unfortunately the rules are the rules. Everybody knows what those front fairings are about, why they're there and why they're designed and regulated in that manner. They'll be looking to make amends in this race, heat number 2. Isla Parsons classified 7th, and then, yes, of course, our single mini ROK entry, Alexander Adams, in 8th. Standing start, of course, for Honda Cadet. To Keely Parsons, cheering on Go Passion Karting team. So we're ready to go in Honda Cadet. 7 minutes on the clock, 7 minutes plus 1 lap ahead of us here at Rowrah SuperOne 2023. Revs rise, looking to get a good start, and away we go. Even start for both of the front row sitters once again. 𝗻𝗃𝗍 holding to the inside and holds onto the lead. Very good stuff from 𝗻𝗻𝗍𝗍 there. Wasn't put off by the attacks from Tommy Climo as they went into turn 1. Gets a good start. George Climo down the inside, going for 3rd place on Charlie Quine, and getting the move done as they come off of the craze there. Jensen Walker's had a good start. There in 5th place, had a spin in the early stages of heat number 1. We did see some good pace for the number 22 as the race went on. Down the inside there, in fact, Jensen Walker is properly on the move. He's already up to 4th place here. Had a really strong day yesterday, did Jensen. 3rd, 2nd and 3rd across the 3 races for round number 3, which took place here at Rowrah yesterday. As I say, had a spin in the early stages of heat number 1. Just classified a little bit lower. This is an opportunity to improve, to move up through the order, and get a good grid position for the final. Do the first of these double hairpins then. The Craze followed by Ardales. Cian Sullivan there in the number 26. noting that a few drivers are starting to get closer and closer to the apex of Iredales. We saw a lot of the younger classes, not through any fault of their own, really struggling to find grip on the inside, but I think with the rain, well, I think the rain has stopped for the moment. I'm just trying to look at a puddle. Yeah, there's no signs of raindrops into any of the puddles to my right, just along the pit straight. So I think we have just got a wet and damp track at the moment. And as the carts continue to circulate round, scrub that water away, there will maybe be an opportunity for a somewhat drying line to appear across the course of the next hour or so, but there is rain forecast for around 3 o'clock. Side by side between Jensen Walker and 𝗦𝗲𝗍, and that's well done by Jensen Walker. Controlled, measured, accurate down the inside, takes third place away from the number 83. 4 and a bit minutes to go on the clock. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 controlling the race. 1.3 seconds is the gap back to 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀. He really does seem to be driving with a lot more confidence today. So sometimes drivers prefer these slipperier conditions. They're able to feel their way around the course with a bit more dexterity than other drivers. So before today, we haven't seen 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 up in the top 3 so far this season. He's already got a top 2 earlier on this morning. Could be on for another one here. Lap times at the moment. Tally low 1:06s. The rest of them mostly in the mid 106s or the low 107s. Alan Parsons continuing to improve as well. That's that time at the moment for Ireland in 7th place there, who we spoke to on the podium yesterday. It was good to catch up with Isla and talk about her personal karting career. It's been doing it for about a year. She's in 7th place in this race, a 1:10.851. Alexander Adams still circulating as well, a single mini ROK entry in this one. And there is Isla Parsons, the number 50. Great to see her win the Girl Power Award yesterday. Awarded every single round to the highest positioned female driver in a final in any of the respective classes. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 puts in a new fastest lap of the race, 1:06.018. Parsons over the line with another good consistent lap times here, 1:11.2 last time there. Should use the rear bumper train, that might have been a trick of the eye there. There's Alexander Adams, single mini ROK entry here this weekend. And, news from DDMM Towers. ROK Cup Super Final coverage and English commentary will be provided by us again at the World Finals, the ROK Cup Super Final in October. To be held at the NATO once again. Great event, and hopefully we'll see some of our drivers here in SuperOne competing at that once again. Some super performances from the British squad. Not the biggest squad at the world level, growing and improving all the time. Growing and improving all the time as well. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 still holding on to 2nd place here. Jensen Walker has made some good overtakes in this race so far, but at the moment doesn't seem to be able to find a way past 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀. Got less than 60 seconds on the clock. Jensen Walker's not been in a position to have a go yet. Good consistent pace, fast pace from 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀. Through into St John's. Joy of a corner to go through. But then a very tricky one up next, Sunny Bend. especially with that curb on the inside. It can help but also hamper you on a day like this. Through paddock, which is various different lines and different ways that you can tackle that one. We'll have 2 more laps here, because 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀 came across the line probably with about 20 seconds left on the clock. Hello to Claire, who's going to have a shout out to DM Racing, Cameron Crockett, and Dan Milner. Also hello to Charlie Cox, absolutely. Saw Dan Milner earlier in the Rotax 177 category, top rookie yesterday, 4th in the final. Cameron Crockett running in the juniors. Had a tough time of it in Heat 1. That's the good thing about this format. Heat 2 gives you another opportunity to race through, get a good grid position for the final. We'll be seeing that with the juniors not too long from now, once we're in this second rotation through the heats. Time is up. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀 will see the last lap board shortly. Still, 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 holding on for second place, more than holding on. Doing him a discredit there. It's been a very good run for 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Ahead of Jensen Walker. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 though is comfortable. Having a good old look at that front fairing. Looks fine this time. If there's any problems there for the number 4, I would say you probably make 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 the favourite for the final, with the speed and the pace that Max has had so far this weekend. I will also say he was very humble in a race victory yesterday. Be a few of you perhaps wondering why we didn't get an interview with Max. That was his request, which we're absolutely fine to respect. A little bit nervous in front of the camera. That's all fine. It'll come in good time. He's definitely keeping his eyes on the prize on the road, concentrating on the racing and delivering on track. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 takes another race victory here this weekend in 𝗦𝗏𝟏. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 second place. Good performance again. Jensen Walker in 3rd. George Climo in 4th. 5th for Charlie Quine. And it's going to be Cian Sullivan home in 6th place. Alexander Adams on the 7th ahead of Isla Parsons in 8th. Another really, really good drive from the Scottish driver there in the number 4. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 continuing to perform, and with other drivers not present this weekend, it could be in a very strong championship position when we leave the Lake Districts here this evening. But still got to get through that final, and that'll be on later on this afternoon. Should be just after 2:30. We're going to get ready though for our next race out on circuit. Heat 2 for IAME Bambino is up next. All right, getting ready for the second appearance of the day in a racing capacity for the IAME Bambino category. Here is a look at their grid determined by timed qualifying. Earlier on this morning, James Roots and Chester Fawkes are on the front row of the grid. Oscar Kenny and 𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 form up row 2. Darren Dimitrov had a spin in the first heat, but this is a good opportunity from row 3 alongside Charlie Page to get a good result ahead of the final. Row 4, we find William Crombie and Harris Barber, Albert Farrow and Freddie Baker complete row number 5. Max Joy and Ollie Little on the 6th row of the grid. Sydney Nell and Theo Jepson start from the 7th row of the grid. Leo Harang and Sophia Page start on row 8. Eli 𝗦𝗫𝗍𝒄𝒃 and Hugo Williams start on row number 9. It is an 18 karts field, which looks a little bit like this in the classification for heat number 1 earlier on this morning. Chester Fawkes taking the win by 5.4 seconds ahead of Oscar Kenny. Charlie Page was on the podium of sorts, the podium in our minds for the top 3 in any race, but Charlie Page was there in P3. William Crombie 4th, Harris Barber 5th, Chloe McGill recovered from a tough start to finish in 6th place in that one. All of those results available on results.alphatimer.co.uk/SuperOne. We did have one non-starter this morning, which was Hugo Williams. So I've not received any news as to why that was the case, or whether we'll see Hugo in this next race, but hopefully we will. Karts out on circuit now for their formation lap, and I think we've just got 17 karts on this one, so no number 91 for Hugo Williams. Formation lap underway. In what has been a very, I think this has been the closest class so far this year in SuperOne. So the classes that I think already at this stage you can probably have a very good guess at who's going to be fighting for the championship. But this one, I'd say we've got 6 or 7 drivers who all on their day can win races. And I've done that so far this season. What that means is we'll get a season that ebbs and flows in IAME Bambino. Front runners will take points off one another, and it will keep standings relatively close. Round paddock bend the drivers come then. It'll be a standing start. Forks lines up in front of me here in the commentary box on the near side of number 38, James Roots, who had an unfortunate start in heat number 1, span down at the Stewart S's, the entry to the Stewart S's. It's a good opportunity this to make amends for that one. Ready to go racing then in IAME Bambino, second heat of the day. James Roots on pole position in the number 5. Chester Forks second on the grid in the number 38, away they go. Another very even start for both of the drivers on the front row of the grid. James Roots will hold the inside. Chester Forks tried around the outside in heat number 1, but this time has to give the position to James Roots. That was a brilliant start under pressure from the number 5. Forks attacking down the inside as they go into McRae's. He's going to get the move done, I think. Yes, so Chester Forks takes the lead of the race in the early stages. Chloe McGill's had a great start in the number 18. White helmet and red suit with the pink bodywork. Up to 3rd place for a moment there as Charlie Page goes down the inside. Takes 3rd place back for the number 33. May have taken 2nd as well. Yes, has. Really good work from Charlie Page. Brave on the brakes. Take 2nd place. William Crombie's on the attack now as well. I think he's had a superb start in the number 15 if I've identified that green helmet correctly. But Chester Forks streaking out ahead of the rest of the field, loving these conditions, loving these IAME Bambino karts. Oh, it's off there is Sophia Page, the number 24. I think that was down at the Stewart S's. More problems, unfortunately, for Sophia Page. That's a real shame. All these drivers guaranteed a spot in the final, of course. No worries there. It was William Crombie who's come all the way up to 3rd place, although I was saying that I don't think Williams had a problem perhaps. No, he's taken another position ahead of James Roots. Correct, apologies, that one was already confirmed at the end of lap number 1. So it's Forks from Page, Crombie up to 3rd, super start, gained 5 positions. William Crombie having a look down the inside there, thinking about going for 2nd place with Charlie Page into Ardale's corner. Thinks better of it. Darren Dimitrov's had a better start in this one as well. He's got himself running in 8th place. Crombie looking for the move down the inside. Oh, very close between Crombie and Page there. Nearly met at the late apex of the run through the Stewart S's. Now, there will be a tactical game played here. Is there an opportunity for Page, Crombie and Roots to work together, 3 sets of engines in their pack, to try and close down Chester Forks? Harder to do in these conditions because what we've seen many times today, the slightest little tap or bump in the wrong way can result in a spin, as opposed to dry conditions where you've got that grip, you can do the bump drafting to close into a lone leader a little bit easier. There's a warning flag out for Oscar Kenny, the number 48, currently in 6th place. I'm not quite sure what that was for, but as we can see that clearly denoted on the race control timing application and on the gantry in front of us here from the commentary position. The pace started to come for this trio. Personal bests through sector number 1. They're starting to get onto Chester Forks' pace. This is what we saw in race number 1, that a big part of Chester Forks' victory in heat number 1 was a very fast start, then left the rest of them to scrap it out for second place. But I think tactically, the chasing group are playing this one differently. So they should, because there's a good amount of time left in this race. 1 minute 10.639. Got to say, that was a superb latter end of the lap. That is where Chester Forks is finding the pace at the moment against the rest of the field. Pulled out half a second on them in the second sector. Wide a touch there from Charlie Page. Doesn't want to get too scrappy. Still 3 minutes to go in this race. William Crombie perhaps has another little thing down the inside into Ardales. James Roots is still there as well. Experienced driver at this level. 5th in the championship last year. Part of an amazing finale that we had at Shennington. You can watch back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Harry McGill and Oscar Kenny. Also interesting parties there in 5th and 6th places. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Roots tucking it in there through the initial part of St John's, but wasn't enough of an overlap to get the move done. Coming round to finish lap number 4 then. Chester Forks still leads. Another new fastest lap of the race from Chester Forks. 1 minute 10.484. He's got this. He's got this race under control. 3.2 seconds now. The lead over these drivers here. Charlie Page still in second place. William Crombie in 3rd. James Roots in 4th. Just feel that William Crombie is biding time at the moment. Waiting for a clear opportunity to overtake. Doesn't want to lose what is a strong haul of points. Potentially a very good grid slot in the final, combined with that 4th place from race number 1. Got to say, very impressed as well with the overall field. Other classes we've seen lots of spins and drivers going off circuit. I'm not just meaning today, I'm meaning a lot of our young categories, which is what you would expect with the drivers being less experienced. But this IAME Bambino category, every single time they come out on circuit, the driving standards really do impress me here in the comms box. Same that at glan-y-gors as well. But particularly to today, it's not easy out there. Charlie Page still in second place. There's a couple of changes further down the order to report. Oscar Kenny, the seat just behind, has got past Chloe McGill for 5th place, and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 as well has gained a position past Sidney Nell for 12th place. .30 seconds on the timer then. Chester Forks leads by 3.5 seconds in the second heat of the day for IAME Bambino. Charlie Page doing really well there in second place, not being deterred by the attentions of William Crombie and James Roots behind. This is the penultimate lap of the race, of course. I just wonder for William Crombie, it's the commitment. Oh, there's a half opportunity there as they go on to the last lap. You can understand. Oh, James Roots looking for 3rd place as well. He's just gone and done the fastest lap of the race as James Roots, 1 minute 10.367. May have an opportunity here down the inside, going 3rd place, going for 2nd place. Is the door going to open up for Crombie? 3 wide, almost as they come off of McRae's. Great racing once again from the IAME Bambinos. William Crombie's going to look down the inside as they go through Ardales. Going to have a big tank slapper though. There was the lack of grip on the inside of Ardale's corner. Page back up to 2nd place. Roots still in 3rd. But it was a great attempt from William Crombie down the inside to move up from 4th. Page covers the inside on the entrance to the Stewardesses. Out of the Stewardesses. Chester Forks comfortable out front, coming down and through Sunny Bend now. surely is on course for another race victory here, but it's still not decided for second place. James Roots gives a little tap to the rear bumper of Charlie Page as they approach Paddock Bend. It's going to be very close over the line, I think, between the two of them, but it's going to be Charlie Page who wins out in that battle for second place ahead of James Roots. So it's Forks, again, your winner in this category, the IAME Bambinos, by 4.2 seconds this time, and has pole position for the final. Charlie Page second, James Roots third. Very entertaining scrap between those two. Oscar Kenny got fourth place ahead of William Crombie at the end there. Chloe McGill, good strong result there in sixth place. Harris Barber seventh, Darren Timothy eighth. Freddie Baker and Ollie Little complete the top 10. Max Joy in 11th. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 in 12th. Theo Jepson 13th ahead of Sydney Nell, who improves from the first heat and finishes in 14th in the second heat. 15th for Albert Pharaoh, 16th for Leo Harang, and 17th. Coming around the final corner in a few moments' time, Sophia Page, who had that spin, unfortunately, on the first lap, was beached in the gravel, but finishes the race there over the line to finish in 17th spot. Oh yeah, very, very entertaining stuff again from the IAME Bambinos. They really are being the stars of the paddock, in my opinion, so far this year in SuperOne. Entertaining racing every single time they come out on circuit. And we will see their final at about 10 to 3 later on this afternoon. Check out the results on results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. We're going to get ready though for our next heat. Heat 2 for Micromax is out next. Let's go back into the Rotax powered categories then, and first out on circuit are Micromax for their second heat of the day. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 has pole position from the timed qualifying earlier on this morning, and has Leo Livings for company on the front row of the grid. Alfie Mayer and Jack Baker will go from row 2. Maximilian Abrahart and Arthur Pharaoh form up row number 3. And then on row 4, we find 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 and Sebastian Clark, and all Ambition Motorsports row 4 there. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 had tough times on from row 5 in the first race, hoping for better luck here in the second. Jensen Walker alongside on that one. Jensen Sale and Jack Cordingley start on the 6th row of the grid. Sebastian Behrman and 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗍 form up another all Ambition Motorsport row, this time on row 7. Logan Rolfe and Benediktas Matsiokas start on row number 8. It's a 16-cart field. And all of them have indeed emerged and crossed the timing beam. No, did not start in this one. Quick review of heat number 1. Classification after some fairing penalties. Looked a bit like this. Leo Livings first. Jack Baker second, Maximilian Abrahart third, Alfie Mayer in fourth. Great result for Alfie Mayer there, and Jensen Walker fifth. So unfortunately there were penalties for Atwell, Pharaoh, Arthur Pharaoh, Rolfe, Travis, Sale and Behrman. Field a touch more spread out as they come to the start line, and I think that is because a number of those front fairings were picked up on the warm-up lap. Away we go for 7 minutes on the clock. Good start from 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏. Much better start than in heat 1 when Leo Livings was able to go around the outside. Oh, there's a bit of squabbling as they come off the chicane there. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 is involved, and I think the number 13 of Atwell has run wide coming on the approach to McRae's there, so in places scrappy start for the Micromax field, but it's 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 and the number 95 leading from Leo Livings in the 77. Jack Baker up there as well in the 17th, side by side between the number 22 and the 13. And that was 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 as well as Jensen Walker. Good start for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏, who unfortunately span out of contention in heat number 1, and is one of several drivers who today have met the end of their hopes for a race win particular heat down at the Stewart S's. Not much margin for error if you go too deep through that right-hander. End of lap number 1, Das from Livings, Baker, Abrahart, Mayer, Clark, Walker, Behrman. As Leo Livings looking down the inside for the lead of the race, and I think they're maybe side by side. No, round the outside on the exit goes Leo Livings. Through and into the lead of the race. Jack Baker, as off goes the number 50 of Sebastian Clark. And hopefully isn't going to be beached in there. He's going to have to drive over the back side of the curve to get back on circuit, which we have seen drivers get stuck on. Jack Baker down the inside, takes second place away from 𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗀. Sebastian Clark is going to be able to get back on circuit and back into the race, but unfortunately a long way off the lead. So it's Livings from Baker, changed for third place as Maximilian Abrahart looks to get through past 𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗀 there. Yeah, does indeed. Good gap now for 𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗀. 3 seconds back to Alfie Mayer. Best result so far this season for Harper is an 11th place. So this is a really good opportunity to massively improve on that, deservedly improve on that. Having a small look at Maximilian Abrahart for third place. I think given this is a competitive field, it's a bit wide there from Leo Livings, goes and holds it round the outside on Jack Baker. Distinctive double L design on Livings' helmet. I like that one. We won't have a full-on DDMM TED Talk on helmet designs today, but that's a good one. I know that's Leo. It's quite clear. He's leading this race as well. That's clear for us all to see, even through the mist here at Rowrah. There's Jensen Sale in the blue, green and white kart. So trying to get away past Pharaoh for, what would that be, 7th place. Quite pull it off, no matter. Jack Cordingley down the inside. And it looks like the number 13 of 𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗀's getting involved as well for Ambition Motorsports. Warning has come out for the 24 of 𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗀. Still side by side. 𝗻𝗻𝗃𝗀 holding to the inside against 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗍. Good racing once again from the drivers here. Particularly as quite a few of these drivers are in the same stable of Ambition. Working hard together, learning along the way as well. Mist just starting to come in a little bit again here at the circuit, making visibility less premium really. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Leo Livings still leading from Jack Baker. Touch of contact there between Sale and 𝗦𝗍𝗍. Not so good news for Alfie Mayer, unfortunately. I hope it's a transponder issue, that the number 15 is still circulating out there in the gloom. But as 𝗍𝗍𝗍 down the inside of Sale, but Sale will cut back. Should have enough speed to get back in ahead before they get to McRae. No, 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍's held it in there, down the inside, takes the position. Great stuff from 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍. Up to 10th place, but Jensen Sale's going to fight back here. Maybe look for an outside move through the S's. No, doesn't make it pay. 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 holds that spot. Sebastian Behrman now coming into this fight. No, just to finish on the number 15. Alfie Mayer has had a problem out on circuit because number 15 has not ticked through on our timing screens for the last 3 laps. End of lap number 5 though. Livings leading by 1 second ahead of Jack Baker. New fastest lap of the race for Leo Livings, 1 minute 5.616. Maximilian Abrahart, a bit lonely at the moment in third place, 1 second behind second, but second ahead of 5th. Sorry, ahead of 4th, I should say. Driver being 𝗻𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀. 𝗦𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀 has had a very good run in this second heat. Struggled a bit in the first one. Had some bad luck. Had a front fairing penalty as well. Much better this time in round number 2 for the, in heat 2 for the round number 1 winner. It's into 5th place. 30 seconds on the clock then. 2 laps to go. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒋𝒻s completes lap number 6. It's another 1 minute 5.7. The pace really much equal with Jack Baker behind, who's also in the 5.7s. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒋𝒻s, who's started the year some great results, but just wasn't quite there with the pace yesterday. His streak of finishing in the top 3 in every single race from glan-y-gors ended 4th, 4th and 6th yesterday, but this has been much more like it for 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒋𝒻s in the number 77. Won the first race today, of course. And is on track to do likewise here in the second. Jack Baker just behind there in 2nd place. Be a repeat of the results from heat number 1 should it finish like this. So it would be these 2 drivers on the front row of the grid. Last lap board out. Jack Baker with another 1:05.7. I don't think he's quite going to be within range to have a go at 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒋𝒻s here on the last lap. This has been another very well managed race for 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒋𝒻s. Gives a quick wipe to the visor there. Mist really is rolling in now. So from our own position here in the box, thank goodness for the actual live cameras, because I can now not see the far end of the circuit down a bit by the pond. The important news for the drivers is that they can still see from marshal post to marshal post. So I think they'll keep things running at least for now, but if it gets much worse than this, there may be a stoppage here. But we're on the final lap here of the second heats for 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. And whilst the weather starts to come in, it's bright sunny times for 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝒋𝒻s. 2 wins from 2 here today at Rowrah, and pole position for the final. Jack Baker will be on the front row for that final because it's 2 second places for the driver of the number 17. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 makes it a duo of 3rd places, so he'll be 3rd on the grid. Great to see 𝗻𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 finish in 4th place. First top 10 of the year for 𝗻𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, and that is well deserved after a cracking qualifying first thing this morning. 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 improves from the first heat, finishes in 5th there in the second. Jensen Walker in 6th ahead of Arthur Farrow, Jack Cordingley, 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Singathwal and Sebastian Behrman. They were all in the top 10. Logan Rolfe, yesterday's round winner, finishes in 11th, and we'll have a lot of work to do when we get to the final later on this afternoon. 12th for Benedictas Matiokas. Jensen sailed 13th, and unfortunately there was a problem towards the end there for 𝗍𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 after some great moves in the middle part of the race. Finishes in 14th. Sebastian Clark classified in 15th, and Alfie Mayer the single retirement there in 16th. Well, there we go. Very much a pattern of things forming there in 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. We'll see their final out on circuit at around 3:05. But we're going to get ready for our next race out on circuit as Intermax takes the circuit for their second heat next. Time for our next race to head out on circuit. It's the second appearance of the day for the Intermax category here at Rowrah for the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championships. The grid looks like this. It's an all-ambition motorsport front row with Miles Burton and Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, who had an unbelievably good first lap from a neutral's perspective in Heat 1. Let's hope we see more of that in the minutes to come. Charlie Benson for HTR Racing starts on row 2 alongside Momentum Motorsports' Rook Thompson. Lucy Lovell and Cooper Snedden start on the 3rd row of the grid. Teddy Cooper has been supreme so far this weekend. He won the first heat from row 4. Can he do it again here in race number 2? JJ Plowman joins Cooper there on that 4th row of the grid. And then it's Josh Parker and John Richardson on row 5 ahead of Logan Lauder and Benjamin Lord completing the 12 cart field on row 6. Thank you for your messages of support. Hello to Vanya, who was cheering on, or still is cheering on, of course, Darren Dimitrov, who we saw 2 races ago. But I'm just waiting to hear more than anything if we are good for a start here, because as you can quite visually see, the weather has rolled in here at Rowrah, and visibility is the prime concern, I'd imagine, at the moment. Now, I know we did have one kart retire in that last heat, so it may just be that that kart is still being recovered and we're waiting for the thumbs up and green light that that kart has been recovered, is off track. But I'll be honest, I can't see because the fog has really rolled in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Earlier we were saying I wasn't able to see down the far end to the Stewart's S's. To be honest, now is the case that I'm struggling to see beyond past the start chicane. I think we're even losing from our position. Just to explain, we're in the cafe in the clubhouse, and we're on the top side of it towards the paddock, so towards Paddock Bend. It is now getting to a point where we can't even see from here in the commentary position the exit of the first chicane. So I think that would be potentially the concern for race control, that if this fog was to roll in and get any denser, that it would be unsafe for the racing to continue. I've had a little bit of experience of this, not at this circuit, but ironically at a circuit that I was at on Friday, Clay Pigeon, which has its very much its own microclimate. Racing in fog like this is not fun. The main safety concern of that is if, as a driver, you can't see marshal posts, and therefore you can't see yellow flags, you can't see red flags if the race has to be stopped, and that is not a good thing. It could just be that we're still recovering a kart, but I'll be honest, we're not quite sure at the moment. I look to my right, I can't even see if we've got karts ready in the holding barn to head out of the circuit. We'll take a short break here on the commentary and be back in a few moments' time after a few of these messages.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Back once again here at the podium, and another visit to the top step in junior Rotax for Aiden Hassan. Aiden, this is really turning into a great season. 3 finals so far this season, 3 victories. It's looking good so far.
Yeah, it's been very dominant, and hopefully we can carry it on.
What do you think it is that's holding you clearly ahead of the rest of the field at the moment? I know there's no Alfie Briggs around this year to give you that same challenge as last year, but you really are streets ahead of the rest of the competition. What's the key?
To be honest, it's just experience. A lot of these people have just moved up from mini-max, and they're just getting their grips with it. And obviously I've been in it for about 4 years now, so that's given me a massive head start from all of them.
Conditions could have been worse, but they could have been better here today. It's raining a little bit. Was there a bit of drizzle in the final that was a worry for you?
Yeah, there was a little bit, but it wasn't really bothering me. Knew that because tyres were warm, I could just keep going at my normal pace.
What have the team been working on in terms of improvements for the kart ahead of this weekend?
Mainly tyre pressures, just changing things, getting ready for the season.
Looking ahead tomorrow, you're looking to do 4 out of 4, make it 4 out of 4. What do you think could be the biggest challenge ahead of tomorrow?
Just consistency, really.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank James Taylor for jigging the kart after yesterday, Mark Baines, Motorsport, my mum, my dad, and everyone in MBM.
Very good stuff. Well, keep up the good form, Aiden. Brilliant season so far. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, we've seen some superb racing here at Rowrah today, and we're here with another one of our winners in Micromax, Logan Rolfe for Gear Up Racing Team. Logan, a great visit to the top step here today. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, it was very hard to lead, but I've got a very good start, and yeah, it was just very hard.
Micromax still a fairly new category. I think we're all still learning about it. What have you been working on ahead of this weekend around what is a very tricky circuit here at Rowrah?
Probably the chicanes.
And in terms of setup, is the kart feeling fine? Is there still some work, some pace you reckon you can find for tomorrow?
Probably, yeah.
Talk me through the final. How did it run from start to finish?
So I got a very good start at the beginning, and then at the middle of the session we had some bashing going on, and then at the end on the final lap, number 61 tried to come up me, but then he had to brake because he ran out of room.
You've had some really good pace, yourself and Leo Livings for Gear Up Racing Team, strong pace at GYG. How important has that been, that work from Gear Up Racing ahead of this season and so far this season?
Well, it's been pretty good. We only started it like a couple of months ago.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
My dad, SuperOne, for a good championship. My mum and my teammates and my team manager.
Fantastic. Well done, Logan. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back at the podium once again, this time with our winner, a first-time winner in SuperOne in the Intermax category, Teddy Cooper. Teddy, this must be a really good feeling, a first ever round victory here in SuperOne.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be on the top step of the podium at SuperOne in a new class.
It's a very competitive class. You had challenges from Charlie Benson, who is a class champion from last year, Cooper Snedden, who's had a good start to the season as well. Talk me through the final.
It started off with just pushing, like I think it was a group of 3, and it was just pushing away from the pack. But then with about 2 minutes left to go, we started battering, and on the final lap it got, well, I was defending pretty much the whole lap, and yeah.
As you say, Intermax still a relatively new category, similar to what we were talking about with another one of our winners in Micromax. It's a learning and it's a discovery curve for everybody at the moment. What have you found with the Intermax kart so far this season that's to your liking?
It has a lot more power and it has a lot more grip on the Mojo tyres. Apart from that, it's not really much different to Honda. It's a tiny bit bigger chassis, but
very tricky circuit to get the setup right with the mix of the long turns through the middle of the circuit, the long straights, but also some tight, twisty sections as well. What have you been working on ahead of this weekend?
Well, we came here on the Friday, and we were just getting as much testing as we could possible, and we found the perfect setup in the final session, and it pretty much just helped us the whole weekend.
It's just started raining here at Rowrah. We could see a little bit more of this tomorrow. Are the wet conditions something you're looking forward to?
We've not really been here a lot, this track, especially in the wet, so we're normally good in the wet, but never know at this track.
Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank my family, my dad, and my mechanic. That's it.
Fantastic. Well done, Teddy. Well done, a great win. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Once again here at the podium with our winner in the senior category today, senior Rotax, 𝗦𝗍𝗍 Watson. Finley, super pace today, a super victory. Must be very happy.
Yeah, it was all right. Managed to just pull the gap. That's what it's like around here. Just got to break that turn and it'll be good enough, really.
What's key to a fast lap round here? What have you been working on in terms of setup and preparation?
Just link all the corners up. Good. Get exits out of the hairpin, pull you down the straight, and then you should be all right.
It's a good level of experience in this category. Talk me through your final from the start to finish.
Well, just had to make sure I got a good start, broke the gap, got rid of the time, and then yeah, just head down, no looking behind.
Bit of mixed conditions at the end. Not a lot of rain, but was it a potential question in your mind over tyres or whether it was going to get worse?
It's been like it all weekend, so just drive to the track, not your visor, and you should be all right.
I was talking to the JWR boys. They were very complimentary of your drive here today. Is this a circuit that you particularly enjoy?
Yeah, we did 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗍 last year, and we showed some good pace, so just had to keep up.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
Well, I trusted my dad, because he's a proper G, and and I'd like to thank AC, our plant hire, TW plant hire, Ovenden, and St Motorsport.
Fantastic. Well done, Finley. Great to see you on the top step. All the best for tomorrow.
Cheers.
A final interview of the day with a familiar face, but for the first time in 2023, our reigning champion in Rotax 177, our winner in that same class here today at Rowrah, Chris Thomas. Chris, great to see you back. Just saying you weren't planning to visit today here at Rowrah, but you must be very, very glad to have done so and taken the win.
Yeah, no, it's nice to be back. Like I said to you a second ago, we weren't planning on doing anything with SuperOne this year, just purely because of the numbers. But I mean, it's a great championship. It's very well run. I love the format, and the atmosphere here is really good. But I've got a friend, Jack Baker in Micromax. We came up to help, and he's been smashing it. To be perfectly honest, he's been really good. So he's been setting me some targets to try and beat, which fortunately today we've had a good run and won it. So yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
I'm sure you've been training Jack along the way. It's not going to notice, but from my position, that he's really stepped up in that step up in class this year. Yeah. Not only stepping up in terms of ranking within the ladder, but also improving. What have you been telling him about this place to go quickly? I
think it's the key here is just commitment. And he does struggle at times to sort of switch the tyres on. Until he's sort of got confidence in the car, he doesn't tend to push hard enough. So there's a few things that we've been working on. I mean, he's so good through the chicane, so I haven't had to mention anything about that. He's electric through there. But yeah, there's a few points on the circuit. It's sort of quite technical in places, and we've been helping him there. But he's been super fast, so yeah, I'm really chuffed and obviously pleased to have a win myself.
Running on the same chassis as last year, is it still as good as it was last year with the title run?
It's not quite as sharp, perhaps, as it was. You know, obviously being a year old, but obviously with the cost of everything at the moment, it's just crazy. I mean, obviously tyre costs and obviously the chassis and the engines, everything's gone up, as everybody knows with everything they're doing in everyday life. So we decided just to hang on to it and go again and just see how we got on, and it's proving okay at the moment.
Is the hope that with some sponsor support that you can keep running and do a full set, or as much of a full season as possible? Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a fair amount of help from Evolution Karting. They're obviously helping me a fair bit, and as Time Motors as well. They're doing me an awesome job, keeping me near the front, which is good, and I can only thank them both for that. But yeah, obviously we'll keep sort of ticking it off meeting by meeting and see how we get on, and obviously if we can make it through to the end, then fantastic, we will.
Andy Collinson's had a good start as well this season. He was P2 again today. He's come he wasn't in the series last year, but he's come in, ran very well at GYG. What do you make of his performance so far?
Yeah, I mean, I did watch GYG, and it looked quite close, you know, even though there was only a few of them, which is a shame. But yeah, I mean, I was sort of almost, I was quite pleased to see the pace that they had. You know, kept me honest. It certainly in the final when it started to rain, I was getting a bit worried for a while there. It sort of surprised me a few times, but fortunately it sort of kept drying, and then it spit again, then it dried up again. You know what I mean? So fortunately, when it was drying up, we were able to gap them a bit to give myself a bit of a buffer to take it a little bit steady when the rain came again. But yeah, no, really pleased overall.
Who else would like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank my son, Jamie, for supporting. He came up this weekend, which is no mean feat when it's a 7-hour trip. And obviously the wife and my daughter at home who are supporting me at home.
Very good. Well done, Chris. Great to see you back here in SuperOne. Hope we see you again soon.
Thanks very much.
Luke. Well, our first interview of the day, our first winner of the weekend here at Rowrah, and a second visit to the Saturday Top Step in 2023. Our winner in Bambino C50 today, Harry Chapman. Harry, a really strong race. It was yourself, Rex Pooley and 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀. Again, how pleased are you to have won here at Rowrah?
Well, it was hard because mainly in the race I got stuck in thirds, and then I got into seconds, but then got back into thirds, and then I made it in the first, and then I got pushed off a bit, and then I got back in the thirds, and then second, and then I got back in the first and last lap.
What were you thinking going into that last lap with moves to do and a bit of hard work to make sure that you were going to come across the line in first?
Well, so on last lap I was staying third, and then on the S's I made it. On the hairpin one I made it in the second, and then as you go down the hill I made it into first, and then I kept it for those 3 turns, and then I just got it.
What's it like racing against Henry and Rex? It very much looks like you 3 drivers are the fastest drivers of the group.
Yes, with me, Rex and Henry, because we're like the top drivers.
Who'd you like to thank for the victory here today?
My dad, because he's been working so hard on my kart.
Good stuff. Well done, mate. It's great to see you on the top step again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
shortly to live coverage of round 4 for SuperOne 2023. We are back to a level of the fog where marshal post to marshal post can be seen, so racing can be resumed. The fog is obviously, as you can see, not completely gone, but it has lifted sufficiently in literally the last few minutes. There were bits of the circuit that I can now see from the commentary box position, as an example, that I could not see 10 minutes ago. So we get back underway into max heat number 2. I'm sure that the aim of race control will be to get as many classes to the finish of their second heat as possible, because that makes the potential scenarios for calling the meeting a little bit easier should the weather and the visibility decline once more. But of course, we hope that that doesn't happen. We're not saying that that is going to happen. With some rain forecast, which in theory would actually help to clear this fog a little bit, due in about an hour's time. Here we go then for Intermax heat number 2. Miles Burton in the green helmet and 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗃 in the yellow helmet off the front row. Away they go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, snaking their way through the chicane for the first time and heading towards 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃's. Trust me, they are there somewhere in the gloom, and I think 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗃𝗃 has come forward to lead the race in the early stages. Yes, he had. No, he hasn't. It's Charlie Benson who's come through, and Cooper Snedden in P2, Rook Thompson P3. 𝗻𝗃𝗃𝗃 has slipped back in the number 22 to around 6th place. I'd love to tell you how that lead change happened, but we simply couldn't see it through the fog. But what we do know is that Charlie Benson, last year's Mini-Rock champion, mentioning how he's been back on form this weekend after a difficult weekend at glan-y-gors at the start of the month of April. He's back with his old sparring partner from last year, Cooper Snedden, there in the number 3. And I imagine that these two will try and work with one another in the early stages of this race, at the end of lap 1 and heading on to lap 2, to get away from the rest of the field, particularly with Teddy Cooper, championship leader and yesterday's winner, in that pack. Through 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃s they go. Down towards Ardales. There's a warning for 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗃𝗃, the number 22. Miles Burton, unfortunately, all the way down to 11th place, having started from the front of the field. Through the gloom, Charlie Benson leads this race from Cooper Snedden. Pace is good at the moment, 103s at the moment for both Benson and Snedden. As they come back towards us here in the clubhouse through Paddock Bend. And the good news for the drivers is that you'd arguably say that the body language of the karts, grip on the circuit, I would say is the best it's been so far today. Cornering speeds are a lot higher than we've seen earlier in the day. 63.112 was the early proper benchmark from Benson and Snedden at the front of the order. Just for reference, we got down to some 62s earlier on today in the first heat for Intermax. That was towards the end of the races, once tyres are up to temperature, a little bit of fuel load off as well. Change of position in 9th spot. Logan Lauder has got past JJ Plowman there, so that's the 33. Oh, was off down, and 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗃𝗃s, that is the number 79 of Teddy Cooper, that's championship leader. And it looks like there's been an incident with the number 43 of Miles Burton. That is a big, big story here as part of the Intermax class for round number 4 of the championship, because the driver, who's been in brilliant form so far, is absolutely furious. He's going to have to drag the karts out of the bark chippings there in the gravel. He's going to fall all the way down to 11th place. In fact, he's going to go a lap down. And what a piece of news this is going to be for these two drivers. Arguably, the biggest rivals for Cooper in terms of championship in this season are going to see the championship leader off the road and out of this race in terms of position contention. 3¼ minutes to go. Cooper has got back on circuit. Benson still ahead of Snedden. You saw Snedden nudging Benson's cart along there, so they are still working together at this stage of the race. Again, I'd love to be able to tell you, was that Snedden making a move on Benson as they came down from St John's into Sunny Bend? Yes, it was. So Cooper Snedden takes the lead of the race. End of lap number 4, 2 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Change of leader, and Cooper Snedden, who I was speaking to earlier, or yesterday, was not happy yesterday. I won't repeat the word that he used, because it's not broadcastable. But put his finger exactly on what was going wrong yesterday. But it's definitely come good today. This is more like it from Cooper. This is what we've come to expect of watching him race over the last few years. This is going to be an interesting moment. So Teddy Cooper is effectively a lap down. Of course, he's trying to chase down Miles Burton up the road. If there were some blue flags, I'm not even sure that the drivers will be able to see them at the moment. Snedden leading from Charlie Benson. Teddy Cooper would probably prefer Charlie Benson to win this race at this stage of the season. Cooper Snedden was strong at GYG, is well positioned in the championship as they head down towards McRae's once again. 1.5 minutes to go. Josh Parker is currently the fastest driver in the circuit. Cooper pulls to one side, allows the leaders to go through. Is this going to be an opportunity for Charlie Benson? No, Cooper Snedden has dealt with that well. Josh Parker 3 seconds behind the lead pair. 1:03.026. Rook Thompson having a great day again. Does like these wet conditions. A couple of good drives from Rook at places like Clay Pigeon in the wet in years gone by in SuperOne. He's having another one here. Fastest driver of any through the first sector. Wide line there from Snedden. So I reckon we'll have 2 more laps here. Come around the final corner. Cross start finish to complete lap number 6. New fastest lap of the race. The lap times at the moment are remarkably close. Snedden and Benson both set a 1:03.004 to the 1,000th of a second. And as you see on your screens now, if you're watching the Alpha live stream at home, 1:03.003 for Rook Thompson. I don't think I've ever seen that in a karting time before. The front 4 drivers, in terms of pace, are separated by less than 0.5 of a second at the moment. It's remarkably close. The competitiveness of this category, even in these very, very tough conditions for our Intermax drivers. Age range between 9 and 13 years. Cooper Snedden looks to have this one in control now. This has been a big lap from the driver in the number 3. One of the many Scottish drivers in this championship. So effectively is their home ground this season. Furthest north that we go in the UK in 2023. I should mention, next up will be at Clay Pigeon, another circuit famed for fog and a bit of a microclimate, but it will be on the 3rd and 4th of June, so hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer, less wet, and not like this. Driving to Clay Pigeon on Thursday night, and I thought if I was going to have these conditions at some point on the comms this weekend, it was going to be there on Friday. It wasn't. It's hit us here in the north of the country on Sunday. But Cooper Snedden in control, back on form. Good response from Cooper Snedden after a disappointing day yesterday. As long as he can get past these couple of corners at the end, he's going to take a heat victory. And with the demise of other drivers, he's going to be very nicely positioned for the final. Cooper Snedden takes race victory. Charlie Benson second. Another great drive from Rook Thompson. Home in 3rd. 4 seconds off the lead, but that is one of the best results for Rook this year. Delivering in the wet once again. Josh Parkey held off Josh Parker as well for 4th place. Adam Turr second, 5th place. Logan Lauder 6th. Lucy Lovell, John Richardson, JJ Plowman, and Benjamin Lawn is the top 10. Miles Burton will be your last driver over the line on the lead lap in 11th, leaving Teddy Cooper, unfortunately, down in 12th place. We'll have a chance in the final, but we'll have work to do. And imagine from the mid-pack, because if you consider he won the first heat, he'll have an average heat position of around 6th or 7th place. There's the provisional result for Intermax Heat 2 in these very, very difficult conditions for the drivers. Snedden from Benson, Thompson, Parker and Tyrus take the top 5. Lauder, Lovell, Richardson, Ploughman, Lawn in the top 10. Miles Burton and then Teddy Cooper to round out. Very good. Good work by everyone here at the circuit to get that race underway. We're going to crack on with the next race in the schedule, which will be the second racing appearance of the day for Senior Max. Getting ready then for the second heat appearance for Senior Rotax, the Senior Max category. Shane Collinson starts on pole position, had a great first race earlier on this morning, and has Finley Watson from St Motorsport for company on the front row of the grid. Joe Weaver was the race winner, had to work hard for the race win this morning, and he starts on row 2 alongside Shane Collins, who's also shown some good pace today. Of course, he won the first heat in Rotax 177 earlier on today. Finley Whiting and Cruz Speakman start on the third row of the grid, and then Cameron Crockett will be looking to bounce back from disappointment in the first heat. Starts on the fourth row of the grid alongside St Motorsport's Jake Riches. Tom Patterson and Joseph McVeigh will form up the fifth row of the grid. Harry Pullen once again has work to do from row 6 for JWR. Tom Taylor, who had an incident in the first heat, joins him on that 6th row of the grid. And then the grid is completed by Elliot Thomas and the returning Kieran Pepper. It is a 14-cart field. Whilst the carts are going around on their formation lap, if you've enjoyed our interviews with our drivers from yesterday's round, they are being uploaded onto the Facebook as we speak. Weather conditions stable, just by judging out the window. Fog hasn't really got better or got worse since the start of the Intermax race. Drivers just approaching Sunny Bend slowly on this formation lap. This heat. Result from this heat to be combined with what we saw in heat number 1, which actually, just to update, there were some penalties in that one. Now who was that pulling off? I think was that Watson. I think Finley Watson pulled off there, as into the gloom they go for the start of heat number 2, and round. Is that the number 81 of Finley Whiting? Yes, it was. So Finley Whiting facing the wrong way there, and as I say, I think we lost. Yes, we did. The number 33 is off the road, and Finley Watson, winner yesterday in the final, is going to have a much harder job now in round number 4, because something has expired on his Senior Rotax machine before they even got to the start. Now, just to go back over the result from heat number 1, because we did actually have some very big penalties in terms of front fairings, including the on-the-road race winner Joe Weaver. Not the first time that that's happened today for a race winner. So it was Collinson from Watson, Collins, Whiting, Richards, Weaver. That was the top 6 in the classification for heat number 1. Now with the driver who finished second in that first heat out of this race, this is a big opportunity for some drivers to pull themselves up the grid. It could be a very topsy-turvy order depending on how this one finishes. But we've got the best part of 6 minutes on the timer remaining. Shane Collinson, in terms of pace, was the only driver able to live with Joe Weaver's performance earlier on this morning. Leading this one again, 1 second clear of Shane Collins. It was a good move there from Joe Weaver for 4th place, because Harry Pullen has got past Cruz Speakman. So both of the JWR drivers have gained a spot on this lap. And Patterson running in 6th place at the moment, was one of the drivers who retired from the race earlier. Just to go over through Weaver, Pullen and McVeigh. Those are the 3 drivers who all received +5 position penalties for front fairing dislodgers. Although all of that information available on the result.alphatime.co.uk/SuperOne. What are these sector times looking like as change of position between the JWR drivers? Joe Weaver going past Harry Pullen there for 3rd. Is this about setting Joe up the road to close down Shane Collins and pull his teammates along with him? Could very well be championship rivals as the season develops, but right now teammates sharing the same awning in the same stable, wanting to get as strong results for JWR as possible for both karts. 58.520 for Joe Weaver, fastest lap of the heat so far, with just under 4 minutes on the timer remaining. Collinson's lead is 1.3. Pace is good from Shane Collinson. He's having a good weekend. He's unlucky in the final yesterday. Arguably deserved a lot better than 9th place with the speed that he's had. He's showing it now in these conditions. Top 3 all very close on times through the first sector. So Joe Weaver's to close in on Shane Collins and likewise Collins on Collinson. They are going to have to really put some fast lap times in now for where the track is, and that is a pretty good one. 2nd sector for Joe Weaver, strong, 58.421. Pulls in just over 1/3 of a second on Shane Collinson, pulls that gap down to less than 1. Here's a good scrap. This is I think Cameron Crockett and Joseph McVeigh fighting over 8th position, the 88 and the 74. I say think because it's I think the fog is coming in a bit more again. It's just sort of flashes of orange on Cameron Crockett's suit there. Looks like Cruz Speakman trying to get back on terms with Harry Pullen. Jake Richards and Tom Patterson not too far behind as well. They're working well together. There is your race leader, kart number 66, Shane Collinson on the Cosmic chassis. Say was given the heat victory in the end yesterday, earlier on today. It was his first race victory of the year in SuperOne. He's very nicely positioned here to be on the front row for the final. It's still the best part of 2 minutes of this race remaining. Shane Collins is closing, took 1/4 of a second out of Collinson's lead last time around, and Joe Weaver is the fastest driver on circuit, 58.200 there on lap number 5. Top 3 covered by 1.6 seconds now. Good race this, wherever you look. Pullen, Speakman, Richards, Patterson similarly very close together for that fight for 4th place. Three laps to go then. I think there'll be 6 or 7 seconds on the clock next time they come around, and then the +1 lap. Another new fastest lap of the race from Joe Weaver, 58.135. You just see the band of yellow on the top of his helmet through the fog there as they go through McRae's and then down into Ardales. Again, judging from the lap times, the track is not too dissimilar to what they experienced earlier on today. Fastest lap in Heat 1 was a 57.7 from Joe Weaver. Or was that Weaver down the inside of Collins as they went through? Yes, it was. So Weaver up to 2nd place through the stewardesses. will now set about trying to close down and overtake Shane Collinson on the road like he did in heat number 1 before that front fairing penalty. Over start finish. Change for second place confirmed. As we said, there's always going to be a few seconds on the clock. Extends the race by one more lap as they complete lap 7 and go on to lap 8. He's been in this position many times before. Won't panic. Back himself to close in on Shane Collinson and have a chance going onto the final lap of the race. Saying that, Shane Collinson is looking relaxed at the wheel. Working those front tyres, but not overworking them. Very effective in his steering inputs. To get that number 66 Cosmic chassis to work. A little bit wide there though, through St John's. And now Joe Weaver is closing in. He's not in striking distance yet. Remember last year he sent a big one down the inside to win round number 1, but that was in dry conditions. He has a look, it's turn number 1. We're on to the final lap of the heat now. Through the chicane, heading down to McRae's, which could be an opportunity for the lead to be changed. Waiting for them to come out of the gloom. No, Collinson's held on to it. Into the second hairpin, through Iredale. Slightly tighter line for Joe Weaver as they exit that corner, sending it down to the stewardesses. This is where Joe Weaver made a move in heat number 1. Can he make the move work this time? Apologies that we're not able to see down to the far end of the circuit at the moment. Out of the gloom, is it still Collinson? It is still Collinson in the lead of this race. Into the final corner now. Is Shane Collinson going to secure pole position for the final? Takes the inside line. Good drive off the corner. A brilliant victory for Shane Collinson. Makes it 2 from 2. Pole position for the final. Joe Weaver second place. Third place for Shane Collins. Fourth for Harry Pullen. Fifth for Cruz Speakman. Sixth for Jake Richards. Seventh for Tom Patterson. Eighth for Joseph McVeigh. Cameron Crockett comes home in ninth, ahead of Findlay-White, and completing the top 10, Elliot Thomas and Kieran Pepper. Those were your 12 runners. Well, there we go. And there's your provisional results. Collinson from Weaver, Collins, Pullen, Speakman, your top 5. Richards, Patterson, McVeigh, Crockett, Whiting, all in the top 10 as well. Elliot Thomas and Kieran Pepper coming home in 11th and 12th. 2 more heats in this rotation to go. Next out on the circuit, it's the second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Let's have a look at the grid then for the second heat for Junior Rotax, the Junior Max category, decided by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Aidan Hassan starts on pole position for Mark Baines Motorsport. JWR's Jake Howarth joins the championship leader on the front row of the grid. Billy Edgecombe and Daniel Whitfield start on the second row of the grid. And Ethan Hay and Harry Holland start on row number 3. Oliver Brett Smith and Lincoln Bevan start on row 4. Logan Cowling and Jake Flewitt on row 5. Eric Smith and Harrison Morrow start on row number 6. Jasmine Taylor and Charlie Cox start on row 7. Ollie Naylor and Jake Woods on row 8. Toby Bedford and Emily Cotty on row 9. Joseph Murphy and Milo Manderson will look to move up from the 10th row of the grid. Ben Horner had a great run in heat number 1, doing just that from row 11, joined there by Jaden Hewitt. Albert Wilton for Attack Motorsport is joined by Jensen Powers on the 12th row of the grid. Callum Gosh and Jack Briscoe go from row 13. Kieran Denyer and Joshua Bagembi start on row 14. Finley Patterson and DeJean Bennett complete the top 30 there on row 15, ahead of Kanan Welch and Jay Leverton on row 16, Max Rowley and Miles Roby on row 17. Can't hear any engines firing at this moment. The fog is, what would we say? It's not as good as it was at the start of the senior Rotax race, so it's worsened a little bit in terms of, I'm just judging this by visibility across to the scrutineering shed, but it's not as bad as it was. It's not as bad as it was earlier on. I just heard in my ear that we might actually have a schedule change, that they might be sending the Rotax 177s. We'll take a short break on the commentary and be back shortly with more commentary from DDM here at Rowrah for round 4 of SuperOne 2023.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Back with the comms here at Rowrah for round 4 of SuperOne 2023. So this has been a schedule change. This is Rotax 177 now out on circuit. And so the grid will look a little bit like this. Chris Thomas, number 1, will be on pole position. Shane Collins, who's the fastest driver on the road in heat, number 1 alongside on the front row. Andy Collinson and Dan Milner on row 2. Jason Bear making it 5 karts to go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away indeed we go. Good start for Chris Thomas, takes the lead as they go into the chicane for the first time ahead of Shane Collins, the black helmet with the yellow lines there. Into McRae's they go for the first time. I can understand, I think, what's happened. This isn't official or confirmed, I should stress, but I suspect what the decision by race control has been here, that if there was a question over the fog and whether it's going to get worse, it's far easier to stop 5 karts under a red flag condition with potential poor visibility than 34 in the juniors, so I can understand that one. The result from earlier, if you missed it, Shane Collins was your race winner ahead of Chris Thomas. Andy Collinson was third. In fact, Andy Collinson going down the inside, going for second place and taking second place. Very nicely done indeed for Andy Collinson. Shane Collinson, who's just completed the senior race. That was probably why we had a short pause to allow Collinson to reset, regroup and go again for this heat. Collins has got back through and into second place. Takes that wider line, which gives the greater acceleration off the corner. Let's retake it, but Collinson down the inside, taking the inside through the 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, and I think he made it work as well. Another one to join the ranks of drivers who braved it on the inside, got the speed down through the braking phase, hooked it to the inside, made the overtake work through a very tight part of the course. Dan Milner is having a good run here as well. You can just see him there with the black and orange helmet in 4th place. Jason Bear running out there for Attack Motorsport in 5th spot at the moment, already down into the 60 point somethings. I should mention as well that Dan Milner has broken the 60-second barrier, which became so close to in the first race. Side by side between Collinson and Collins. Collinson's down the inside, bit of a nudge on the approach to Iredale. Switch back by Collins. Collinson will, of course, leave him space on the inside, but gets the overlap. Down the inside goes Collins, returns the favour from 1 lap ago. The inside line, hooking in the curb through the stewardesses again. Collins returns to second place. Chris Thomas won't mind this fighting between the drivers there at the moment, because all whilst this is happening, the reigning champion is extending his lead. 4 minutes to go, 2.6 seconds. Now the advantage for Chris Thomas over the rest of the order. Dan Milner is very much part of this at the moment. A bit distant and off the back earlier on. Some 9.8 seconds behind Andy Collinson in third. It's clearly reviewed and learnt a lot from that first run. This is a much stronger performance from the driver in the number 17. He's having his first appearance this weekend. Wasn't present for the trip to glan-y-gors. Was the top rookie yesterday, 4th place in the final. I'd love to improve on that and get 3rd place overall at least. But a tricky 3 minutes need to be navigated now. Shane Collins has just popped in a 58.738, the fastest lap of the race. We did see Collins really come into his own in the second half of the race. Close down, overtake Chris Thomas to take the race victory. He's a bit further back now, though, this time, 2.6 seconds being the gap, and Chris Thomas's pace is similarly pretty good at the moment, 58.7 for himself last time around. In fact, Thomas is quicker through the first sector, which takes the run from the start-finish line all the way to Ardale's corner. 2 minutes to go. New lap there started by Chris Thomas. It's another 58.7 last time around. Almost identical lap time with Shane Collinson. New fastest, well, personal best for Andy Collinson. 59.1, 1.3 seconds of the gap. Starting to edge away from Dan Milner now, who's back into the 60.1 there on lap number 5. 3 seconds back from Collinson, but 3.8 ahead of Jason Bear. Fortunately for us here in the box, no news on received on Stephen Richardson, who we've not seen race today. So I hope Stephen's okay. It's nothing more than just a mechanical issue that unfortunately has kept him off the circuit for today's racing. That's why we've not got the expected 6 carts running out on track. Less than a minute to go on the clock then. Very even between Thomas and Collins at the moment. 2.5 seconds is the gap. So it's coming down, but not at the kind of rate where you would expect Shane Collins to be able to catch and challenge Chris Thomas for the lead of this race. The weather, by the way, not what I wanted to report, but I do think this fog is coming in again, because again I'll use that comparison we made before this race of the scrutineering bay, the scrutineering shed from across the circuit here in the clubhouse. The visibility to that area of the facility is worsening. This is similar to how things were at the end of the Micromax race, and if you were with us for the end of the Micromax race, you'll know that the racing then was paused after that point. So we'll cover that situation with the news as we receive it. Bit of a moment there for Shane Collins running wide. He is catching Chris Thomas, but again, I don't think he's going to have the time and the number of laps in hand to catch up to the reigning champion. They'll keep trying though. He's having a strong day here today. Better than a topsy-turvy one yesterday. At this stage of the day, heat number 2 in Rotax 177, he had the unfortunate event of losing the stub axle right here through paddock corner. Final lap board out then for Chris Thomas, who has managed this race in the classic Chris Thomas fashion. Got out front, got that lead, not needing to push too hard and take too many risks here. Particularly on a day like today, that's what you want to do. That's a quick check over the shoulder just as he's going through Ardales to check where is Shane Collins. Do I need to defend from a surprise attack at the end? But I don't think that's going to be the case here. He was quicker than Shane Collins through the initial part of the circuit. Down into St John's. 2 more bends to go. There's one of them through Sunny Bend. And it's going to be another victory for Chris Thomas in SuperOne Rotax 177. A very well done job there for Chris Thomas. Takes the race victory by 2 seconds ahead of Shane Collins and takes the fastest lap of the race at the end there as well. 58.7. More good performances from the Collinson family here today. Andy takes 3rd place here in Rotax 177. And improvements on pace as well for Dan Milner. Reasons to be pleased there with 4th place. 5th place for Jason Bear, who similarly across the course of the race I think had a bit more pace than earlier on. There is your provisional results. Thomas from Collins, Collinson, Milner, Bear, you 1 through 5. That race of result of course is provisional at this moment. So if you are particularly interested, head across to results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne in due course to see that one go official, which I'd imagine would be in about 20 minutes time. That tends to be the turnaround time. Right, so the weather watch. This is the most British of streams today. The fog is worse than it was before the start of that previous race, so we'll wait and see. There are carts formed up at the front of the order. So we'll take another short pause here on the commentary whilst we assess what the news from down on the track is, but I would say this is similar to the stoppage that we had earlier ahead of the Intermax second heat. We'll be back shortly with more coverage here for round 4 of SuperOne 2023 rather. Before we go, big thanks to our sponsors as ever. Thank you to Purgo, the title sponsors for the championship this year. Thanks to AST Signs, CWG Choices, JKH and Bell Helmets this year for their continued support of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne series. We'll be back shortly with more commentary from DDMM in due course once we've got the news of what the next stage is going to be for race control.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resisted though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Welcome to Alpha Live.
Well, our first interview of the day, our first winner of the weekend here at Rowrah, and a second visit to the Saturday Top Step in 2023. Our winner in Bambino C50 today, Harry Chapman. Harry, a really strong race. It was yourself, Rex Pooley and 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀. Again, how pleased are you to have won here at Rowrah?
Well, it was hard because mainly in the race I got stuck in thirds and then I got into seconds, but then got back into thirds and then I made it in the first and then I got pushed off a bit. And then I got back in the third, and then second, and then I got back in the first and last lap.
What were you thinking going into that last lap with moves to do and a bit of hard work to make sure that you were going to come across the line in first?
Well, so on last lap I was staying third, and then on the S's I made it. On the hairpin one, I made it in the second, and then as you go down the hill, I made it into first, and then I kept it for those 3 turns, and then I just got it.
What's it like racing against Henry and Rex? It very much looks like you three drivers are the fastest drivers of the group.
Yes, with me, Rex and Henry, because we're like the top drivers.
Who'd you like to thank for the victory here today?
My dad, because he's been working so hard on my kart.
Good stuff. Well done, mate. It's great to see you on the top step again, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Well, it's starting to rain a little bit here at Rowrah, but that's not taking the smile off our winner of the Girl Power Award here today for 6th place in Honda Cadet, 𝗦𝗲𝗏 Parsons. 𝗦𝗏, a really good result today. You must be very pleased.
Yes, I am.
Talk me through the race there in Honda Cadet. It's always a very close category and it's a very tricky circuit. How did the race go for you?
Well, it went okay, but I did spin out a few times.
How long have you been driving in the Honda Cadet?
About a year.
How did you first get into karting? Is Honda Cadet the first class that you've done?
Yes.
And what was your first experience in the Honda Cadet karts like?
It was a bit scary and I was a bit nervous.
So you've been doing it for about a year. What do you think you've learnt most in the year of racing the Honda Cadet?
That it isn't all about winning, it's about team and friendship.
Very good. Your team, they've been working very hard with you so far this year in SuperOne. What have they been working on with you? What advice have they given you?
They've just been telling me how, like where my lines are for the wet and dry, and helping me a lot.
What would you say to other girls who are perhaps looking at getting involved into karting? What would be your biggest piece of advice to them as someone with a bit of experience now?
I would probably say that it can be scary at first, but once you get used to it, it's not really scary, it's kind of fun.
Very good. Who'd you like to thank for the results here today? Who's been helping you?
I would like to thank Passion Karting, my team, and my dad for supporting me all the way.
Very good. Well done, 𝗦𝗲𝗍. A really good result today, and great to see those improvements continue to come here in the Honda Cadet.
Thank you.
We're back at the podium here at Rowrah with our winner today in IAME Bambino. A very, very close race for Chester Fawkes. Chester, a superb final. You won it by less than half a tenth of a second. That must have been a very, very nervous end to the race.
Yes.
Talk me through the final. It's been very competitive here today.
Yeah. Well, at the start, I got a good start, and then basically, as the race went on, James was pushing me, and then he kept trying to overtake me, but I got him back. And then one lap before the end, Charlie overtook me. So on the last lap, I had to overtake him. And then round the last corner, I got a better exit than James, so I managed to get up the inside.
Very, very good indeed. This circuit, I think I'm right in saying, was the first one you raced in SuperOne at last year, and you've stepped up to this next class. Have you noted how much you've learnt in the last year?
Yeah.
What is it about this circuit that you enjoy? It's quite a different one to what we saw in Wales.
Well, I really like the long straights.
And in terms of overtaking opportunities, is it a good one for that?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank for your victory here today and all the hard work?
My mum, my mechanic, and my dad, and my engine builder Tim Larego and RCE.
Very good. Well done, Chester. Another win in SuperOne. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back once again here at the podium, and another visit to the top step in junior Rotax for Aidan Hassan. Aidan, this is really turning into a great season. 3 finals so far this season, 3 victories. It's looking good so far.
Yeah, it's been very dominant, and hopefully we can carry it on.
What do you think it is that's holding you clearly ahead of the rest of the field at the moment? I know there's no Alfie Briggs around this year to give you that same challenge as last year, but you really are streets ahead of the rest of the competition. What's the key?
To be honest, it's just experience. A lot of these people have just moved up from mini-max, and they're just getting their grips with it. And obviously I've been in it for about 4 years now, so that's given me a massive head start from all of them.
Conditions could have been worse, but they could have been better here today. It's raining a little bit. Was there a bit of drizzle in the final that was a worry for you?
Yeah, there was a little bit, but it wasn't really bothering me. Knew that because tyres were warm, I could just keep going at my normal pace.
What have the team been working on in terms of improvements for the kart ahead of this weekend?
Mainly tyre pressures, just changing things, getting ready for the season.
Looking ahead tomorrow, you're looking to do 4 out of 4, make it 4 out of 4. What do you think could be the biggest challenge ahead of tomorrow?
Just consistency, really.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank James Taylor for jigging the kart after yesterday, Mark Baines, Motorsport, my mum, my dad, and everyone in MBM.
Very good stuff. Well, keep up the good form, Aidan. Brilliant season so far. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, we've seen some superb racing here at Rowrah today, and we're here with another one of our winners in Micromax, Logan Rolfe for Gear Up Racing Team. Logan, a great visit to the top step here today. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, it was very hard to lead, but I've got a very good start, and yeah, it was just very hard.
Micromax still a fairly new category. I think we're all still learning about it. What have you been working on ahead of this weekend around what is a very tricky circuit here at Rowrah?
Probably the chicanes.
And in terms of setup, is the kart feeling fine? Is there still some work, some pace you reckon you can find for tomorrow?
Probably, yeah.
Talk me through the final. How did it run from start to finish?
So I got a very good start at the beginning, and then at the middle of the session we had some bashing going on, and then at the end, on the final lap, number 61 tried to come up me, but then he had to brake because he ran out of room.
You've had some really good pace, yourself and Leo Livings for Gear Up Racing Team, strong pace at GYG. How important has that been, that work from Gear Up Racing ahead of this season and so far this season?
Well, it's been pretty good. We only started it like a couple of months ago.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
My dad, SuperOne, for a good championship, my mum, and my teammates and my team manager.
Fantastic. Well done, Logan. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget, and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable to get into, with the regional finals costing only £60 and the national £80. It'll allow you to get yourself into some awesome competitive racing experience, and there are even full Club 100 season entries up for grabs for winners. So it's an epic way to get involved in karting in a competitive way, and could be a fantastic first step onto the karting ladder. However, there are some drawbacks to the 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶. First and foremost, the karts are not as fast as some of the other options. This doesn't mean the racing is any less exciting, it's just that you won't see the 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶 karts flying down the straights the same way owner kart drivers would. In addition to this, the 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶 Knockout Championship format is very unforgiving. If you have a bad race or an unfortunate incident, there is not more rounds to regain championship points and keep in contention. When you're out, you're out. Brutal. The 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶 is a fantastic option to get into karting on a budget. However, if you want something a little faster, on bigger circuits, and with a season to fight for your championship, maybe you could look at Club 100. Club 100 is the fastest arrive and drive karting championship in the UK, racing an 8-round championship at some of the best outdoor circuits around the country. For seniors aged 16 and plus, there are the Sprints, SP60 and the Endurance Championships. For drivers aged 12 to 16, there are the Junior Championships racing in the same full-size karts as the seniors. And for drivers aged 8 to 12, there are the Cadet Championships, racing in custom Micromax Club 100 karts. The Senior Championship has been running since 1993. With a 10-round calendar at circuits across the country, it really is as close as you can get to a season of owner-driver karting without needing your own kart, tools and expertise. Just show up and race. Of course, with the increase in power and scale, the budget must be adjusted compared to the 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝐶. To join, you need to get yourself a Club 100 membership for £50 and attend a test day to show you've got what it takes. Per round, Club 100 can cost around £250. meaning that a full season of Club 100 racing can cost as little as £2,200. This could be even cheaper if you are a university student too, as the BUKC also runs using the Club 100 machinery, so you can join your university karting society and get involved as a team. Club 100 is an epic championship. It's affordable and a very viable option, particularly if you don't have the capacity to store and maintain your own kart. However, this is also the drawback of Club 100. As you rent a kart for your races, you have no capability to tune the setup to your liking or for the track. In addition, Club 100 races on slick tyres no matter the weather, which can make wet races particularly challenging. Despite this, Club 100 championships regularly sell out, so if you want to get involved, it's best to get your foot in the door as early as possible. Club 100 offers an exciting and affordable championship to be part of. However, you are still limited to the Club 100 machinery, so if you want to dip your toes into the world of owning your own kart and the possibilities that offers, let's take a look at your options. The world of owner-driver karting is huge, and getting your own kart is the first steps to much bigger things in motorsport. And whilst the other options that we've shown you today are cheaper, the ceiling when you own your own kart is much higher. The key thing to remember is that karting is only as expensive as you want it to be, and there are ways to make it more affordable. At the start of this video, we asked you 2 questions. The first was, what is your budget? Well, to get involved in the BIKC and Club 100, it really is just a question of budget. However, owning your own kart, you need to now know the answer to the second question. How prepared are you? Having your own car also means storing, repairing, maintaining, fueling and transporting your kart. So besides the actual kart itself, you need to make sure you've got the tools and means to race. This sounds much more daunting than it really is, and fortunately, karting paddocks are very friendly places, with most people willing to help out any newcomer. So, are you prepared to go racing? The best first step to take when you want to get into owner-driver karting is to find out where your local outdoor kart circuit is. Chances are they will be running a club championship there, so go to one of the rounds and make some friends. Also, check what categories and engines are most popular in your local area. Speak to people that will be in those categories you might be able to race in, and join online groups for the club to learn more about the championship, the karts and the circuits. Karting is all about the community. Friends in the paddock will be able to help set up and repair your kart, show you how to get spares, or if you're lucky, they might be moving to another class and you could buy their old karting kit from them so you can be set up with a full setup from day one. A good second-hand kart will keep the costs as low as possible. And if you buy from someone at your local circuit, they'll be able to lend you an expert hand if you need it. As we said before, some engines are more popular at certain circuits, so having local knowledge will really help you out. You can also, of course, buy a kart brand new. There is a wide range of chassis, engines and seats, etc. Just make sure you find out what the regulations are for your championship of choice before you buy, to make sure you won't waste your money. Tillotson have recently been added to the Motorsport UK regulations, and they're able to offer an affordable kart package, including trolley, wheels, tyres, oil and driver kit alongside the kart. Mini packages start from around £4,500, so this 4-stroke option can be an affordable option to get involved in a quickly expanding category. Whichever route you take, once you've got your own kart and gear, it's time to get on track. Your local circuit might offer test days so you can tune and understand your kart better, and the club championship may have spaces available for you to join a race meeting as a rookie. So, 3 different entry points at 3 different price points. No matter your budget, there is a spot in the karting world for you. Karting is only growing year on year as new championships start up. There is a wide range of ways to get involved too. For example, F100 karts are pre-2000 karts that can offer an affordable way of getting involved in racing with a historic twist. BPEC is an endurance series where teams and drivers compete across a series of 6 to 24 hour-long races across the country. And the superkarts are the fastest karts in the world and can race full-size circuits, topping out at speeds at over 150 miles an hour. So, as you can see, there are plenty of options out there for drivers who just want to get involved in karting. The only question now is how long until you get involved.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. blind through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Pharaoh to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resisted though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12. Welcome back everybody to Rowrah and live coverage of round 4 for this year's Purgo SuperOne series. We're hoping in the commentary box and well, everybody here really in the clubhouse that we are about to see the start of the second heat for Junior Max. From my position, the fog has, or the level of fog has improved. Visibility is better. It's now, I would say, pretty much back to where we were in between the senior Rotax second heats that we had, what was it, around half an hour ago, maybe 40 minutes, and the Rotax 177. So on that basis, hopefully we'll be good for a start of the race. There has been, if you're just joining us, a slight schedule change in terms of the order of those races. So if you're tuning in seeing Junior Max Heat 2 and expecting Rotax 177's second heat to follow it, apologies, you've missed it. The decision was taken, I think quite sensibly as well, given that the fog was in and out a bit, to run the race with less carts ahead of the one that's got the most carts, because should you need to stop the race, then it's a lot easier to stop 5 carts instead of 34. However, we are hopefully going to see this second heat for Junior Max shortly. That would complete the second rotation of the heats, so everyone would have done their times qualifying in 2 sets of heats, irrespective of which class that they run in. I will pull attention, because I know there's been a couple of questions of what would happen should the fog come in again and we're not able to complete the programme for today. And we've got the rules out in the comments box, because that's what we should do. The Sporting Reg 1.8.5.1 is what we'd look to in this case, where it says if a meeting is stopped prior to the completion of a final of a class, points for the final will be determined based on grid position for said final. I've paraphrased that slightly, but essentially what that means is if a class does not have its final run because, let's say, the fog comes in again and we run out of time, the grid positions determined by the 2 heats that hopefully in a short while, once we've got the Junior Max heat completed, everybody would have run, that effectively becomes the result for the final. So just to bear that in mind, it could be that those grid positions for some of the classes could be very important indeed for championship points, especially if it's one of our classes which we are looking at as being very competitive and very close. Having said that, that is all speculation, because, fingers crossed, the fog will clear and we'll get still our last of the Heat 2s for Junior Max and all of our finals for C50, Honda Cadet, IAME Bambino, Micro Max, Intermax, Senior Max, Junior Max and 177 Max. That is, what is that, 8-9 races in total that we've got scheduled to run here today. Thank you for your comments, thank you for your support. These things happen on a day like today, particularly at this time of year. It's not the first time I've been at a race meeting at this time of year that's been affected by fog, but the British weather does what it does. Hello to Claire Metters, who's cheering on Dan, Lilibet as well, who is cheering on Cameron Crockett. So yes, keep your messages of support for the drivers coming in. That is the shot down from the top of the hill. That's kind of on the reverse angle from where we are at the moment. You can see a few officials heading out on circuit down from the scrutineering bay. I suspect that this is, again, just to go over and have a look at how the visibility is. It really is, from own experience, from own racing experience, this is probably the worst conditions as a driver that you can have. You know, we can have lots of heavy rain, you can have tyres that deal with that, or you just slow down a bit. When it comes to visibility, that really is the one that can't be played around with in terms of safety for obvious reasons. It's not fun. As I say, own racing experience at events at Claypidden a few years ago. Learnt very much the lessons on that weekend of why, when it comes to fog and this type of weather, that you do sometimes get these stoppages. I mentioned before that the main concern, or at least in my opinion, would be visibility to marshals posts. You all know why marshals posts are there. It's to communicate to the drivers what they need to do, and if you can't see those marshal posts, then we've got a problem. Having said all of that, I'm just looking to the left of the comms box. This is kind of behind where our camera is pointing at the moment. For the first time, I would say, in the last hour and a half, I can now see the bottom end of the circuit. It's literally just cleared in the last 2 minutes. These are the best conditions I think we've had for the last 2 hours. So I would be pretty confident that we are about to see racing recommence here at Rowrah. Officials walking back to the paddock, and for example, the marshal posts down to McRae's with the green flag out. That is the first time I've been able to see that marshal's post in quite a while. I can even see our camera operator right at the bottom end of the circuit, and if there's ever a group that need praise, today in particular, big props to our camera operators out on circuit. They have been doing a superb job through the fog today. I know I often say this, but I really literally could not have done my job without them today. Even with a pretty good vantage points here in the clubhouse. So, Junior Max are out on circuit now for their formation lap. 34 of them out on circuit. And we'll just wibble the computer a little bit. Let's give you a reminder, because it has been a while since we've read out the grid for this one. Aiden Hassan, karts number 1, starts on pole position. Jake Howarth alongside on the front row, karts number 3. Billy Edgecombe, karts number 7, and the 41 of Daniel Whitfield on row 2. Ethan Hay and Harry Holland on row 3. Oliver Brett Smith and Lincoln Bevan on row 4. Logan Cowling and Jake Flewitt on row 5. Eric Smith and Harrison Morrow on row 6. Jasmine Taylor and Charlie Cox on row 7. Ollie Naylor and Jake Woods on row 8. Toby Bedford and Emily Cotty on row 9. Joseph Murphy and Milo Anderson on row 10. Ben Horner and Jaden Hewitt on row 11. Albert Wilton and Jensen Powers on row 12. Callum Gosh and Jack Briscoe on row 13. Kieran Denyer and Joshua Vigembe on row 14. Finley Patterson and DeJean Bennett on row 15. Caden Welsh and Jay Leverton on row 16. Max Rowley and Miles Roby complete the 34 runners in this junior Rotax race. 34 runners, 17 rows, and we've had one stop. There's a kart off before St John's to driver's right that looks like it's going to miss the start of this race. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go. At last, the fog has cleared and Aiden Hassan is clear in front in the early stages of this one. All of them snaking through the chicane, going towards McRae's. Bit of curb hopping there as they run onto the mini straight. And it's a good start once again for Aiden Hassan. 2-3 wide in places towards the back of the field, hooking onto the curbs. Track conditions should be pretty similar in terms of the tarmac and how much precipitation and water is down on it. We haven't had any rain at all in the last couple of hours, hence why the fog has been bad. It's all looking good so far. The juniors have been very, very patient. We'll go their position in the order to get Rotax 177 through, but Aidan Hassan leads the race. Number 3 of Jake Howarth there in second place. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀 third. Good start for Ethan Hay as well in 27. Good form, was on the podium yesterday in the final. Will be looking in this race to get another good heat result in to give himself the best possible opportunity to repeat that feat later on this afternoon. Milo Manderson moving through there past the number 42 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀, that's for 14th position. Down into McRae's go the midfield. Jake Woods with the blue and yellow helmet cutting through there. Great to see him back racing in SuperOne. Here's 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, there's the number 77 of Harry Holland. Where is the 27 of Ethan Hay gone? Has he gone forward? He's gone back. He's gone backwards. So Harry Holland up to 4th place. Good starts as well, I can see. Ben Horner again up 5 positions on the first lap. Callum Gush up 8 positions on the first lap. Not so good for Joseph Murphy, down 7. He's down in 27th spot. 5 minutes to go. End of lap 2. Aidan Hassan leads by a second, or thereabouts, over Jake Howarth, who similarly has a second over 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, Harry Holland third. Harry Holland fourth, rather, ahead of Ethan Hay, Daniel Whitfield, Oliver Brett Smith, Lincoln Bevan, Eric Smith and Jake Blewett. That is your top 10. Jake Blewett could do with a good result here. Boost his personal grid position. The treader tyres, they are able to attack this circuit in its current state. Not too much standing water at the moment. Jake Howarth is giving Aidan Hassan a good run here. I'm talking about how Aidan Hassan hasn't lost out in any of these junior Rotax races so far in 2023. 10 wins on the spin. Jake Howarth, new fastest lap of the race, 58.386, closes the gap to 3/4 of a second. This, I think, is as the neutrals what we wanted to see in junior Rotax. We want to see some challenges at the front. There is 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, third place. Harry Holland in 4th. Definitely spot him out in the gloom today with the fluorescent green on his kart. 3.5 minutes to go. Air temperature currently about 10 degrees. Pretty chilly out there for the drivers. Good for the engines though, they like these conditions. Changes the position to report. Milo Manderson is past Ollie Naylor for 11th place. Ben Horner continuing great progress through the field. Really keen to see how Ben Horner gets on in the final. If he can continue this rate of progress, he's going to start a lot higher up the grid, as off there, I think, is the number 18. Is it? Yes, it is. And that's going to be Jaden Hewitt, who was inside the top 20, but won't be anymore. You see the number 55 of Miles Roby there is pulled off circuit. And that was our tiring karts. Of course, Kart was in trouble before the start of the race as well. There's Whitfield, kart number 41, being followed by Oliver Brett Smith and Lincoln Bevan. Jake Howarth continued to close in on the race leader, less than half a second. I was going to say less than half a second. That's much less than half a second. That is probably only a tenth or two now between Aidan Hassan and Jake Howarth. Jake Howarth, who had a lot of consistency in this class last year, was always there or thereabouts in top 5 with a well-prepared machine by JWR. Didn't take that many race victories. Is this an opportunity for him to get one on the board? Nobody else but Aidan Hassan has achieved that so far in Junior Rotax in 2023 SuperOne. But only a minute and 30 on the clock. Time is ticking on by. And the Mark Baines Motorsport machine of Aidan Hassan, the reigning champion, continues to pound around here. wonder if drivers will be thinking as well, as the track continues to, not necessarily say dry out, but get less wet, less standing water in the circuit. It's the thought about tyres for some drivers as well. And just holding something in reserve for a final should you need a little bit more performance if we don't get any more rain. But we don't have that transition through to slick tyres. Jack Howard is pushing here. This isn't just the closest that he's been to Aiden Hassan so far today. It's the closest he's been so far this season. It's a very good drive from both Hassan and Howarth. They are clear by 3.5 seconds over the rest of the pack. Position changes to report. Looks like Caden Welch has got past Logan Cowling for 25th. Albert Wilton has also gained a position up to 18th place past Jensen Powers. Around the final corner then. Time still on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps for Aiden Hassan and Jake Howarth to sort this out. Change for 4th place. Ethan Hay has got back past Howie Holdens to that place that he lost earlier in the race. He's got it back now. Good work from Ethan Hay there. Hard to number 27. Aiden Hassan seems to have just got this one under control. He's just popped in his fastest sector, fastest lap of the race so far, personally, 58.412. It's faster than he went in qualifying this morning. The track is improving. It's not as quick as he did in the first race, so we know probably has a little bit in reserve, and I think that is what Aiden Hassan has done here. He has just race managed this one, because now he's gone 58.206. New fastest lap of the day for anybody in Junior Rotax. As, off there is the number 33 of Max Rowley. It's down in 30th place, but it's become another driver to succumb to the challenges of the Stewart S's. Aiden Hassan, though, I don't know how Jake Howarth would feel about this, because we all genuinely hoped that there was going to be a challenge from a neutral's perspective, but Aiden Hassan has just proved again how good, how strong he is this year in this category. May well be the biggest field here in SuperOne 2023, but Aiden Hassan just continues to be a cut above the rest. And for Mark Baines Motorsport, it's going to be 2 heat victories here today. Aiden Hassan takes heat number 2. Jake Howarth finishes in 2nd place. A good drive there from Jake Howarth. That'll be a very strong grid position for the JWR driver in the final. 3rd for Ethan Hay. A couple of thirds there. Will also be at the front end of the grid later on this afternoon. Billy Edgecombe 4th, 5th for Harry Holland, 6th for Daniel Whitfield, 7th for Lincoln Bevan, 8th for Oliver Brett Smith, 9th for Eric Smith, and a good finish there as well. Another top 10 for Ollie Naylor. Oh, we had to wait a little bit for it, a little bit longer than expected due to the weather conditions. A strong run there for the junior Rotax drivers. They complete their heat programme for the day, and that means that we should be getting ready then for our finals. I'm just going to take a little bit of a view. Yep, you can see carts are getting ready and prepared for the finals to begin. There is your junior Rotax result, provisional of course. Results.alphatime.co.uk/SuperOne for all the details as those results become official. And hopefully, I mean this genuinely, we see Shuni Max out later, but obviously the weather conditions are very changeable at the moment. If that is the last time that we see junior Rotax here today, well done to them, some good racing, and the next time we see them, of course, is on the 3rd and 4th of June, when the championship moves to Clay Pigeon for the 3rd meeting of the year. Now, I'm just going to peer over once more, because we we should be having, you can see that we are going to go into the finals because the clock has been set to 9 minutes. Hopefully we're going to get ready for the next final. It should, on our schedules, but subject to change, be the Bambino C50 final. So Bambino C50 final should be up next. Well, we're a little bit behind schedule because of the weather here at Rowrah today, but here is your grid for the Bambino C50 final. Joshua Bailey has pole position. Rex Pooley alongside on the front row. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 and Mason Hibbert form up the second row of the grid. Ronnie Kempson and Mason Munzer start on the third row of the grid. Toby Biggs and Charlie Gregg have good opportunities for points here from row 4. Eli Scher continues an impressive rookie performance so far this season. Starts on row 5 for this final alongside Logan Hodgetts. Mickey Gonzalez starts from row 6 alongside Harry Chapman. Look out for both of those drivers coming through the order potentially. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 Stubbs starts the second final of Albie's season on row 7 alongside Arlo Atkinson. Noah Smith and Ethan Pearson on row 8. Louis Williams-Mabs and Bobby Kent start on row number 9. Louis Wilson and Simon Cowan start on row 10. Ollie West and Ernie Wade will go from row 11. Jesse Bailey and Brady Atkin, who had a retirement earlier in Heat 2, start on row 12. Elliot Payne and Benjamin Schliver start on row 13. Jack Daniels and Oliver Daniels start on the 14th row of the grid. It is a 28 kart field. It is the Bambino C50s out on circuit. And it'll be a standing start for them. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Visibility pretty good compared to what we've seen in the last hour or so. Once again, see all the way over to the bottom. And our hard-working Alpha Live camera crew bringing you all of these pictures. If you're new around here, brilliant. If you're not new around here, if you're not subscribed yet, you please consider doing so. It really does help us out here at Alpha Live. And give that like button a press as well. A like for the cameramen goes a very long way because they've been fantastic today. Our team of Martin Webster, Robert Sadler and Rob Rowley. There's Gareth who says what a driver that boy Hassan is. Absolutely. We'll see the junior Rotax final later on this afternoon. We're ready though for the C50 final, the 𝗏𝗏 C50s for the Bambinos. 5-second warning board, ready to go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap here at Rowrah. Away they go. Very even start between both the 31 and 81 of Pooley and Bailey as they go up to the first corner. Good start for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 as well, challenging from the second row of the grid. A couple of spinners, one spinner off at the back of the field. Nope, make that 2. So a few drivers getting caught out by still very greasy and slippery conditions here at Rowrah. Mason Munzer's had a good start in the purple number 27 karts there. I think he's up to 5th place. As into Ardales they go for the first time. And this one, oh, and a spin! Spin for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀, and you hope that everybody misses him. A little clip there from Harry Chapman, but that was good driving from the C50s. Managed to avoid 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 stranded in the middle of the circuit there. It's all wide is Munzer, and I think the number 13 of Ronnie Kempson was also skirting with the grass there. Looking down the inside, change for the lead. Through goes Rex Pooley in the number 31, but he's run wide through Sunny Bend. There's going to be an opportunity here for Joshua Bailey to look round the outside, perhaps, maybe switch back as they go through paddock. No, well recovered by Rex Pooley. And Rex Pooley will lead at the end of lap 1, but here comes Joshua Bailey having a look for P2. From P2, we should say. Lots of position changes on that first lap. So it's Pooley from Bailey, Mason Hibbert 3rd. Brilliant start for Mickey Gonzalez, up 8 positions now sits in 4th. Toby Biggs up 2 as well to 5th. 𝗦𝗲𝗍 has gained a number of positions, is up to 6th place. Brady Atkin as well, in terms of ones who've gained most positions deserves a shout out, up to 16th. Not good news for Ethan Pearson, down 19. Henry Algar also down a long way through the order. Simon Kalman, I think, was your spinner in the early stages on the first couple of corners. That brings you up to date with all the big moves around at the end of that first lap. But here is your battle for the lead. Pooley and Bailey down the inside. Good driving there from both of them. Pooley just leaving a bit of space on the inside, making sure that both karts continued round St John's. Let's keep an eye out there for this number 22 car. Mickey Gonzalez is absolutely flying along at the moment. He's only gained up to 4th place. Oh, there's problems I can see for the number 88 of Noah Smith out of the commentary box window. So Smith, who was running in 12th position, is going to fall down the order, as is 𝗦𝗲𝗍 Stubbs. Contacts warning, driver standards warning for the number 66 of Toby Biggs. Currently in 12th place. Super driving from these two at the front at the moment, Rex Pooley and Joshua Bailey. Pooley, who was the round winner the last time in front of Alpha Live's cameras when we were at GYG. So has been in this position before and has succeeded in this position before. Joshua Bailey has not had a win in a final so far in 2023, but has been super today, really quick. It's a fantastic overtaking. It's a great opportunity to take that haul of 60 points. There's that number 22 car, Mickey Gonzalez. Started on the 6th row of the grid. This is the tactical phase of these longer final races. 2x2 at the front. Both duos best advised to work together. Leave battling for the major positions to the end of the race. Chapman is coming up through the order. He's up to 5th place now, past Charlie Gregg on that last lap. Not so good news, unfortunately, for Louis Wilson. Lost 3 positions on that last lap. There's also been an event for Mason Muncher and Louis Williams-Mabs. They've both fallen down the order, and Brady Atkin. These are the likes of Henry Algar, Ollie West, 𝗦𝗍𝗍 Stubbs, all gained quite a few positions there on lap number 3. Through St John's, down into Sunny Bend, as there is the number 78 of Benjamin Schlievart. Right in saying that was the number 11 of Ernie Wade. Mistaken on that one, because that would be very much out of position for Ernie Wade. And Ernie has come through the first sector, so never mind, don't worry. He was supporting Ernie Wade. That was a case of mistaken identity by myself. Apologies. So the number 12 karts there of Simon Kalman out of the race, sadly. Didn't even make the first braking zone of this final. But Pooley looking over the shoulder there, assessing what Joshua Bailey's next move might be. Pace for these two much better than the rest of the field. Both of them in the 116, the high 116s. But the next fastest drivers out there are the duo of Hibbert and Gonzalez behind. They're in the 117s, and then everybody else is in the 18s and 19s. Very impressive driving from these two youngsters. Joshua Bailey, a rookie this year. Hasn't competed in SuperOne before. He's setting the stall out quite clearly here to be the top performing rookie of this group. 4th place in the championship at the start of proceedings here today. With the results that we've seen with these mixed conditions at Rowrah, he's going to be moving up to at least third and possibly further. That's being said, still got to get through this final. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock of it to play, and remember there's that additional lap at the end. Could be all important here. New fastest lap of the race from Joshua Bailey. 1 minute 16.756, but Pooley very close to that as well. There's Harry Chapman just flashing through your shot in 5th place, and Charlie Gregg having a strong run here. Up in 6th spot in the number 15. On at the moment for strongest result in a final so far in 2023. Has been in the top 10 before. Back at round 1 as Noah Smith and Mason Munzer go side by side there off of Ardales. That's over 15th place. Here's the squabble for third. Mason Hibbett with the E plate and Mickey Gonzalez. As it has been since the start of the race. This will be a super run for both of these drivers. Mason Hibbett has shown the speed at times this season, but hasn't always had the best of luck, particularly in the finals. Results of 7th, 13th at GYG, and then 4th yesterday. It's a marked upturn in fortunes for Mason Hibbett. Gonzalez, well, not the first driver that we've had with the support from Mexico in this division. Great to have Nicky and the family and all the support I know are watching back home. Similarly, this would be a big step forward. 10th, 23rd and 12th, the finals results for Mickey so far this year in the Purgo SuperOne series. Back with our drivers at the front of the offer now. Are they going to cross the line before the timer runs out? It's going to be very tight. Oh yes, so they just get the last lap board. That was one of those that was very, very close as to whether they were going to cross the line with no seconds remaining or 1 second remaining, and it was just the side of no seconds. Oh, a bit of a squirm there. Is that a mistake for Pooley? Bailey not quite able to capitalise on it. Through the first of the double hairpins they go. Rex Pooley looking for a second final victory of the season so far. Joshua Bailey looking for a first final victory of the year so far, and I think Bailey's going to have a good run here out of Ardale's corner towards the S's. This is where we've seen a number of overtakes happen today. Bailey goes to the outside, maybe a switch back on here through the exit, but no, that's well dealt with by both drivers. But Pooley's got to defend now, running towards St. John's, side by side. Potentially they are side by side. Pooley on the inside as they go through St. John's will have the initiative through the next corner of Sunny Bend, but there's still a big opportunity for Joshua Bailey coming into the last corner. He's going to have to try and go around the outside as Rex Pooley defends to the inside. Is it going to be a run to the line? Who's going to take the victory? It's very close. It's going to be Rex Pooley for the second time this season. Takes race victory in a C50 final by 0.5 of a second ahead of Joshua Bailey. It's going to be third place for Mason Hibbett. Best result of the season so far for Mason Hibbett. 4th for Mickey Gonzalez, in the top 5 in the final for the first time this year. Harry Chapman, more good points for Harry Chapman in 5th place there. Charlie Gregg, very pleased to see Charlie up in 6th. Eli Scher 7th. Surely that will be another rookie top 6 trophy for Eli. Henry Algar recovers back to 8th place after that early spin on the first lap. 9th for Ronnie Kempson, another top 10 for the number 13 Karting. Logan Hodgetts completes the top 10. I'm just going to check because I've got a feeling that that is a first top 10 in the final this year. Yes, it is. So well done to Logan Hodgetts. Very good performance from Logan there. LBJ Stubbs, 11th here today in the final. Bobby Kent improved a number of positions there into 12th place. Toby Biggs 13th. Ollie West 14th. Mason Munzer just didn't quite have the look there in the final, but the speed is there for Mason this season, and look forward to seeing Mason race at Clay Pigeon in a month's time. There is your provisional results for the Bambino C50 final. Look at that, Rex Pooley takes it by just over 0.5 of a second ahead of Joshua Bailey. Mason Hibbert third, Gonzalez and Chapman completing the top 5. Greg, Scher, Algar, Kempson, Hodgetts in top 10. Stubbs, Kent, Biggs, West and Muncie your top 15. Louis Wilson is home, got home in 16th place against ahead of Louis Williams. Mabs, Noah Smith, Jesse Bailey and Ethan Pearson completed the top 20. Ernie Wade, Benjamin Schliever and Brady Atkin all completed at least one lap. Brady Atkin sadly was a retirement, and Simon Kalman did start the race but didn't see the end of the first lap. Well done to the Bambino C50s. We'll see them at Clay Pigeon in just over a month's time. For now though, it's time to get moving to our next final out on circuit. The Honda Cadet final is up next. Time for the final in Honda Cadet. Here is your grid for it. It is an all Climo front row. Tommy Climo on pole position with George Climo alongside there in P2. Max Taddy has to go from row 2. That's mainly due to the penalty in race number 1, but you would say he has been the fastest driver here today. Jensen Walker is alongside there on the second row of the grid. Charlie Quine and Cian Sullivan go from the 3rd row of the grid, and then rounding out the Honda Cadet category, Isla Parsons for Passion Motorsports, they're 7th on the grid. Alexander Adams, the single mini ROK entry here this weekend, will start 8th. Big thanks to our series sponsors, AST Signs, CWG Choices Limited, JKH Bell Helmets, and of course Purgo, the title sponsors for 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. Hello to Keely Parsons, really happy with some of the results there for Joshua and Rex, and good to see Mickey Gonzalez indeed having a really good results there in the Bambino C50 final. And more opportunities for Passion Motorsports in this race. Isla Parsons, who was our winner of the Girl Power Award for the strongest performance by a female driver in a final, is in this race. Good opportunity for that again, starting 7th on the grid. Got them under starters' orders though. 9 minutes plus 1 lap in Honda Cadet, and away we go from the standing start. The two Climos alongside each other, tracing down into the first corner. Looks like Tommy has got ahead of George. Rest of them filing into line. Good start for Charlie Quine in 4th place. Good start for Jensen Walker, who's looking down the inside, going for the lead of the race. What a start for Jensen Walker in kart number 22 there. Super run from the 2nd row of the grid. Don't often see them from the outside produce that kind of start, but Jensen Walker up for this. Had a difficult start to the day. Had a spin on lap 1 in the first heat. He's been fighting back since then, but my goodness me, that was some start from Jensen Walker. The important thing is he's got a gap already. This is straight away throwing the challenge to the likes of Taddy, who's up to 2nd place. Both of the Climos, Sullivan there as well. They've got to work together now. If you've watched any Honda Cadet racing, you will know about the importance of momentum and 2 engines better than 1 and all of that. Got to make sure that they remain for at least the next lap in a regiment formation. Don't start fighting yet. Just pull in a decent gap for Jensen Walker, 0.9 of a second at the end of lap number 1. Jensen Walker, who hasn't been off the top 3 podium in a Honda Cadet final so far this year, but hasn't been on a step higher than 3rd of the 3 finals that we've had. Side by side between the two climbers. That's Tommy going down the inside of George. You can tell the main difference between the two of them. A lot more blue on Tommy's helmet and a bit more red on George's. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 putting in the work now. Some family during the stoppages here today, and he was annoyed, I think understandably so, at the front fairing penalty that he picked up in the first race, because he took the position on the road comfortably, was I think 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, but those front fairing penalties come in, it doesn't matter whether you've got a position by 10 seconds or 10 tenths. Positions are what you lose with those penalties. He wants to put that right here in this final. Won the final yesterday. I wonder how these two drivers play this next phase of the race. They have a good gap. 1.3 seconds back to Tommy and George 𝗦𝗏𝗀. They're all good racers in this category. The racecraft has been strong. I think if you're Jensen Walker and 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗍, you want to have a bit of a truce at this stage of the race. Try and get that gap out to 2.5, 3 seconds. That is what they're doing at the moment. 1:05.4 for Walker, 1:05.3 for 𝗏𝗍𝗀, 1:05.5 Tommy 𝗦𝗏𝗀, 1:06.1 for George. So yes, this is working at the moment for the top two, pushing off the front. Into the S's. Oh, down the inside looks 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗍𝗀, and yeah, he's been reading the textbook on how to make overtakes through there today, and that is another one. Very good kart positioning and control from 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗍𝗀. I know we've seen that move a few times today from various drivers, but it is very, very tricky to do, especially in these conditions. Brakes not effective as normal. Very hard to get it locked down, keep in control. Make sure the front axle doesn't wash out as you traverse through the corner. That's exactly what 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗍𝗀 was able to do, take the lead of the race. Still think they're in this phase of the race where working together is the order of the day. 2 seconds is now the gap that they've got between Walker and Tommy 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Quick check-in with the 7th place battle. Isla Parsons ahead of Alexander Adams. Here 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 picking up the throttle as he goes through the Stewart S's. The race has got into a good rhythm now. I'm very impressed with Tommy 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 today. Feels like he's taken a big step forward positioning in this championship. For today, best results was a 5th in a couple of races, including yesterday's final. And today, solidly been up in the top 3. He's pulling away from George and Charlie behind. Charlie Quine there, the driver from the Isle of Man. Heads, oh dear, there's a spin for George 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, gets going again, but that is going to cost 4th place for the number 83 karts. Oh, that's a real shame. Just over-rotated on the middle part of the corner. You need that grip. The back end is stepping out. You get on the power a little bit too early, very quickly in these this kind of setup. With a greasy track underneath, you can swap ends of the kart, and fortunately for George, that is what happened on that occasion. Back with our leaders, 2.5 minutes to go. 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 took the final win yesterday. Won't have the honour of a clean sweep, unfortunately, today because of the penalty in race number 1, or after afterwards in scrutineering. But could put himself in a very strong position in this championship. No John Richardson running in Honda Cadets. We'll see John later on in the Rotax Cadet classes. Very much put _𝗏𝗏𝗃 in a position of being championship leader, and by quite a margin. 12 points was Max's leading the point standings over Jensen Walker there in second place at the start of today. Jensen, as we mentioned, has had some tricky times through the heats. So Max, I imagine, well, we know that Max has gained points over Jensen from the heats, because Max started ahead of Jensen for this final. 1 minute 20 to go on the clock then. I get the feeling that they're still in the truce phase of the race. They've done a very good job, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 and Walker. 3.5 seconds. We said that we wanted something above 2.5 seconds as a gap to then commence a battle for the lead. That wasn't ultimately going to cost them finishing at least second. That is exactly what they've done. 3.5 ahead of Tommy Clymo. Charlie Quine in fourth place there on a 106.6 last time around. Clymo closing in. He was nearly half a second quicker than Charlie Quine on that 7th lap of the race. Not a lot of time now to go. They will sneak another lap in here, because the leaders are just coming around the final corner now, crossing the line with just under 15 seconds still remaining on the clock. So 2 more laps for 𝗏𝗏𝗃, who's now started to stretch it. This has been a really mature drive from 𝗏𝗏𝗃 today. We just saw Alfie Briggs do a similar job in the second heat for the juniors. Waited until the latter stages to really start stretching it out and pushing. And a 104.885 extends the lead to nearly 0.8 of a second now for 𝗏𝗏𝗃. Checks over his shoulder there. The Ambition Motorsport driver in this series looking good. Job's not done yet, still got to get to the last lap and through that last lap. But with each and every corner, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 behind the wheel grows and grows in confidence. Alec Ben, Jensen Walker's trying as well, trying his hardest, doing a good job there in second place. 1.4 seconds now the lead, last lap board out. 𝗏𝗏𝗃, who remember Max racing here Rowrah 12 months ago, is learning the ways of the Honda Cadet class. I've been really impressed with how much he's developed and come on in the last 12 to 15 months. It's been a joy to see. Just down towards the Stewart S's now, getting closer and closer to the first victory in front of Alpha Live cameras for SuperOne 2023. Hopping and skipping through the exit of the S's there. Comfortable now. Doesn't need to take any risks. Through Sunny Bend. And what should be a very, very good day, a very good weekend for 𝗏𝗏𝗃. Took the final win yesterday in a clean sweep and takes the final win again in Honda Cadet. A double at Rowrah for 𝗏𝗏𝗃 in the Honda Cadet category, and in the end a 1.8 second margin over Jensen Walker, who gets a best result in a final so far this year. It'll be second on the podium today for Jensen Walker. Tommy Clymo is on the rostrum in the top 3 for the first time in a final in 2023. A brilliant run for Tommy Clymo today on the Synergy machine. Charlie Quine finishes 4th, 5th for George Clymo, 6th for Cian Sullivan, 7th for Isla Parsons, and Alexander Adams comes home in 8th place. Well, you can't not be happy for Max Taddy there. Great family support here this weekend. A long journey down from Scotland. They'll be very, very pleased to return across the border with 2 final victories from the Lake District from Cumbria this weekend. 1.8 seconds, as we say, is the gap over Jensen Walker. 7 seconds ahead of Tommy Climo. Charlie Quine, more good points. The driver from the Isle of Man there in 4th place, just holding on to that position ahead of George Climo, who had that unfortunate spin in the midway through the race. Keane Sullivan 6th, and Isla Parsons 7th place today in Honda Cadets. Alexander Adams will receive the trophies for Mini ROK here this weekend. Very good stuff from the Honda Cadets. We'll see them again at Clay Pigeon on the weekend of the 3rd and 4th of June. Next up out on circuit, on next final is about to take to the track, and it'll be the final for IAME Bambino. All set to go then for what could be one of the finals of the afternoon. Chester Fawkes has pole position here in the Bambino IAME final. Charlie Page alongside on the front row. Oscar Kenny and William Crombie have qualified well. They start on row 2. Chloe McGill and Harris Barber go from row number 3. James Roots and Darren Dimitrov start on the 4th row of the grid, and then Ollie Liddell and Freddie Baker can be found on row 5. Albert Farrow and Max Joy start on row number 6. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Theo Jepson start on row 7. Leo Harang has a first final in front of the Alpha Live cameras for Purgo SuperOne 2023. Starts from row 8 alongside Sydney Nell. And Sophia Page and Hugo Williams are due to start there on row 9. We should mention, though, that Hugo Williams hasn't been on the grids so far today. I don't see Hugo out again here. I also don't think we have Sophia Page. So it will be 16 cars running here in the IAME Bambino final. There is one spinner off towards the approach to St John's. Round. It was the number 42. I just had a moment there. That's Albert Farrow. So 9 minutes on the clock, as with all of these finals. And it'll be a standing start for the IAME Bambinos. Engines firing up then. Grid being cleared ahead of the final for the IAME Bambino category. Can anyone stop Chester Fawkes from taking another final victory as he did yesterday? Away we go for this one, straight across into the slipstream of Fawkes goes Charlie Page. That opens the door for Harris Barber to go around the outside and take 2nd place. Great start once again for the driver from P4 on the grid, just as we saw with Jensen Walker in the Honda Cadets. Harris Barber taking the opportunity there, presented for the number 12. Good start for Chester Fawkes. Leads as they come out of McRae's for the first time. Into Ardales. Charlie Page goes down the inside, retakes 2nd place. Really good stuff from Charlie Page in the 33. As off the road, it's the number 55 of Max Joy, unfortunately, and the 99 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Oh, that's going to really put a dent in their hopes of finishing. A lot of these drivers, particularly if they're rookies, aiming for being in the top 6 of the rookie awards. Chester Fawkes out front, and once again, like we saw in heat number 1, a commanding position. Job is now for Charlie Page. William Crombie has had another good first lap in 3rd place there to close that gap down. It's 1 second for Fawkes. As you mentioned, took the final win yesterday. It's Chester's 2nd of the season so far. Hasn't been outside the top 3 in any race so far this year in IAME Bambino, as James Roots looks down the inside of the number 12 of Harris Barber. Steady move, good move from the number 5 of James Roots. Always in control of the kart. Fair racing there from 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗀, left the space on the inside. There's Charlie Page. The gold details on the number 33 carts. Second place at the moment. And at the moment, this group are working together quite nicely. Chester Forks isn't as big a gap as we've seen in previous races in the heat. James Roots is coming through. He's got into third place now, past 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀. James Roots, who loves the final. He's had 2 second places in finals so far this year. End of lap number 2. Forks leads by 0.9 of a second. Very, very close on lap times between Forks and Page, both of them in the 1 minute 10s. But here comes James Roots, wants second place down the inside into McRae's and has got it. Really good move once again from James Roots, scything his way through the field. But here comes Charlie Page, back down the inside into Iredale's corner, scrapping away. I don't think they lost too much time there. I think we've got 2 drivers here. If they work together, could really give Chester Forks a lot to think about in this race. Indeed, both of them quicker than Chester Forks through the first sector, even though they had a bit of back and forth, swapping positions momentarily through the hairpins. And that second group is, oh, contact! Was that a bit of contact? Yes, it was, between Crombie and Barber, and Oscar Kenny was in there as well. Managed to keep going. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for all 3 of them. As here up the inside again, James Roots, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 9.580. Takes second place through the first chicane. Crucially at the moment, that lead gap, 0.9 of a second, is what Chester Forks still has as an advantage over the rest of the field. Warning for 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗀, number 12. I think that will have been for the contact that we saw in the background running through down to Sunny Bend. Looks like Oscar Kenny has got past William Crombie. William Crombie on the inside. Oh, he's going to take both of them. Really good from William Crombie, using the inside line. Quickly becoming the favourite overtaking spot for a lot of drivers here today. Never gets old. Great move when you see it pulled off like that. That was superb from William Crombie. Chloe McGill behind as well. Chloe McGill in 7th place. Midway stage of this race then. Chester Forks leads. 1.4 seconds now the lead over James Roots. So that swapping of positions between Roots and Page at the moment is costing them a bit of time. And get back on pace. They can start to whittle that one away. There's the number 65 with the dark green, red and white bumpers. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀. 42 of 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 just behind. And then the 92 of Freddie Baker. They're all trying to close in on Ollie Little there in the number 20. Through goes 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀, past 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Good speed down towards the stewardesses. That's the early move, easy move there for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Just wide from Ollie Little. Trying to hold on for 8th place here. Chester Forks starting to stretch the lead now, 1.6 seconds. First driver in a while back into the 1 minute and 9s. This is a key phase now for James Roots. As what's happened to Charlie Page? Because Charlie Page had a slow lap last time around. In fact, down to 7th place. A bit wide there from 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Lets Darren Dimitrov back through, but the pace of 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and a bit of help from behind, I think, from Freddie Baker. He's number 42 drafts back through. Retakes 9th place. And Charlie Page had a 1 minute 17 last time around. Down the inside, Baker on Dimitrov. That's Freddie Baker into the top 10 now. Chester Forks now looking pretty comfortable. Coming through another 1 minute 9. James Roots matching on pace again, but the trouble now, a 1.6 second gap has emerged. James Roots needs some big laps now to close in. William Crombie ahead of this intriguing battle for third place. Oscar Kenny in the middle there, second of the green helmets. Harry Sparber and then Chloe McGill not too far behind. With these drivers have raced in the C50s before. Oscar Kenny new to SuperOne and this category. He's the top rookie at the moment. Time ticking away then for James Roots to find something. Each sector that goes by, Chester Forks takes a 10th here and a 10th there. Has command of this race. Change of position to report and confirm that Freddie Baker has got past Darren Dimitrov. No other position changes to report at the moment. There's your race leader. 33 seconds on the clock. Chester Forks now 2 seconds in the lead. And this is a young driver who really could go far, I think. Growing in confidence. Still learning, of course. Months into racing in these IAME Bambinos. After exploding onto the scene in C50 in 2022. Last year we had a split of characterisations for C50s into new eras and pros. At the base, new eras were all novices, and Chester came in, was beating a lot of drivers who'd had a year of experience under their belts already. Round the final corner then, Chester Forks is going to make it final victory number 3. No, apologies, we're on to the last lap. Got a little bit ahead of myself there. 2 seconds still the gap for Chester Forks over James Roots. William Crombie is doing very well in third place, as I should say. Has had Oscar Kenny and Harry Sparber and Chloe McGill company for a long time in this race. Is still there in third. Hasn't been inside the top 3 so far this weekend. And third place in front of the cameras at GYG in the final. No, Crombie has had top 3s in the heats so far today. It's a big step forward from yesterday, that's definitely true. 6th, 11th and 5th yesterday for William Crombie. Chester Forks can relax now if he's not relaxed already. What a super driver and a super championship that Chester Forks is starting to put together. It's another win in a final for Chester Forks. Third one of the year, a double this weekend at Rowrah. James Roots takes 2nd place and follows up some strong results from yesterday with more good points here today in the final. William Crombie finishes in 3rd place. Can be very pleased with that. It's a 2nd top 3 in a final this year. Oscar Kenny has been strong all weekend. He's taken some really good points. A big step for another driver. When you compare the results from GYG to Rowrah, improving all the time. Very good for Oscar Kenny. Harry Sparber, great start and is rewarded with a top 5. A best result in a final so far this year for Harris there in the number 12 kart. Chloe McGill takes 6th place and could very well be the winner of the Girl Power Award again here today. Charlie Page 7th, Ollie Little 8th, Freddie Baker 9th, Albert Farrow 10th, Darren Dimitrov in 11th. Good runs for Theo Jepson and Sydney Nell as well there, 12th and 13th places ahead of Leo Harang there in 14th. And then a spin, unfortunately, for Max Joy early on in the race. Left the number 55 in 15th place, and one single retirement to the starters in that race. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍cie in 16th. Well, very well done to the IAME Bambino squad. We'll see them again at Clay Pigeon in just over a month's time. We're going to get ready, though, for the first final of the afternoon for our Rotax categories. Micromax are out next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Micro Max final. Leo Livings has been on form today after a difficult Saturday's round 3. Is on pole position. Jack Baker alongside on the front row. Maximilian Abrahart and Jensen Walker form up the second row of the grid. Jack Cordingley and Harper Das start on row number 3. 𝗦𝗍𝗲𝗀 and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝘀 𝗦𝗽cie start on row 4. Sebastian Behrman and 𝗦𝗬𝗍𝗃 𝗏𝗏 start on the 5th row of the grid. Sebastian Clark and Elliot Travis will both look to move forward for their respective teams on row number 6. Unlucky in the second heat was 𝗦𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗏 𝗫𝗏𝗍, and probably deserved to start a little bit higher for Ambition Motorsport than the 7th row of the grid, but good opportunity to move up through the order. Likewise, Logan Rolfe will be looking to move from 14th place on the grid. Yesterday's final winner, Arthur Farrow and Jensen Sale, complete the 16 karts field here for the final in Micromax. Round 4 of this category within the Purgo SuperOne series for 2023. Eyes on those lights, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Very even between the two on the front row as they start the race. Leo Livings takes the lead, chops across as there's a spin in the middle of the pack and quite a few drivers in trouble. One of the blocks has been knocked out of the way. It's the number 13 of 𝗦𝗬𝗍𝗃 𝗏𝗏 who was facing the wrong way there. I think 𝗦𝗍𝗲𝗀 was also running wide on driver's left. To Ardells they go. Leo Livings has the lead of the race. Oh, as that's a collision between 𝗦𝗍𝗲𝗀 and the 15 and the 24 of Arthur Farrow. And will relegate both of them down to the bottom of the order. Sebastian Behrman and the number 73 rather has had a driving standards warning early on here. So that will be on the digi flag when they come round to complete lap number 1. But it's the contenders that we've seen at the front of the order so far today who complete lap number 1 in a good position. Leo Livings leads by 0.8 of a second ahead of Jack Baker. Maximilian Abrahart running well today is 3rd. Jensen Walker has already had a good result in the Honda Cadet final, 4th at the moment. Harper Das, good to see Harper Das. Big opportunity. It's all stemmed from a fantastic qualifying for Harper this morning. Had a bit of bad luck in the first heat. Really made it pay in the second heat. Strong finish in the top 5. It's converted it into a good position where quite possibly Harper could get a best haul of points in the finals so far this year. A couple of 11ths at GYG, 14th yesterday. Long way to go in this one, 7 minutes. Leo Livings happy to lead it to the front right now for Gear Up Racing Team. As, off there are the number 12, and I think that was Sebastian Behrman as well. So 𝗦𝗬𝗍𝗃 𝗦𝗍𝗃 and Sebastian Behrman, who were next to each other on the order, and sadly both taken out of the running. They'll get back on circuits, but that won't be a good result on their books today. Approaching the middle phase of the race now. Leo Livings keeping that gap at a second. The fastest driver on circuit. By those small margins. 5.069 for Leo Livings. there on the second lap. Jack Baker, who I think has been one of the most improved drivers of drivers within the ranks of SuperOne so far this season. Fantastic to see. Can he respond? This is okay. This is good. 105.3 for Jack Baker as continued problems for Sebastian Behrmann there. I think that is that's still down at the bottom end of the circuit. Gravel trap on the outside of the stewardesses. We've seen a lot of karts in there today, so whilst Sebastian may feel a little bit disappointed, he's in good company. A lot of drivers have got it wrong down there. Shoulder drivers as well have visited that portion of this circuit. Jack Baker starting to increase the pace now. New fastest sector 1 for Jack Baker, 21.762, marginally quicker than Leo Livings. 𝗦𝗲𝗻 has just gone purple through sector number 1 with 21.6. Miss, Alfie's down in 13th place. He's got a lot of work to do from there. Into the middle phase of the race now. 4.5 minutes on the clock. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader, 104.942. Particularly that second sector. Wow, what a run from Leo Livings. Pulled out 0.7 of a second. Put that in his back pocket over 𝗦𝗲𝗻, over Jack Baker rather. 𝗦𝗲𝗻 there is set the fastest lap of the race. Starting to close in on Elliot Travis now. Four minutes on the clock. As I've been hearing something scraping around. That's what it is. It's the front bumper of Arthur Farrow, who we saw off the road earlier. And if you ever had a doubt that there was going to be a front fairing penalty, unfortunately for Arthur, that is going to be one right there. Here's Maximilian Abrahart, third place at the moment for Abrahart. See, making a little adjustment to machinery on the right hand side of these Micro Max karts. Very good engine, it's growing in popularity. The Micro Max power unit from Rotax. Lucky enough to have Stefan Gruber across in the UK at an Alpha live streamed event back end of last year. Very much see the UK as a strong market for them, a market where drivers can learn, improve, have a ladder that steps them up towards European racing. 𝗦𝗲𝗻 and Sebastian Clark here, 5th and 6th places at the moment for them. And this is really good to see because both of these drivers, not in the same heat, but both of them have had difficulties in the heats. Getting it together here in the final. Trying to close down on Jensen Walker there in 4th place, the number 22. Two Ardales. Unfortunately, the top three got away from them. 1.8 seconds on the road is Maximilian Abrahart. Some good potential points on offer here in the championship. Jensen Walker started the day 8th in the standings. 𝗦𝗲𝗻 in 14th. As off there is that the number 15 of 𝗦𝗲𝗻? Yeah, it is. Well, that's a real shame. Alfie's had some great pace today. Continues to improve every time I see him race and take to the circuit. But once again, it's down at the bottom of the circuit. Another one joins the no runoff at all down near the pond. once he gets stuck in there, very, very difficult to get out. So sadly for Alfie, that will drop the number 15 down to 15th place. That scraping that you can hear, and probably just picked up on the microphones, that is still Arthur Farrow's front wing, the front fairing on number 24. It's not for any of our front runners. Living's has got the lead gap out to 3 seconds now. Looking for that crucial first final victory of the year. Yesterday it was Logan Rolfe, who hasn't had the best of days, unfortunately. Logan Rolfe in 9th place at the moment. Perhaps hasn't driven these karts in the wet before. Lots to learn. Just missing a couple of tenths here and there compared to his teammate Gear Up Racing team. But the good news for Logan Rolfe, our top scores in this championship. Still been a very good start to the season with 2 final victories and a visit to the podium in the first round as well. This is really the first final that we've seen from Logan Rolfe. You would hope at the end of the year would be a drop. The team, Leo Livings, who's stepped up today, hasn't had a win in a final so far, and it's about to see the last lap board and know that he's 1 lap away from being able to take home the winner's trophy here in Micromax. Through the chicane for the final time. Lead is 3.5 seconds over Jack Baker. Jack, who similarly is on for a best result in a final so far this season. Hasn't been inside the top 3 in one of the longer races. Good stuff indeed. Expect to see the number 17 hopping up the standings as we complete racing here today. But for Leo Livings, difficult day yesterday. Quite abruptly lost a run of top 3 finishes throughout the weekend at GYG. A lot of soul searching, I imagine, last night to see where could the performance be gained. Well, the wet conditions came and Leo Livings absolutely mastered them to sail through round the final corner to a first final victory of the year in Micromax for the Purgo SuperOne series. Leo Livings wins round 4 here at Rowrah, celebrates brilliantly over the line. 3.2 seconds is the winning margin for Leo Livings ahead of Jack Baker. First podium, first top 3 of the year for Jack Baker there. Maximilian Aberhart, another podium. It was second in the final yesterday, it's 3rd here today. A good weekend's work for Maximilian Aberhart there. Jensen Walker, another strong result in a final, 4th place. 5th place for Sebastian Clark, and a great result for 𝗻𝗲𝗏 there in the top 6, taking advantage of some wet weather skills to get a best result of the year so far. But what a win for Leo Livings. Very happy with that, and a proper celebration over the line. Always like to see that. Big boost. The driver who had an 11-point deficit to Logan Rolfe at the start of the day, and I haven't done the calculations, but may well now have taken the championship lead with those results here today. Very good from the Micromax drivers. And, as for the other classes, we'll see them at Clay Pigeon in just over a month's time, when we are there 3rd and 4th of June, first weekend of June. Very much looking forward to that. Next up though, our next final out on circuit here at Rowrah, where the fog has properly cleared now, I'm glad to report. It'll be our final for Intermax. Let's have a look at the grid then for the final in Intermax. There will be a short delay whilst carts are retrieved from the previous race. Charlie Benson has pole position. He's familiar with this starting slot. He had it in Mini ROK many times last year. And here he is looking for a first win in the Rotax categories in the Purgo SuperOne series. Starts from pole position for HTR Racing, and it's Josh Parker for Ambition Motorsport joining him there on the front row. 𝗦𝗻𝗀𝗍 and ROK Thompson are there on row 2 for Ambition Motorsport and Momentum Motorsport consecutively. Very intrigued to see how both Cooper Snedden and Teddy Cooper do from the third row of the grid there. With the speed they've had, they've both got the potential to win this final, but they have work to do from row 3. John Richardson and Miles Burton go from the 4th row of the grid. JJ Plowman and Logan Lauder start on row 5. And then Ambition Motorsports' Benjamin Lorne starts on row 6, along with TWM's Lucy Lovell. Keep your messages coming in if you can. Thank you for getting in touch with us here on the Alpha live stream. And I wonder if we can get some more likes. Can we get to 50 likes for our racers here today? That would be fantastic. Thank you for your continued support. We've been talking a lot about the weather today. I know we had those pauses for the fog around 2 o'clock, but conditions pretty good. No rain. The level of water on the track is majorly diminished from what we had at the start of the day and during the morning, and as you can quite clearly tell from the pictures around the circuit, no fog. It's all cleared. I think that's a sigh of relief for everybody. There's a bit of concern and potential disappointments if we were going to have the meeting curtailed by the fog. But that's cleared out the way now, and we're cracking through these finals. 5 more races to go here this afternoon. And if you have missed any of the racing here today, don't worry. It'll all be available to watch back here on replay on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've enjoyed the commentary as well, at @MM across your social media networks. Thank you for your support. I mean, we've got a lot of more followers on a couple of those social media networks over the last month, so thank you everybody for clicking those like buttons and those follows and all of that business. It really, really does help a lot. Hello to Davy, who's cheering on Miles Burton here today. Yeah, Miles has raced very well. Fantastic. If you missed it earlier, here's a race that you'll definitely want to go back and watch later when you get the chance. Heat 1 of Intermax is going in there as a contender for Race of the Year in the DDMM archives. The fact that it was Miles Burton and 𝗦𝗻𝗀𝗍 both started on the front row, pretty much spent the whole of the first lap side by side. I mean the whole lap side by side. It was very entertaining, and it didn't stop there. So if you did miss that earlier, do go give that a watch later on this evening once YouTube has done its uploading goodness. Sometimes you can't run the streams back when we are still live. Cards just being recovered. That's what the delay is for here from the previous race. As I say, just a couple of carts that found the gravel down at the bottom end of the circuit. All drivers okay, which is the most important thing. And the green flag is waved to indicate to the dummy grid that we are ready for the Intermax drivers to head out of the circuit. So formation lap begins. Charlie Benson there in the HTR racing machine, the white suit, green and white helmet. Josh Parker, I think, stands a really good chance in this race, and didn't quite get the lap in qualifying. So had to start both of the heats from a few rows down. But, as we can tell, we'll be front row in this final. Very strong in race conditions. Some great overtaking. Now doesn't have to necessarily do that starting from the front row of the grid. But, how Josh Parker attacks the early stages of this race could be very telling. quick recap of your final victors so far this year. Both of them start on row 3. There's a double for Cooper Snedden at GYG. Yesterday, Teddy Cooper took a clean sweep. Distinct possibility that we could have a new winner in Intermax in this next 10 minutes or so. 9 minutes and then that extra 1 lap ahead here in the Purgo Super 1 Series. Is looking very relaxed there ahead of the start of this race. Eyes on those lights and away we go. Timer ticking away for 9 minutes. Good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. And it's Benson leading away from Parker. It looks like Cooper Snedden has jumped up to 3rd place already. Has indeed. The number 22 of 𝗦𝗫𝗀𝗀𝗀 is up to 3rd place. Oh, being forced out there. The number 32 of John Richardson. He's had a fairly quiet day. Bit of contact there involving ROK Thompson in the number 11. Round the outside goes John Richardson, 3 wide off of Iredale's. But it's the top 3 who've broken away straight away. Teddy Cooper has had difficulties off the start, is I think languishing down in about 8th place. As spin there, I think was that John Richardson going round in the number 32. No, it wasn't, apologies, that's a different helmet that's just come through there. It was the 33 of Logan Lauder. So end of the first lap, Benson from Parker, Snedden. 3 of them covered by a second at the moment. 𝗦𝗫𝗀𝗀𝗀 in an isolated position at the moment in 4th place. He's 1.6 seconds ahead of Teddy Cooper. We had a strong latter end of the first lap. Through for 2nd place goes Cooper Snedden. Josh Parker trying to find back there. Long race though. Long way to go. No need to panic at this stage. Only on lap 2. Will probably be a 9, maybe 10 lap race. Most positions gained on that first lap. Goes to Benjamin Lawn. Good start for Benjamin Lawn, the number 85. Gained 3 positions. Unfortunately for ROK Thompson, down 8. Off there is Benjamin Lawn, out of the race. Just as we were saying, that it was a great start for Benjamin Lawn. Another kart in the gravel down at the bottom end of the circuit by the pond. That is a real shame for Benjamin. And yes, that one will go in the DDMM comms curse box. 6.5 minutes of this race remaining. Charlie Benson leading, 0.6 ahead of Cooper Snedden. We're having a look here at the fight from 7th down. Miles Burton, ROK Thompson, JJ Plowman, Logan Lauder and Lucy Lovell. All covered by, I'd say, a little less than 1.5 seconds right now. That's Thomas Butcher, who's cheering on Josh Parker. I'll tell you what, Josh Parker and Cooper Snedden working very smartly, wisely, well here, as they've closed in a gap to Cooper Snedden. And in fact, there's been a change of the lead. Yes, there has. Snedden has got through past Benson. So Cooper Snedden leads the race for the first time in this final. And sitting in 2nd place in the points before today. 17 points the deficit to championship leader Teddy Cooper, who's coming in 5th place. Similar to what we talked about in race number 2. This is a big opportunity for Cooper Snedden. We talked about at the start of the season, back to full fitness. Had a lot of struggles in 2022 after a hefty incident at this circuit. It was here at Rowrah, where he had a crash in mini-rock during round 1, put him out of round number 2 as off is ROK Thompson. That is such a shame. ROK, who's been brilliant through the heats, just needed that luck of the racing gods to give him that good result today in the final. He's going to have to wait till another time. Now, this is a fully 100% fit Cooper Snedden, which we did not see at any point last year, and he was still able to take final victories, but he wasn't part of the title picture. Oh, skirting wide and off and loses the lead. And second place. Oh, well, that could have been a very costly error for Cooper Snedden. As, oh, round goes Josh Parker. Spins out of second place. And he's going to lose fourth as well. My goodness me, in a sequence of a couple of corners, two of our leaders make what could be big, big errors that affect their race results. And Charlie Benson, oh, might not believe his luck here. He's now sitting on a 1.5 second lead ahead of Cooper Snedden. Adam Turasek up to third place now, Teddy Cooper fourth. Well, both Snedden and Parker will be kicking themselves with what's happened there in the last minute or so. There's a race leader, HDR Racing's Charlie Benson. What's his pace at the moment? Low 62s. See, drivers make mistakes around him. Still got a while to go in this race. 3 minutes on the clock. Benjamin Lord has got going again, by the way. Saw him off the road, as has Brooke Thompson. Trouble for them as they are 24 seconds behind the next driver ahead, which is Lucy Lovell. Quick adjustments on the radiator flap for Charlie Benson. See that a lot in Rotax powered racing. Get himself in as much of an aerodynamic position. I think he's concerned here with the pace of Cooper Snedden, because whilst Cooper did make that mistake, he is the fastest driver on circuit. 1.7 seconds is the gap, but Snedden a tad quicker, or we're talking about like half a tenth quicker through sector number 1. Turasek still running well, also 3.5 back. Just reminding myself, yeah, has not had as Logan Lauder has gone off the road. I think that's down at the stewardesses. And he's running well. He's up in 6th place, was Logan Lauder. And Adam Turasek has not had a top 3 in a final so far this year. Third place in heats. Big opportunity, the best result of the year so far. Trouble is, he's got yesterday's winner breathing down his neck, Teddy Cooper, who span out of heat number 2. Had that problem, lost a lap pretty much to drivers around him. Right back here from the third row of the grid. 45 seconds on the clock for Charlie Benson in the lead of this race. Pace is strong, getting quicker all the time, 62.338. Got the gap ahead of Cooper Snedden up to 2 seconds now. Now Charlie Benson can lean on all of that experience that he had last year, all those finals that he was competing in. It's down the inside for third place goes Teddy Cooper on Adam Turasek. Switch back by Turasek, side by side. Maybe a little bit of wheel rubbing as they go down into Ardales. This is going to potentially end in tears. Bit of oversteer for Teddy Cooper, but he does win out. Takes third place. Looks back at Adam Turasek, didn't look totally happy there. Adam Turasek goes back down the inside, uses the inside line, switch back by Teddy Cooper, contact again, and off goes Teddy Cooper. Spins round. He's not happy at all. Felt he was pushed off the circuit there by Adam Turasek. Be interested in a look at that one again. There was definite contact between the 22 and the 79, and Josh Parker's going to be back in this. Maybe he'll have a go at third place going on to the final lap. Charlie Benson, he's been in this position before, won a lot of finals last year in Mini ROK. No mistakes, no risks. He's got a good gap over 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 here on the last lap of the race. And 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 is going to defend as they go into Ardell's corner. Oh, bit of a touch on the back there, and round goes 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀. Bit of a touch there from Josh Parker. Well, that may get looked at, I think, at the end of the race, because there was definite contact on the rear bumper from Josh Parker. No problems for Charlie Benson, though. A classic Charlie Benson drive for HTR Racing. And whilst others behind lost their heads, made mistakes, Charlie Benson wins in Intermax, takes a final victory for the first time this year in Purgo SuperOne Series, and is back on top. A huge step forward in his championship bid. Will probably move up from 4th place in the championship standings here tonight. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 comes home in 2nd place, 2.2 back. Josh Parker comes across the line in 3rd, Teddy Cooper 4th, Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 5th. But I do wonder whether there'll be some looking at some of the moves there on the last couple of laps. So that one's provisional with a capital P, if you ask me. John Richardson, good points, in 6th place ahead of Miles Burton in 7th. Lucy Lovell 8th. JJ Plowman 9th. Logan Lauder had a spin in 10th, as did Rook Thompson and Benjamin Lawn 11th and 12th. There's your provisional result then for the Intermax final. Charlie Benson and wins it after 10 laps from 2.2 seconds over 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀. Parker, Cooper, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀, top 5. Richardson, Burton, Lovell, Plowman and Lauder all inside the top 10. Thompson and Lawn completing the running order. Right, well, we'll see Intermax next time at Clay Pigeon on the weekend, the 3rd and 4th of June. Meanwhile, we're going to get ready for our next race out on circuit. The Senior Max Final is next. Here we go then for the Senior Rotax Max Final, and this is going to be a good one, I feel. Shane Collinson has pole position. Shane Collins joins him on the front row. JWR's Joe Weaver starts on row 2 alongside Finley Whiting. Harry Pullen, championship leader at the start of the day for JWR, goes from the 3rd row of the grid, and yesterday's final winner, Satan Motorsports' Finley Watson, is alongside him on that 3rd row. St Motorsport have another driver on row 4 in the form of Jake Richards. Tom Patterson completes that 4th row of the grid. Elliot Thomas and Cruz Speakman start on row 5. And then Cameron Crockett and St Motorsport's Joseph McVeigh start on row 6. Kieran Pepper is joined by Tom Taylor to form up row 7. And the end of the 14 kart field. Can't call this one. This is this could have any one of, I'd say, 4 or 5 different winners. These track conditions still damp, good visibility. Not really any sign of rain around the circuit. It's very cloudy and overcast at the moment. Formation lap underway for our senior Rotax drivers. The junior final after this, and the Rotax 177. A couple of drivers in this race. The seniors will have a level of involvement in that Rotax 177 final. But here we go then. I think we're missing someone off the front of the field, because yes, this is going to get restarted. Shane Collinson is not in the correct position. No, I think we have started. So Shane Collinson's had a problem there and missed starting from the front row of the grid. through the first couple of corners. Bit of argy-bargy as they came off the chicane there. But Joe Weaver, I think, has cycled to the front of the field. He has indeed. Basically a clear run of it there from grid 3 with Shane Collinson out of position. I'm not quite sure what happened. Oh, that's going to get interesting. 3, 4, 5 wide as they came off of Ardales, and somehow they're all still running as Shane Collinson's in a bit of bother there. Contact with the number 81 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀. Oh, it's all getting a bit physical out there on the first lap in the senior Rotax final. No problems for Joe Weaver though. He took the double here last year. And quite spectacularly in the case of the first round, with a big set down the inside. On the last lap of the race, Jake Richards getting involved with the 81 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀. That's for 7th spot. Bruce Speakman just ahead. Shane Collinson has fought through. He's up to 5th place. He's had some great speed in these wet conditions here today. And 2, maybe 3 wide. The Whiting sticking his nose down the inside has made it work. What a move by 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀. Perfect on the brakes there. That could have ended in disaster for all involved. So through there goes the number 72. Apologies for number 12. It was Jake Richards fighting back on the inside through the S's. Seven minutes on the clock. This has got the feeling of a proper senior final. The gloves are off, metaphorically at least. Joseph McVeigh fighting with 𝗦𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 there. That's all over 10th, 11th, 12th place with Cameron Crockett also involved. Here at the number 52 of Shane Collins, being attacked by the 92 of Tom Patterson. Shane Collins is going to try and do the switchback here. They're going to be side by side as they run down towards the S's. And here comes Shane Collinson down the inside in the number 66. Takes that position, but has he gone too deep? He has gone too deep. Through back goes Patterson. Here comes Bruce Speakman now. The yellow helmet cart number 69. Oh, this is a proper scrap out there. And we're only on the 3rd lap of it. Finley Watson. Great win in the dry conditions yesterday. The retirement though in heat number 2. Maybe those concerns of another mechanical failure. Oh, bit of contact once again, this time between Speakman and Collinson. Collinson has had a warning. Race leader Joe Weaver in control, 58.249, 1.5 seconds out ahead of his teammates Harry Pullen. This is looking very, very good for the JWR team once again. That's what we're going on here. That's the number 74 of Joseph McVeigh taking at least a couple of positions from Kieran Pepper and Elliot Thomas. Love the new livery there on the number 74. Here's your race leader, reigning champion and wizard in a final around this place in recent years. Has to keep concentrating though, because Harry Pullen, who has had a final win so far this year, took round 1. Not that far behind, 1.6 seconds, and similarly in the mid-58s. Back with the fight between Patterson and Speakman. Speakman to the inside. Oh, beautifully done. Beautifully done. I thought Bruce Speakman had taken too much speed in there, but balancing it on the brakes. Down the inside goes Collinson. Is he going to get 2 there? Speakman weaves his way out. He's done that. Brilliant from Bruce Speakman. There was just about a senior Rotax cart-shaped gap between the other drivers there. Somehow just weaved his way through, takes 4th place. As Jake Richards down the inside, takes 2 for the price of 1, takes both Watson and Whiting there. Oh, Jake Richards in all kinds of bother. This is quite a race in the midfield. They all know that they could quite potentially finish on the podium. As that's now 3 wide coming off of McRae's. More contact. Patterson, Richards, and the number 81 of Finley Whiting. Patterson takes the position. Whoa! Forces up Jake Richards onto the grass. Jake Richards is not going to be happy about that one at all. Did very well to keep control of the kart. Open on the inside. Whiting goes down and takes the position initially, then Patterson fights back, retakes it. They're costing themselves a lot of time here. Finley Watson is disappearing up ahead of them. Here's another battle. This is Cameron Crockett and Joseph McVeigh. Irishman looking for a run on the inside there. It's just so difficult to get the drive and get the acceleration that you need when you're on the inside on the normal racing line through paddock bends, side by side between Richards and Whiting. It's all getting a bit physical out there. Down the inside goes the number 37 of Elliott Thomas, not quite able to make it work. McVeigh cuts back on the switchback, then goes to the inside of Cameron Crockett as they go through Ardales. Whiting now ahead of Richards for 8th place. A bit of a nudge in the back there though for Jake Richards, who overtakes Finley Whiting. 2¼ minutes. Joe Weaver out front. Harry Pullen P2. Shane Collins holding on to 3rd at the moment. Shane Collins hasn't had a podium this year. Oh, it's slow there is Whiting, and he's going to get swallowed up by Crockett and by Elliott Thomas and by the number 74 of McVeigh as well. That's 2 minutes on the clock. As Kieran Pepper's getting involved as well, number 99, who raced in the ROK categories for a good few years. Wide a bit for Cameron Crockett. That's going to allow Elliott Thomas down the inside for 8th place. Overtakes wherever, every single corner. Cameron Crockett cycles back to the front. Through goes the 81 of Whiting once again. I think Finley Whiting just gained 3 positions there. Oh, this is a fascinating final, very entertaining to watch. Down the inside of Kieran Pepper once again, Joseph McVeigh, but again the inside line just does not have the grip. Bruce Speakman has just gone and set the fastest lap of the race, 57.915. Cameron Crockett and Finley Whiting side by side as they go towards McRae's down the inside. You can see now, you just saw some spray coming off the rear tyres, and the number 74 of Joseph McVeigh's boshed out onto the grass there. Off is the number 81 of Finley Whiting. There is definitely what we describe as a damp line as opposed to wet, because when drivers are going off that damp line, getting spray kicked up where there's a bit more moisture sat in the cracks of the tarmac, the micro cracks the drivers are driving over. This is very, very tricky, very hard to predict who's going to win out in this battle. Another new fastest lap of the race for Bruce Speakman. And this time McVeigh has the outside line, won't get overtaken by Elliott Thomas there. Lost 3 positions. Sorry, Finley Whiting lost 3 positions on that last lap. Finley Watson has got past Shane Collinson, just to report. Looks like Bruce Speakman has got past Shane Collins as well. Shane Collins tries to use that inside curb. It's going to be slow off the corner, but gets 3rd place back from Bruce Speakman. Both of these drivers yet to finish on the rostrum in a final in 2023. Speakman's been pretty close. It was 4th yesterday. Just looking for the move down the inside. Oh, beautifully done by Shane Collins. Sensed it coming, allowed for the space to open on the inside and retake 3rd. Well, for all the overtakes that have been happening behind, Joe Weaver has had a quite leisurely Sunday afternoon drive here at Rowrah. 3 seconds in the lead. Not troubled at all. He'll definitely enjoy watching this race back afterwards when he gets home. And not just because he's in the lead of it, because it's been a brawl behind. This is what he needed today. It's not been the easiest of starts to his title defence. With the disqualification for being underweight during round number 1. To work hard yesterday, but here on Sunday at Rowrah, once again, Joe Weaver wins in the Senior Rotax Max Final, and it's a JWR 1-2 with Harry Pullen there in second. Very close on the line, it's Shane Collins who takes 3rd place by 0.06 of a second over Cruz Speakman. For both of them, that is their best result, at least matched, of the year so far in the final. Finley Watson follows up yesterday's win with another good result there in 5th place. Shane Collinson will be not happy at all with whatever happened before the race start, because that really did set the tone. Could have been a lot higher. In the end, finishes in 6th. Tom Patterson wins out in the brawl, I think we'll use that word again, from 7th place down, ahead of Jake Richards. Joseph McVeigh fights through into the top 10, as does Kieran Pepper. Elliot Thomas 11th, Finley Whiting 12th, and Cameron Crockett in 13th. Pulsating final there in Senior Rotax from start to finish. We'll see them again on the 3rd and 4th of June here for, well, not here, it will be at Clay Pigeon for the visit of Purgo SuperOne to Dorset. Meanwhile, though, we're going to get ready for our penultimate final of the day. Junior Max are out next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the largest final that we will see today. Aidan Hassan is looking to make it 4 from 4 in finals and continue this perfect streak that he's had so far in Junior Rotax for SuperOne 2023. Billy Edgecombe will join the Mark Baines Motorsport driver on the front row, driving for Momentum Motorsport. JWR's Jake Howarth is joined on the 2nd row of the grid by BL Racing's Daniel Whitfield. And then we've got 2 privateers on row 3 in the form of Ethan Hay and Harry Holland. Oliver Brett Smith for BL Racing is on the 4th row of the grid. Alongside him is Lincoln Bevan. Eric Smith and Ollie Naylor start inside the top 10 on row 5. Running through the rest of the order, Callum Gosh and Jake Flewitt are on row 7. Jasmine Taylor and Harrison Morrow on row 8. Emily Cotty and Albert Wilton start on the 9th row of the grid. I mentioned as well that we've got Marlon Anderson and Ben Horner on row 6. Charlie Cox and Jensen Powers on row number 10. Finley Patterson and Joseph Murphy on row number 11. Jack Briscoe and Jake Woods. A lot of work to do for them there from row number 12. Into the latter stages of the grid, Caden Welsh and Logan Cowling go from row 13. Joshua Bagembi and Kieran Denyer start on row 14. Jaden Hewitt and Miles Rovey start on row 15. Max Rowley and Jay Leverton start on row 16. Then it's Toby Bedford and DeJean Bennett due to start on row 17 to form up the 34 kart field. Very slow formation lap once again for Junior Rotax. Waiting on Aidan Hassan to come around the final corner, drop the hammer and get this 9-minute plus 1 lap final underway. And there he goes. It's a good challenge as well from Billy Edgecombe, who sweeps round and takes the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff from Billy Edgecombe. There's chaos towards the back of the field, at least 2 karts, 3 karts off. Lots of drivers having compromised starts. Is that going to be a restart? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There we go. That one we chalk off. And on sign to the ghosts of race starts that weren't recorded in history books. The grid will form up once again. I talked earlier in the day about how today, with the track the way it is, You really do not want to make a mistake in the early stages of this final. You're going to lose a lot of positions, a lot of potential points if the driver falls off the front end of the field in the early stage. I noticed Daniel Whitfield wasn't quite in position. That was perhaps the problem. He's just slotted back in there onto the second row of the grid. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 there in the number 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. Billy Edgecombe in the Momentum Motorsport blue card with the yellow flashes. Running once again on the 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃 chassis. Howard's had a really good second heat as well. Starts third on the grid. JWR with the Tony Kart. Attempt number 2 then. Away we go then for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And once again, Billy Edgecombe gets the run round the outside. Takes the lead of the race in the early stages ahead of 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃. Jake Howarth perhaps going to challenge from third. Hassan has to go defensive. A lot cleaner in the second half of the field this time. As the dive into... Oh, as round there goes the number 12. It's a big spin for Ben Horner, who's had a great day in the heats. Raced up through the order. And just as we said, you did not want to have a spin in the early stages, starting from the higher reaches of the field. Ben Horner is going to be relegated all the way down to outside the 30s. I think he may have been encouraged into it as well. Oh, and I think he's now beached on... Well, I was going to say, no, I don't think that was the exit of McRae's. That might have been that Horner's also had an error and a problem down into Iredale's. End of lap number 1 then. So here's a new situation that we haven't seen so far this year. Billy Edgecombe leads by 1.3 seconds over 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃. For the first time this year, 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃 is going to have to do some good old overtaking in one of these finals. Jake Howarth in third. There's 2 karts slow off the corner. Oh, that's Milo Manderson. 3 wheels coming through the last corner. It is a bit of an area where you can see that. That's not too dissimilar to what happened to Shane Collins in the Rotax 177s yesterday. The 58 of Ollie Naylor started inside the top 10 as, oh, off now is the number 63 of Lincoln Bevan. Another one off down at the bottom end of the circuit. Yeah, dropping like flies in this junior final. Through the last corner, Milo Manderson, most importantly, is perfectly all right. And he's walking away outside the confines of the circuit, wheel in hand. He'll be very disappointed though. It's not what you would want in a final, this early in the final as well. Hadn't even completed 1 lap at Milo Manderson. And Horner and Lincoln Bevan joining him on the sidelines now. At least in terms of discussion for good race positions. There's Jake Woods in the yellow and blue helmet. Privateer Tony Kart chassis. Let's get back to the front of the order though, because Billy Edgecombe, the strongest races he's had so far this year. Holding that gap at 0.9 of a second at the moment. I'll remind you though, viewers at home, I saw a solid start to heat number 2 from 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃, but it's then in the last 2 or 3 laps just turned it up. Was able to have 2 or 3 tenths a lap in the back pocket. Is that what 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃's doing here again? Just holding something in reserve for the latter stages of this race. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Billy Edgecombe. The head of a driver who has not been defeated. 2023 Purgo SuperOne series so far. Not in a final, not in a heat, not a single race has 𝗦𝗻𝗃𝗀𝗃 not finished in first place. 5 minutes 10 to go. That was a big lap from Hassan. Drops into the 57s, a 57.431, a new fastest lap of the race, and you can see the effect of it. It's closed right in on 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀. Bit of an overlap for a split second as they came out of McRae's. 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 is feeling that pressure now, surely. Do you start to defend if you're 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀? Well, I think he is doing. That's a wise line. I like that through the S's. Knows that it's an overtaking opportunity. We've seen so many moves down there today. Held his kart in a position he wasn't absolutely hugging a line, but covered it with half a kart width, just enough to stop Aiden Hassan even thinking about using it. Also changes the position to report in. Jasmine Taylor ahead of Harrison Morrow for 12th place. Charlie Cox and Finley Patterson passed Emily Cotty. That's all around 15th spot. Not a good lap, unfortunately, for Jensen Powers. Fell 6th place, has lost out to Jake Woods, Jack Briscoe, Jaden Hewitt, Logan Cowling, Caden Welch. Matt Chiroli's also gained a spot. He's got past DeJourn Bennett for 27th. Jake Woods has now got past Joseph Murphy. Lots of battles in the midfield there for 18th place. Logan Cowling has also got past Jaden Hewitt for 21st. Higher up the order, Alan Gosh. It's had a difficult day, and just needs to keep at it and know that the results will come with speed in the number 5 machine this year. He's just taken 8th place away from Oliver Brett Smith. And there's a technical defects flag coming out for Ollie Naylor. Oh, that's Ollie Naylor up in 7th spot. That is rotten luck for Ollie Naylor. He's going to have to come into the pits, otherwise face disqualification. I don't know if you can see what is the case. I can't hear anything out of place, so I'm imagining it's going to be a loose piece of bodywork on the 58. Common failure with the Rotax powered engines and carts with the exhaust positioned at the back as they become detached, and the silencing effect of them is lost as Jasmine Taylor fighting there with Eric Smith. This is over 11th place. There's Jake Woods in front of another group in the middle of the pack, and Emily Cotty in the middle of it as well. A bit of contact there. Number 48 of Joseph Murphy. Emily Cotty loses out to the 42. 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀's still holding to the lead though. 0.2 of a second ahead of Jake Howard, who just has the fastest lap of the race. 56.732. Good sight as well of the number 52 of Joshua Pigembi, reigning mini-max champion. Wasn't at 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀, so this is Joshua's first run this weekend in the junior categories that he stepped up to for 2023. And I get the feeling very much a learning year is planned for Joshua. It's good to see him in the paddock, smiling as always. Great support from his family. Flag shown again to Ollie Naylor. Just trying to do this the old school way. See what is potentially up with number 58. Yeah, it's a loose rear bumper. Loose rear bumper, clear as day. Detached from its mounting on the driver's right hand side, so rear right corner. See, pass-through shot is going to be a race ender for Ollie Naylor, unfortunately. Gutted to see. He's had a great day. Some good pace. But, issue is a safety issue. Don't want the bumper coming loose and then being a large piece of debris in the middle of the circuit for someone to potentially make contact with. 40 seconds at this final to go. We have seen the change for the lead. Aiden Hassan has got through. It's a brave resistance from 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. But of the story of the season so far, you felt that that was inevitable. Aiden Hassan has got through and passed 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Now being challenged by Jake Howard as Jake Woods goes down the inside of Finley Patterson there for 15th place. And now the pace really starts to build for the championship leader, for the reigning champion. 1.3 seconds now the lead, 55.748. These are the fastest lap times that we've seen from any class so far today, showing that the track has improved. Here is now your fight for second place, Billy Edgecombe and Jake Howarth. Starting the day, third and fourth in the championship standings, respectively. Ethan Hay not too far behind, so these are top four in the championship once again, locking out those positions in the final. Final lap board is out. Aiden Hassan, wow, he's just dropped the hammer. 55.203, miles quicker than anybody else in this race. His feel for this kart, the setup that they've got on it, they've clearly put a bit of compliance in that. You can see the rear inside wheel easily being lifted on those tight hairpin bends. But it is going to be final victory number 4 of the year for Aiden Hassan, and he's taking what already could be an unassailable lead. He's just racing with such calmness behind the wheel. Coming round to complete a perfect weekend then, and so far a perfect season for Aiden Hassan. It's another final victory for Aiden Hassan and Mark Baines Motorsports here in Purgo Super 1. Aiden Hassan wins round 4 in the Junior Rotax Max category. Billy Edgecombe finishes in second place. That is a best final results of the year so far for Billy Edgecombe, and well deserved, especially for a strong start and some great heat racing from the Momentum Motorsport driver here today. Jake Howarth finishes on the podium. Second time this year that the JWR Pilots has been on those top 3 steps. Harry Holland, strong, finishes in 4th place. I want to say that is a huge improvement from yesterday for Harry Holland on the first Super 1 weekend of 2023. He was 10th in the final yesterday, 4th here today. Good points as well for Daniel Whitfield in 5th place. BL Racing, that's the best final result of the year so far for Daniel. Callum Gosh fights through to 6th place. A difficult day, the qualifying wasn't quite there for Callum this morning, but more good points on the board for last year's number 5 ranked driver. Oliver Brett Smith comes home in 7th place. Ahead of get a great result for Albert Wilton. He's had to do a lot of overtaking today. Another driver who's easily got the best results so far this year for themselves. Jasmine Taylor inside the top 10. 11th place for Jake Flewitt, 12th for Charlie Cox, Harrison Morrow 13th, Jake Woods 14th, and then running into the middle of the pack, Finley Patterson there in 15th place, 16th for Eric Smith, Logan Cowling, Jack Briscoe, Joseph Murphy and Kieran Denyer complete the top 20. Gonna have to cut it short there, but all of those results on results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1, because we're going to get ready for our final race of the weekend here at Rowrah. The final in Rotax 177 is next. Last race of the weekend, and we'll have a look at the grid for Rotax 177. Chris Thomas has pole position, Shane Collins alongside on the front row of the grid, Dan Milner and Andy Collison on the second row of the grid, Jason Bear 5th on the grid, and we might have Stephen Richardson, but Stephen hasn't run in the heat so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's a did not start, unfortunately, for Stephen here today. So this will be our last race of the day. Next coverage for Super 1 here on Alpha Live will be on the 4th of June. We'll be at Clay Pigeon in Dorset. Very much hope you can join us for that one. Quick thanks to our team today. It's not been an easy one, especially with the weather that we had after the lunch break. Quick thanks to producer Luke Woodford, Adam Chapman as well, and our camera operators Martin Webster, Robert Sadler and Rob Rowley. Enjoy the stream. you click that subscribe button. Oh, is that a problem for Jason there in the Attack Motorsport number 50? Yes, I think it is. It's not going again now. So Chris Thomas took the win in the final yesterday. Question marks over whether he'll be doing more racing in SuperOne this year. Definitely hope so from a personal perspective. Great to watch Chris race whenever he turns out. Shane Collins there. Did pip him in the first heat though. 74 of Andy Collinson there, third on the grid. Dan Milner looking to improve from fourth place in the final yesterday. Jason Baird joins him as well, so away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Bit of a slow start there for Chris Thomas, and into the early lead shoots Shane Collinson. Shane Collins goes into lead as Andy Collinson up to second spot. Third place for Jason Baird. Not quite sure what happened to Chris Thomas off that start, but he do still have 5 runners. The cart just bogged down a bit off the start, but that very much changes the story of what I thought we were going to be talking about in this race. It's now going to be, can Chris Thomas fight back from this position? He's having a little look at Jason Baird there. There's a bit of rubbing between the two of them. Chris Thomas is through to third place. Here comes Collinson down the inside. Andy Collinson, who is on form at 𝗦𝗍𝗍, momentarily had the lead of the race, but Shane Collins back to the front. See Chris Thomas now getting up to speed. Ooh, now just having a brief look there. Is the front fairing down? Oh, contact between Collins and Collinson coming off of 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗄's. Is the front bumper already down on the number 74? Chris Thomas, after the slow start, has now got back up to speed. He's looking down the inside for second place, slots it in between Shane Collins and Andy Collinson. Through these two tricky corners of St John's and Sunny Bend, slightly off camber. Andy Collinson, I do fear that front bumper may already be down for Andy Collinson. Just hear it dragging on the floor. Seven minutes of this final to go. We saw it in heat number 1. Early phases. And Collins was able to pick it up in the second half of the race and get back past Chris Thomas. Andy Collinson at the moment has control of this race. For how much longer can Thomas and Collins start to work together? Close in on the number 74. Took a double final win at 𝗦𝗍𝗍. Second yesterday in the final. 54.301. for the championship leader. Another minute ticks on by. Into Ardales goes the race leader. Quick glance back to Chris Thomas there. Yeah, that front bumper is definitely loose, and I have to imagine that you can almost see it through that reverse shot past Andy's feet. I do fear that was some loose. We'll see, of course, in the post-race scrutineering and the results. This one may already be decided against the number 74. You never know, though. We could all pick up cone fairing penalties. We all have got one. It nullifies itself out, but it's quite a remarkable situation. And lap times looking strong though. I talked earlier that these drivers were in conditions of 58s, 59s and 60-second lap times being achieved. Now down in the 54s. .162 for Andy Collinson last time around. It's actually pulling away from Chris Thomas and Shane Collins. And Milner's not too far off the pace of the leaders as well, which is good to see. 4.964 for the single rookie in the race this weekend. Jason Bear 3 seconds further back in 5th place. I just feel like the middle stage of this race, Thomas and Collins haven't completely given up the hope of catching up to Andy Collinson, hence why they're not fighting too hard over this 2nd place right now, and they were quicker last time around than Andy Collinson by a 10th or so. Shane Collinson would think about going down the inside of Chris Thomas. Thinks better of it. Oh, Andy Collinson has just responded there. Takes a 17.9, and down the inside goes Shane Collins. So he's decided that no, he wants to get ahead. He wants to take 2nd place on the road ahead of Chris Thomas and try and chase Andy Collinson down. As Andy Collinson right now is streaking away. Yeah, sets a 53.567. Fastest lap of the final so far, extends the lead to 2.5 seconds. This is going to be a very telling lap. If Shane Collins can get on that pace or even beat the pace of Andy Collinson, we might still have a race for the lead on here. If he doesn't, Andy Collinson has got this one on the road, but as I say, the question is, what is the state of that bumper? Chris Thomas having a look there at the rear right, I just wonder if he's struggling a bit with tyres. A kick of oversteer as he came out of Ardale's there. Kart really didn't go off the corner nicely at all. He's not looking in his usual calm rhythm, is the reigning champion. This will be the challenge now for the drivers out there. The track is properly drying out now. They're on treaded tyres, you can see the seam of them down the middle, but they are going to start wearing, I think. No cool water for them to regulate the temperature, the surface temperature of those tyres. Yeah, that could play into the last few minutes here in Rotax 177. For now though, Andy Collinson in control. Shane Collins did get onto the same pace as Andy Collinson last time around, so both of them did 53.6s. But again, 2.6 seconds is the gap with 1:52 to go. Big lap's just gone in there from Collinson, 53.4. Collins not too far off that pace, but it's still not going in his direction. Saying that because you never know, it could just be a trick of the eye. You can hear the bumper dragging along the ground there. It's confirmed until we get into post race scrutineering as to whether Andy Collinson has got a dropped front bumper or not. If he has, that move on Chris Thomas could be for the round victory for Shane Collins. It would be his first of the year. Second, third and third so far for driver running on the MS Karting. You really see the dry line forming there on the approach to Paddock Bend. Chris Thomas trying to pick up a bit of a wet line to cool his tyres. Really looks his kart is struggling at this moment. He's being caught by Dan Milner. Oh, it's sliding. It really isn't looking like a happy bunny right now, that number one. Doesn't look like it's turning in as Chris would want. Doesn't look like he's getting on the power and pushing out the corners as Chris would want. He's had good fun with this weekend. It was great to have his family here. Look all the way from the south of the country. And took a final win I do hope we see him back. Great member of the paddock. Great driver to talk to. And, he's been giving a bit of tuition this weekend to Jack Baker in one of the younger categories. Here's Dan Milner. A really good weekend. Good pace, developing all the time. The rookie. Fourth in the final yesterday. Andy Collinson. Now it's about to break down into the 52s, I think. 53.070 on the last lap. Lap number 10. This is the final lap. Well, if there is a dropped bumper, it would be a real shame, but at least on the road, Andy Collinson takes P1, 3.6 seconds ahead of Shane Collins. Some super pace, and Andy Collinson is shaping up for a real title run, I think, here in Rotax 177. Chris Thomas finishes in third. Dan Milner, strong there in fourth place, leaves his best run of the weekend to the last race, which he'll be very happy about indeed. Jason Bear across the line in fifth place to complete racing here at Rowrah for round 4 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship for 2023. There is your provisional result for Rotax 177. Andy Collinson ahead of Shane Collins, Chris Thomas, Dan Milner and Jason Bear. And as we say, silence falls across the circuit. That is our racing programme complete. Very glad that we were able to complete it. It was, I think, in a little bit of doubt earlier on in the day. And thank you for staying with us as well, because we have, of course, run a little bit over time here at Rowrah. We've done a bit of extra time, but we've been able to bring you all the racing. Hope you've enjoyed it. Do make sure, if you have, that you've clicked that like button. And you'll be able to watch the whole stream back in due course as well if you've missed any of the action here today. Big thanks to our series sponsors, of course, Bell Helmets, JKH, AST Signs, CW Choices Limited, and of course Purgo, the main title sponsors for the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM across your social media networks, plenty more action content's coming up on those channels in the weeks to come, and our next commentary of SuperOne will be on the 4th of June. We'll be back down at Clay Pigeon as we were on Friday for BUKC. Very much looking forward to that. Hopefully less rain and less fog, but you never know. Clay Pigeon, very much as it's known, microclimate down there. Do hope you're able to join us for that one. Again, big thanks to our Alpha Live team, Luke Woodford, Adam Chapman, Martin Webster, Robert Sadler and Rob Rowley for their work here this weekend. And thank you to all of you at home as well for watching and supporting the series and our drivers. Do enjoy the rest of your Sunday. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. This has been an Alpha Live production for the 2023 Purgo SuperOne series. We'll see you next time on the 4th of June at Clay Pigeon. For now, bye-bye.